Kateryna, are you connected?
World Monuments Fund. And first of all, I would like to express how thankful I am to the organizers of this conference.
Kateryna,
And it's a great honor to talk to the audience in Georgia, being here in Ukraine. And I would like to apologize for some technical issues because we had blackouts. And this night the schedule was changed,
can you hear
and
me?
now I don't have electricity. Therefore, there is a certain inconvenience for me to deliver this presentation and for you probably to hear it. So I would like to start my presentation on safeguarding irreplaceable Ukrainian heritage in the midst of the war.
Can you hear me?
And how we see it.
Kateryna, can you hear my voice?
Next slide, please.
Can you hear me? Kateryna, can you hear me?
Next slide, please.
Kateryna, can you hear my voice?
No, not actually. Now I do. Now I can, but previously I haven't heard anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Let me just make a short introduction about you and then you can start.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for joining in this very difficult situation, and I'm really happy that you could join this morning. I want to introduce Dr. Kateryna GONCHAROVA, who previously served as a head of the research department at the Ukrainian State Research and Project Institute for Historic Preservation. She has been involved with the preservation of architectural heritage and historical sites of Ukraine, including research management and scientific support of projects. As a Fulbright scholar at the University of Maryland, Dr. GONCHAROVA also conducted research concerning the U.S. experience in historic preservation based on public-private partnership, community engagement, and neighborhood revitalization. Since April 2022, Dr. GONCHAROVA works as Ukraine Heritage Crisis Specialist at World Monument Fund. I'm pleased to invite now Kateryna to present her keynote about safeguarding irreplaceable in the midst of the war, World Monument Fund experience in Ukraine. Kateryna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lana. And first of all, of course, I would like to express how thankful I am to the organizers of the conference. It's a great honor for me to talk to the audience in Georgia, being here in Ukraine. And my apologize for a technical inconvenience because of the blackouts, but I'm sure we can handle it. My presentation will be pleasant and go smoothly despite of the dystopian scenario that we're living in. So I would like to start my presentation on safeguarding irreplaceable cultural heritage of the war in the midst of cultural heritage of Ukraine in the midst of the war, just reminding what the war looks like right now. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. It doesn't change. The picture doesn't change here. Okay, so quite recently we had a very solemn date, 1,000 days of full-scale invasion and almost 4,000 days of Russian-Ukrainian war. And for now, the dates are like, the numbers are like almost 1/4 of Ukrainian territory is occupied and mined. There's a lot of people who had fled the country, and a lot of them are cultural workers, because mainly cultural workers are women and women with children. And what do women with children do when the war starts? Of course, they take care about safety of their children, and a lot of them had fled. That create a scarcity in human resources, especially in cultural sector, with frequent bombing and air alerts and blackouts. Working condition had been so dull and so unbearable that, again, it was a second factor that created a scarcity of human resources in the cultural sector of Ukraine. So we have a lot of people who are cultural workers who are fleeing the country or leaving their places of work. And we had a lot of cultural sites that had been affected by military actions. Almost 2,000 of cultural infrastructure objects like museums, libraries, archives, more than 1,000 heritage sites that were damaged or destroyed. And those are the numbers that only ministry can provide. But of course, the actual numbers of our cultural losses is just gigantic, and it's growing every day, but we cannot calculate them efficiently because of occupied territories, because of the danger close to the zero line and the front line, and inaccessibility of certain areas for civilians and things like this. So the war looks like the Ukrainian combo is when you have blackouts and you have an air alert, and you need to go upstairs on the ninth floor carrying some kind of grocery. And so living in this situation for almost 3 years just literally gives you a very, very cruel choice. You have to be resilient to withstand, or you have to leave to take care about yourself. So those are the conditions that we're living in. The second slide, the next slide, please. Before coming to our practical experience of WMF in Ukraine, I would like to highlight only 5 issues that I would like to pay attention to talking about cultural heritage in a situation of war, especially in Ukraine, that we are living in I think like the war of a 4th generation. It's an absolutely holistic war, hybrid war, where cultural heritage plays its part as a weapon. So this war showed how cultural heritage can be weaponized, starting from, as we call, the fight of Lenin statues, when, for example, a certain territory belonged to Ukraine, where Lenin statue or any monuments devoted to Soviet era were removed. When Russian conquered that territory, they brought the same statues and the same monuments back. And when again the territory gets liberated, the same monuments were removed again. So all of this creates, we're living in a situation where cultural heritage is used as propaganda, like, for example, a reconstruction and this horrible new development in Khersones in Crimea, where architectural site was completely vanished due to creation of this gorgeous, glamorous vision of gorgeous, I'm saying gorgeous, vision of the new let's just say, new vision of how Khersones has to look like due to the Russian propaganda, where again, the war created a gigantic interest of Ukrainians to their culture and to cultural heritage. A lot of cultural elements and cultural objects and cultural sites were used as the symbol of resilience. And I'm not talking about only about the rooster from Borodyanka, but we're talking about returning historic toponyms. We're talking about cities that call themselves being Ukrainian. We're calling about Bakhmut, for example, that reminded themselves that they served as a Cossack fortress, and now they're also serving as this area also serves as a gigantic battleground protecting Ukrainian culture. But there's a lot of also a very tricky situation, for example, like in Odessa, where Transfiguration Cathedral that was used and owned by Moscow Patriarchy was one of the first heritage site that was wounded by the war. So culture becomes one of the very powerful instruments in Ukrainian informational policy, and again, a very strong instrument in Russian propaganda. So this is something that no one expected, but it actually happened. And so this is one of the issues that I would like to highlight. The next one, please. And in this war, as we suggested, the heritage is not only a deliberate, a collateral victim, but also a target of deliberate attacks, starting from Museum of Marina Primachenko to the Museum of Skovoroda, where those sites of cultural significance and were deliberately attacked by missiles. We're talking also about massive scale of looting of museums, like the middle picture, the photograph of white vans that were transporting stolen cultural objects from museum in Kherson a few days prior to the city being liberated. But of course, we're also talking about cultural heritage being a collateral victim, for example, in Odessa, that serves as the biggest port in Ukraine during the grain deals, and now still continues and will always be. And of course, the historic center of the city that was declared by UNESCO as a heritage site in danger, it becomes a collateral damage of all those attacks on Odessa port, because the historic city is located right on the top of this big plateau. And we're also talking about heritage sites like in Lviv, like the last picture. And it also it also raises an issue: how can we protect the heritage sites, especially when we talk this time about UNESCO heritage site? Because as you may see, there is a small symbol of blue shield located on the facade of the building, but still there's no protection, and pretty much nothing can protect heritage sites, especially such a gigantic one like urban heritage, except for anti-air weapons. Next slide, please. But the war is the very tricky thing that does not only destroy cultural heritage, but it also creates cultural heritage, the new heritage, and the narrative that needs to be built around this. We're talking not only about Donetsk airport and with its iconic tower, we're also talking about concentration camp like the one in Yagidne that still requires a significant means to create a museum. We're also talking about tactical museumification, about tactical memorialization, and about the means that Ukrainian society chooses to pay to pay to those who were fallen, and to those who actually allowed us to continue. And of course, it raises a question of memorial cemeteries and memorial places, and memorialization of battlegrounds, like Bakhmut, and about, for example, first this discussion was raised by Sunken Worship Moskva, that was also a discussion that we should apply to UNESCO for to gain a protective status. But of course, there's those discussions continue, but not about Moskva, but mainly about how do we memorize the very recent history that still continues. Because as international expert brought up a number of times, when the situation allows, there will be a lot of tourists coming to Ukraine, sadly, to visit those sites that became so familiar, again, due to this very recent war, and we need to manage those crowds because, as you may know, for now, for international tourism, Chernihiv is not Chernihiv, but Chernobyl is the #1 destination. So anticipating this, the Ukrainian Institute of Commemoration also develops certain routes, but there will be more crowds coming. The next slide, please. And of course, when we talk about this war, we talk about genocidal actions because very comprehensive measures of Russia, they're targeting not only physical assets, but they're targeting traditional bonds, they're targeting human minds, they're targeting children's conscious and their affiliation to their culture. And what makes this war, as the wars of last decade so special, is that wars are the main battles are being fought not in the fields, but the main battles are being fought in a very dense urban environment where urban sites become the main target. And it's not the military who became the main targets, but civilians. And of course, this war jeopardized human connection, the livelihood of communities, traditional bonds, and of course, public spaces. Due to the martial law, of course, it's not allowed for a big group of people to get together at one location. And of course, it jeopardized the building of new connections and keeping the old ones. And of course, due to culture is definitely militarized, and this militarization is being brought by those communities that live in urban areas mainly. This herbicide that equally jeopardized small cities close to the frontier or big ones in the far rear, it still brings a lot of tension and breaks a lot of bonds that used to be traditional, but now we cannot go on due to objective reasons. The next one. The timing, because a lot of people going to tell you that the crisis response, as we call it right now, due to all documents, can be separated into 3 main phases: pre-crisis preparation, during the crisis, and post-war recovery. But the point is that, for example, I do not believe in post-war recovery. When you say something like, we're going to do that when the war is over, the war will never be over. Let's just tell the truth. This conflict, like military conflict, will go on in a variety of phases, and a lot of generation can change, but this tension between Ukraine and Russia will never calm down, will never tame. So we need to learn and adjust how to act right now. As when we talk about pre-crisis preparation, let's just tell the truth. A lot of people know that it needs to be done, but our human conscience always kind of tries to skip this part because it's way too traumatic, it's way too uncomfortable, it's way too costly, it's way too expensive to build sufficient pre-crisis strategy or emergency strategy for a heritage site. It's good to have it, but be prepared that all of the phone numbers will not respond because emergency services will be taking care about people, not about museum collection, and you will never know who of your crew will eventually give up, for example, a safe location of a museum collection. So it's good to have an emergency strategy, but it will never work 100%. So the time is right now. Of course, there are some limitations due to the safety situation, due to availability of resources and using common sense, but the time is now. For example, the central picture is when the explosion, the missile hit a playground next to the Museum of Hanenko, and the very next day, uh, dozens of volunteers showed up to save the location and to keep it safe as long as it takes, and to invest as much time as they have and as much as expertise as they have to basically to keep this place safe as much as possible. And of course, there are not all assets available, not enough funds, not enough people, very dangerous. But if you see that you can do something, it's about time. Of course, for example, there is no way to keep the architectural site safe in a situation of military actions, but you can still live your cultural life, going to the basement, rehabilitating the basement of cultural institution using the requirements of civil protection, or you can stabilize the site when you have the means right now, not waiting for the war to be over. For example, when we, very early month of the war, we were thinking we should start right away working with architectural heritage. And we called a really big gathering of cultural heritage professionals, asking if what do they think about that? And we all came to the conclusion that it's better to start right away with emergency measures, because when waiting for the war to be over, we're risking to lose more heritage uh, due to, again, lack of maintenance than due to the war. So that was our approach in terms of timing. And the next one. It's a little painful one. For whom do we preserve the heritage? The picture shows a gigantic crater that was left from the missile that hit the center of Kiev in October 2 years ago. And the next 2 days, children were playing in this crater. So for me, it's an illustration of resilience, and illustration of for whom do we keep this heritage alive. So of course, demographic is really painful. The data is really painful, and we do need to be conscious that even if we bring people back to the land, we'll not bring the land back to the people. And if we can return uh, the heritage to the people, a lot of them will not be able to comprehend this heritage because of traumatic experience of the war, and because not all of them will return to their initial sites of residence. So the future generations, our cultural diplomacy is the key for us to continue. The next one. And if we're looking for the right framework, my my point of view and my vision that every site and every situation requires its own framework. Because, for example, I haven't heard so frequently, and so every event talks about a Hague Convention and two protocols, but the point is that those rules are heavily put the accountability and responsibility on the offender. And let's just hope that it will be successful, and there will be a litigation process and the seek for justice. But with a recent event with criminal court, this hope is really pale. So let's just build the framework of what we can do right away. Of course, the time to think how we can do it, the time to think about the principles that we're bringing into this new development, into this new thinking, is right now. So there is a rule to using the principles of Bauhaus would be a great idea. But what I loved from Ukrainian experts, how they reshape it, it's not build back better, but it's building future better. And the general rules is that cultural heritage, of course, needs to be a part of integrated urban development as one of the key resources. I was trying to find the right framework, but from all the strategies and all the master plans that crossed my desk, the one that I paid specific attention to, and that was fantastic, was the rehabilitation of the old city of Aleppo, developed by GIZ, as that we could use as a framework how to highlight cultural heritage in future urban reconstruction. And now coming to more positive side of thing about the practical experience about some really, I believe, positive results in our work. The next slide, please. About World Monuments Fund and how we started our work in Ukraine. So we started our work with the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The fund was able to secure some funds for us to start our work, and we were using the crisis response framework that World Monuments Fund had already and applied in a number of other locations. And then it started as a 1-year project, but now it's the end of a 3rd year, and we're still continuing. The next slide, please. And of course, I had to pay a gigantic honor and be thankful to all our donors, including Helen Frankenthaler Foundation. For now, we're again launching a new fundraising campaign because, as you may know, the prices in Ukraine, especially for building materials and for professional construction workers, is just really high. And due to inflation, things are being really expensive. So we still hope to be successful in our fundraising campaign for the next couple years. Next one. And again, if we report, there are a lot of applications that we receive, and sadly we had to reject a lot of them because, again, a lot of communities, site managers are so eager to stabilize their site that they sometimes pay no attention to security issues, and this is where someone from outside has to come in and to provide more or less objective view of what's happening. But it was fantastic to observe how many people in, for example, deoccupied areas or endangered areas are eager to take care about cultural heritage that they own, manage, or are responsible for. The next one. And the main key from the experience that we had in Ukraine is that it's evolutionized. So it's being a certain evolution of our approaches and methods. The next one. Of course, when the war started and a few, let's just say half a year into the outburst of full-scale invasion, we were almost completely paralyzed because it was absolutely unclear if, for example, Ukrainian state would still exist, because Russian military were very close to Kiev, and it was absolutely the horizon of planning was 1 or 2 weeks. And of course, we were, as pretty much everybody, we were catering the equipment. We were on one of our, for example, more illustrative sites that we had was the common project implemented in partnership with AFCP on protection of the facade of the Black House Museum. As you may know, architectural sites are completely impossible to protect fully and comprehensively in a situation of a military crisis. But AFCP asked WMF to come up with an idea how you can protect at least a facade. So we built this protective structure that would protect the facade of the building from the debris in case if. Luckily, nothing had happened, but this project still continues because it shows our commitment to the cultural heritage and to the communities that are lucky to have this cultural heritage in Ukraine. And the next one. And of course, the equipment, the World Monuments Fund is designed, the next one, please. The World Monuments Fund is designed to take care about architectural and urban heritage. So we were talking about equipment, we were providing very specific equipment to, for example, to monitor the technical condition of Saint Sophia of Kiev, specific fire extinguishers designed to be very careful if we talk about monumental painting on wooden churches. And for example, one of our projects was to create a movable laboratory to evaluate technical chemical and technical condition of authentic building materials, because there's a lot of groups running around conducting 3D scanning. But if we talk about authentic fabric, we need to add that also into our basket, but not to have only an image of the site, but also understand the recipe of authentic fabric. The next one. And then we started the next one. And then we started with a 3 project on winterization, because a lot of really significant, beautiful, appealing heritage sites were affected by the military actions, and it was understood that they would not withstand the winter. So we started from our one of the most iconic sites that sadly became very well known because of a very recent events, the Library of Youth or Museum of Ukrainian Antiquities in Chernihiv. The stage one of the project was to winterize it, basically to build a very cheap but still very effective temporary structure to protect the ruins from the winter. And then it turned into stage 2 of the project with reconstruction of external walls, but also to one of the tasks of this project was to keep the scar that the building will always carry, the scar that this trauma left from the recent event that would serve as a constant reminder about the wounds of cultural heritage. So now this project is the next one. The project, we really wanted to keep all authentic parts on their places. There were manual dismantling of all building materials, and for example, bricks were used repeatedly to reconstruct the walls. But the damage to not only to the whole building but also to the building materials was so gigantic that we anyway had to use new building materials, new bricks that we had to design specifically to match the size of the late 19th, early 20th century bricks. So it was a whole gigantic, a lot of tasks to resolve. Sadly, we couldn't organize a public engagement event, but last Christmas, the local activists baked a gingerbread cake in the shape of this library. So this project was very well received by the local community, became again very popular, pretty much. The next one, please. Again, became a really popular in all kinds of events organized by the Ministry of Culture. The next one, please. And for now, we're discussing the stage 3 of the project, hopefully with rehabilitation of interior and turning it into a community center and cultural hub. The next one. Again, when we talk about winterization, one of the sites that we were taking care of was the next one, please, was Ohtyrka Local History Museum. The site in the reverse, the next one, please. The next. Yes, Ohtyrka Local History Museum. Again, the site was heavily affected by an explosion, and we took care about winterization of the site, stabilizing the walls and putting a new roof in historic shapes. And then it created so much interest, so much response from the local community that we started to think about the stage 2 of the project. The next one, please. And the request from the local community was to rehabilitate the basement, to turn it into a cultural hub. And this time, of course, we had to we had to apply the rules of civil protection, building 2 exits to entrance, independent ventilation system, independent heating system. And the project required lowering the floors. And while our crew was lowering the floor, they found the remains of a hut or a building, residential building that existed here prior to the museum being built. And so the remains were clay tiles, and pottery and the remains of traditional Ukrainian furnace. And when we suggested that we would like to provide some furniture, museum furniture, to expose the findings, the museum director told us, no, we have additional funds that we're able to collect from other donors to reconstruct traditional Ukrainian furnace, and they were using this furnace as a kind of a background to illustrate the findings. And now the space, next one, is turned into a super vibrant, very popular location locally for the community to get together, to talk about heritage, to talk about recent events, to meet with the military, meet with veterans, and to basically to continue their cultural and social life despite of air alerts not being interrupted. The next one. After, as you've seen, we paved the path from very tactical interventions to winterization that in a number of the cases came back to us and was continued as the second stages of rehabilitation. And now we are coming to more substantial means like urgent stabilization of truly significant and quite costly projects. This time we're talking about Teacher's House in Kiev that was affected by explosion due to the missile attack on Ukraine. The site is truly significant because Ukrainian Parliament of Ukrainian Republic in early 20th century was gathering here to declare Fourth Universal or Ukrainian Declaration of Independence, as we would say, call it. And this building is picture, you have a picture of this building on Ukrainian kind of grivnas. So the site is truly iconic. This is why when it was affected and it was damaged, we tried to step forward with all kinds of emergency stabilization measures. Next one. We were lucky to secure the funding from AFCP because the site was very appealing to everybody, to everyone. The dome was severely damaged. This all steel constructions are 100% authentic. Therefore, we had to figure out how to preserve authentic technique and authentic materials. And this is my hand holding a piece of metal from a missile on the roof of this building. The next one. The work we received funding really late, again, in the weather like this, in November, December. Therefore, we had to build a so-called greenhouse to protect our crew that would work on a height of 30 meters from the ground. It was a very fantastic experience because we not only stabilized the structures, but we cleaned it, coated it, and now it can serve a really, really long time, providing sufficient cover for the congregation hall that is located under this dome. The next one. And of course, the project was successfully, it lasted half a year. It was successfully accomplished. We had a great closing ceremony with the embassy of the US in Kiev and with the Department of Education and Science. And now we're starting our stage 2 of the project with rehabilitation of the central hall of the building to be served for all kind of really great events. Because the building is symbolic, the site is really, really significant for Ukrainian nation and Ukrainian statehood. So it's essential for the site to continue serving for Ukrainian community and society. The next one. And one of, again, I'm sure you've heard from Vasil Roshko already, and together with HEMO Heritage Monitoring Lab, we are still in the process of damage assessment mission. The point was that there are a lot of international teams conducting remote damage assessment using satellite images of any other means. But World Monuments Fund, together with Heritage Monitoring Lab, launched almost 2 years ago, launched a project with on-site assessment of technical condition of affected heritage sites with using multidisciplinary groups. And this project was absolutely successful. I know that for now there are almost more than 2,000 sites that were evaluated with our expeditions. The next one, will please. But this project also basically two main objectives: conducting damage assessment on site and managing the data. To manage the data, they launched a super fantastic database that contains a lot of sensitive data. This is why this creates a lot of issues for the team, how to keep this data safe and not to leak it or to keep it from cyber attacks. But also this team conducts remote monitoring of all open sources, and builds a heating map of those sites that were affected. And now we're seeing basically a screenshot from this monitoring missions. The next one. And this heat map is created due to the overlap of variety of layers of information, not only about the heritage site that are being on the register, not only about the direct information about attacks on certain heritage sites, but also about potential damage that could be created due to attack by a certain weapon. So it's a multi-layer map, absolutely fantastically gorgeous, that we're using frequently to verify information or to strategize and to find out about our next steps in Ukraine. So great partners. The next one. The monitoring missions and the remote assessment was also conducted when Kakhovka Dam was exploded, because it turned out that Heritage Monitoring Lab was the only partner who had sufficient information to calculate the damage or to estimate the losses, and their report was absolutely fantastic. Now, when we have the water being drained, it's completely different set of challenges, but at that time it was very advanced and on top of a spear. On the next one. And this is how, for example, monitoring of Kharkiv looked like. Now, of course, the data had changed because Kharkiv is one of the ultimate targets of Russian missile attacks for the last 2 months, almost daily. The next one. And of course, the working with the military was essential for this project, and spin-offs of this project was not only damage assessment for reconstruction, but also damage assessment for justice, working with General Prosecutor's Office in Ukraine, working with the military, and creating, for example, the app called Delta that has information about all heritage sites for the military, not to use in their military action, or try to not to harm, not to do any damage for the heritage site. The app Delta is not available for civilians, but we were lucky to support this endeavor as well. The next one. And coming to the lessons learned, of course, it's absolutely essential to conduct damage assessment as early as possible if we talk about architectural sites. Of course, it's essential to have your crew on the ground daily and provide support that they may require as much as possible. It is essential to start thinking and start working with your heritage despite of the crisis right away. Even though you did not have pre-crisis preparation of or emergency plan, it's still fine, because a lot of people, a lot of institutions don't have anything like this, where our mentality and our psychology built in a way that we see the future in a very positive light. but sometimes it doesn't happen, especially in the situation of a military conflict and the war that can outburst unexpectedly. Do not expect international support. Do not expect that international experts will know more than you do right now. Use the experience of your peers who survived the military actions, and their experience would be 1,000% more useful for you than some generic recommendations. Use their experience, rely heavily on your peers, use peer-to-peer method if we talk about any knowledge dissemination. Again, build as partnership as large as possible, engage all kinds of stakeholders, military, experts on the ground, someone who knows anything. Use, for example, our partners was the company that designed puzzles with images of heritage sites, and it was served great for promotion of cultural heritage for all kinds of target groups. Use marketing. It's absolutely essential because sometimes your message may not reach the right audience, but marketing is essential pretty much for everybody. The informational field will be overheated, so your message needs to be delivered in a very correct way. Work with NGOs. For us, it was the most efficient way of cooperation, working with non-governmental sectors, because governments are not designed to operate in military conflicts, but it's a civic society that showed resilience and flexibility required to do any work on site and any on-site projects. So now the government, our government, is finally adjusting or to the challenges of the military, of existing and operating in the situation of war, but it's still a lot of challenges. So if you're looking for a right partner, flexible, proactive, some site managers and NGOs were the one to reach out to. And the next one, so thank you so much for being with me, despite of all the odds. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and I would, of course, if you have questions, I would be delighted to answer them.
Thank you very much. I know how time is limited right now, but we still have a couple of minutes for the questions. If I'm asking to the audience if there is any question, Mike, hear us?
Yeah, I just wondered what.
Just a moment. Can you hear our voice?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
I just wondered whether the WMF is addressing the issue of the Crimea.
Crimea is occupied, and we're working with we've been partners with a Crimean institute that conducts remote damage assessment and works closely primarily with archaeological sites. We engaged them into our damage assessment project, but sadly, if we talk about urgent stabilization, that is a key for World Monuments Fund, then of course it's not feasible for us to send any crews or employ someone on the ground in Crimea to conduct any kinds of work of that kind. So, of course, we're looking forward to the liberation of Crimea, but let's just not hold our breath on that, but keeping our fingers crossed.
Thank you. Is there any questions also from the audience? No? No question? Yes, just seconds. Well, maybe my last question, and then we will allow you to leave. How do you see the lessons learned in Ukraine influencing global approaches to cultural heritage preservation in conflict zones?
I would just say that we need to reinvent the whole framework because we're still trying to use the instruments that were designed after World War II that are, of course, not applicable. We have new technologies, new methods. We can do a lot of much more things, but somehow we still use the same framework with pre-crisis preparation, during the crisis, and post-war recovery. The wars are being fought completely different right now, and we need to adjust if we want to preserve our cultural heritage in this, again, dystopian scenario. So the framework needs to be completely reinvented and reshaped.
Thank you very much. And now we will let you go. Thank you very much for your time, and with this difficult time with no electricity, connecting with phone. Thank you very much, and again, big applause to your work and to you all, our Ukrainian colleagues who are working hard during this very, very difficult time. Thank you, Kateryna. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we have the break for 15 minutes, and we continue to the next third session. Thank you very much. we are all refreshed with the coffee. And now I would like to ask Elke Kellner, the Managing Director of the ICOM Austria and Board Member of ICOM Europe, to moderate her session 3, the role of entities in heritage protection. Elke, please, the floor is yours and your speakers.
Thank you so much, Lana. After the great talk of Kateryna GONCHAROVA from the World Monuments Fund of Ukraine, we've seen really the necessity of all the partners, non-governmental organizations, governments and armed forces to work together in protecting heritage and safeguarding what we have. And the panel I'm moderating now is the session 3, the role of entities in heritage protection. So very fitting after this wonderful keynote, and I would like to ask the panelists, my speakers, to please join me at the stage. It's Juliette Raoul-Dival, Tamari Sopramadadze, Nino Rosatze, Sandro De Bono, and there we go, and Alenka Czernelic Kroshelid. And Ushka Purk too? I don't know if you're doing it together or just one of you. All right. Can you hear me? Yes, I hope so. Thank you so much. All women panel again. There's a lot of women power at this conference. So I want to introduce my first speaker, my dear colleague Juliette Raoul-Dival. She is the Vice President of ICOM Europe. She's the board member also of ICOM France and the board member of the Blue Shield in France. She is a long time ICOM member, a leading contributor to the global museum discourses on evolving missions, on ethics, on critical challenges we face as museums. She's led lots of those international debates. Our key topics at the moment, resource management, sustainable development, and heritage protection are key efforts. ICOM France is doing a lot also in supporting, safeguarding Ukrainian heritage and sending help transports, and she will give us a presentation with some of the key points of that. Thank you so much, Juliette.
Okay, thank you, Lena. So, hello everyone, dear colleagues. Dear Lana, thanks to you and to your whole staff. Thanks to Fine Art Museum staff and Shavshavardadze Museum and Nini to have welcomed us for the session today, yesterday, and the 3 days before. We know how complex it must have been to organize this ICOM Europe seminar, and its success is so important at a time when European issues are so strategic, particularly for Georgia. The international cultural, how does it work? Yes. Yes, for ICOM Europe Regional Alliance, I told it that yesterday, Europe is a huge geographical area, far beyond border of European Union, the whole continent from east to west, from south to north. It makes sense. Museum professionals from this vast region are working together to address the issue of protecting heritage in situations of armed conflict. And it has taken a dramatic dimension with the war raging at both ends of the area concerns. The international protection of cultural property concerns humanity as a whole because certain endangered heritages are part of the common heritage of humanity. This is the purpose of Convention de la Haye, which is celebrating his 70th anniversary, and which we are highlighting this week. As also board member and ex-chair of ICOM, first I would like to begin by quoting from the introduction to a report entitled 50 French Proposal to Protect Humanities Heritage, published in 2015. One sentence: we feel it is essential to reiterate forcefully that the protection of heritage cannot be dissociated from the protection of populations. My purpose is to highlight the power of cooperations to help safeguard heritage in situations of armed conflict. Cooperation is the will of men and women, without which the best conventions and laws are not enough. I'm going to give the example of what we did at ICOM France when Russia declared war on Ukraine, and to describe the forms of cooperation between non-governmental organizations, public, private, and community players that have been set up, enabling us to quickly provide practical help to protect Ukrainian museum works. As soon as the invasion began, in February 22, we were at phone with our ICOM colleagues in Ukraine, namely Anastasia Shetevenko and Yulia Vaganova. From the outset, we sensed their determination not to fail to their responsibilities as museum professionals, despite the immense difficulty of simply surviving in the midst of war. They were fully aware that Russia's desire to annihilate Ukraine's identity would lead to the deliberate destruction of sites and works. But how to help? With whom? What did our Ukrainian colleagues concretely need? What was most urgently needed? To find out, we decided simply to organize an emergency webinar that would enable our colleague from ICOM Ukraine to address live to the entire French museum community and their partners. We announced the session to all our members. ICOM France has 5,600 members, including 500 institutions, and we opened the webinar to other non-governmental organizations concerned: Blue Shield in France, ICOMOS, the French delegation of conservators and restaurateurs, and et cetera, and more broadly, all potential players, including, of course, the National Heritage Institute and the French Ministry of Culture, and also the French military department. From the outset, with some hope to us, our colleagues from Ukraine made a clear appeal: we need equipment to protect our works. Online, together with maybe 200 participants, with Bouclier Bleu, which is an irreplaceable expert in crisis situations, as you know, we noted the fairly detailed list: fireproof blankets, crates, digitalization equipment, humidity control equipment, and so on. You know that very well. Within a few hours, more than 40 French museums let us know what they were able to collect. Dozen tons of equipment were hastily prepared. But where to store dozens of tons of emergency materials and how to transport them? Storing and transporting emergency equipment to Ukraine is a mission for experienced professionals. Having heard about it, a French transport company, whose name is Chenu, contacted me. They offered to store the donations in its warehouses and to charter a lorry and its drivers to transport them. It was incredible. At ICOM France with Bouclier Bleu, we relayed the delivery address and the donations started pouring in very quickly. The first 50-ton convoy was ready to leave on 22 of March. I say it because it is very quick. The departure date was agreed with Chenu, but to deliver where? Asking drivers to enter a territory at war was impossible. How to find a reliable place? Then began the mobilization of numerous partners. Firstly, ICOM Poland and the Emergency Heritage Intervention Fund for Ukraine HERI, thanks to Piotr Rybson, who was head of ICOM Poland, and Vasil Roscoe, who was at HERI. In the meantime, spurred by these initiatives, a succession of spontaneous help, ICOM International, Sophie, ALIF and ICOM networks helped to get in touch with the local contacts. Then come the relay of ICOM Europe, thanks to Luis at this period, the coordinated commitment of European national committees, and so on. It is the incredible strength of individual and collective cooperation, public, private, institutional, and associative, here and on site, that has made it possible to respond to the emergency very quickly. In total, 75 tons of conservation equipment were sent to Ukrainian museum in 5 convoys with the same cooperation each time. As well as deeply moving human experience, it's important to remember that cooperation between civil society and professional is more necessary than ever, because thank you. As you know, from time immemorial, when people have waged war, they have attacked the culture of others in order to erase their identity and substitute one cultural order for another. I'm quoting one of our university, Vincent Negri. Today, there is a very ambitious legal arsenal at national, European, international level, under the edges of United Nations and UNESCO since the end of the Second World. Governments have built up a highly ambitious arsenal, you know about the Hague Convention. I want also to mention the Abu Dhabi International Conference on the Protection of Cultural Heritage at Risk, will take place on December 2016. And quote a sentence, heritage in its diversity is a source of collective wealth and encourages dialogue. It is a factor of rapprochement, tolerance, freedom, and respect. Its destruction is a threat to peace, as is the illicit traffic of cultural property, which often develops as a corollary of time of crisis. Consequently, they said, we, heads of the state and government and then our representative, have gathered in Abu Dhabi to reaffirm our common determination to safeguard the endangered cultural heritage of all people against its destruction and illicit traffic. And this conference was followed, thank you, was followed by the creation of an international fund, I think maybe Sophie will speak about, and also with the creation of a network of refugees to temporarily safeguard cultural properties. And the job, I'm not complete. So there are legal arsenal but unfortunately reveals its limitation, as Interpol reports. The world has witnessed an alarming rise in the destruction, organizing, looting, trafficking, and illicit sale, and so on. I have to finish, and I want just to, of course, say a role of ICOM. ICOM's role is to act for peace. This is how our organization was founded by museum professionals who were convinced that knowledge of each other's culture was a source of mutual respect and understanding. Our tools are built in this spirit. We have the red list. Sophie will speak about that, and she is really the cornerstone of this work. And we have also our ethic codes. Each of us, as member, must do our part to ethic. The ICOM Code of Ethics, adopted in 86, and translated in 38 languages, reminds all its members, more than 50,000 in 136 countries, that they have professional obligations. It is their responsibility to ensure that their museum and collections are protected against risks of all kinds, including in the event of armed conflict. The ICOM Code of Ethics is currently being updated. Let us not miss this opportunity to show that more than ever, museums are credible and trustworthy institutions. Please read this code and take part in its revision. May our today's debate enrich this discussion. My conclusion is that the Hague Convention that we are, he's 70 years old today, is celebrating. It is an indispensable tool. But I notice also that when around me, I speak to people, around very young people, that destroying heritage can be a war crime. They are sensitive. They ask questions. Let's talk to them so that they become aware players and informed partners of specialized institutions and organizations. An exhibition produced by our colleague at the French Army Forces Museum has been translated thanks to the services of Sophie Delepierre. It's an effective communication tool, and it will be available on our website, ICOM Georgian website, and also ICOM Europe website. As we have seen, the law can do a lot, but it cannot do everything without the strength of networks and cooperation between them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Juliette, on touching really on all the points we want to discuss in the coming hours, but especially also pointing out on one side the immense effort of the ICOM national committees in the first phases of the war against Ukraine, and on the other side, of course, the ethical background we all have to consider, and which is the basic of our work in museums and in ICOM. So I will pass on to our next presenter, Tamari Sopromatnadze. She is the chairperson of Blue Shield Georgia. We had the pleasure of having her at the training already and at the beginning of the week. And she studied art history at the Tiflis State University and also has a master's degree from the Leiden University. She is supporting communities, projects, especially of communities displaced after the 2008 war of Russia and the annexed territories in Georgia. And she will present their collaborations and projects of non-governmental organizations in this context. Thank you so much.
Thank you. გამარჯობა, მოგესალმებით, მეგობრებო, ქართულად ვისაუბრებ თუ sorry. I'll speak in Georgian. So. All set? Good. მოგესალმებით კიდევ ერთხელ მეგობრებო. დღეს პირველ რიგში ის მინდა ვთქვა, რომ რთულია სხვა რამეზე კონცენტრაცია და საუბარი, როდესაც და არა იმაზე, რაც თქვა ამ შენობის კარებს გარეთ მოხდა დღეს დილით, გუშინ საღამოს. და ალბათ ყველა ქართველი ამას გრძნობს, მაგრამ ალბათ განსაკუთრებით უკრაინელი კოლეგის მოსმენის შემდეგ და მოვიკრიბოთ ძალა და დღეს იმაზე მაინც კონცენტრირდეთ, რომ ამ ოთახის ფარგლებში მაინც ვიყოთ ჩვენი ქვეყნის ელჩები, ადვოკატები და ვისაუბროთ იმაზე, თუ აქ რა ხდება. და დღეს ხო, და იმაზე კონცენტრირდეთ, რომ ქართველებმა ვისაუბროთ, თუ რა საქმიანობას ვაკეთებთ, ისევ ჩვენი ქვეყნისთვის, ისევ ჩვენი ქვეყნის კულტურული მემკვიდრეობისთვის და ჩვენი მომავლისთვის. გავხნევდები და დავიწყოთ. პირველ რიგში, როგორც იცით, ლურჯ ფარს წარმოვადგენ და პირველ რიგში მინდა რომ გავიხსენოთ გუშინდელი დილა, როდესაც პიტერ სტოუნმა გახსნა თავისი მოხსენებით, ის არის ლურჯი ფარის საერთაშორისო ლურჯი ფარის პრეზიდენტი და ისაუბრა ჰააგის კონვენციაზე და იმაზე, რომ მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ ქვეყნების ძალიან დიდ ნაწილს ხელმოწერილი აქვს ეს კონვენცია, იდეალურად კი არა, იდეალურთან ახლოსაც კი არ არის განხორციელებული ის ნაბიჯები, რაც შედის რეალურად ჰააგის კონვენციაში. და ამასთან ერთად ბოლოს ამასაც გახსენებთ, რომ კითხვა დაგვისვა, რომ თქვენ თავს კითხეთ, თქვა თუ რამე მოხდა კრიზისული სიტუაცია, რას ვაკეთებთ? თუ იცით, რა უნდა მოხდეს, ვის უნდა დავურეკოთ, რა პროცესები არის, რაც უნდა განხორციელდეს, რომ საბოლოო ჯამში მემკვიდრეობა იყოს დაცული სწორად. და რეალურად პასუხი უმეტესობა შემთხვევაში არის ან არაზუსტი, ან ზუსტად არ ვიცით და ასე შემდეგ. სწორედ ამ მიზანს ემსახურება ლურჯი ფარის როგორც ორგანიზაციის არსებობა, რომ ამ კონვენციის განხორციელება შეუწყოს ხელი და ამ მიზანს ემსახურება ლურჯი ფარის საქართველოს ეროვნული კომიტეტი, რომელიც ამ საქმიანობას მისდევს საქართველოში. და ჩვენი მიზანი არის სწორედ ამ კონვენციის შესახებ ინფორმაციის გავრცელება, ამაში სწორად განხორციელება და ყველა იმ უწყებისთან დაკავშირება, მათთვის გაცნობა ამ ყველაფრის, რომ ეს პროცესი ჩამოყალიბდეს. ამას კი ნამდვილად ბევრი შრომა ჭირდება, იმიტომ რომ ამ პროცესში ვიცით, ძალიან ბევრი უწყება არის ჩართული და ძალიან ბევრი ელემენტი არის აქ. ლურჯი ფარის საქართველოს ეროვნული კომიტეტის უკეთი წელი არსებობს და დასაბამიდან ვცდილობთ, რომ მაქსიმალურად გავაკეთოთ ეს საქმე ადრეული დღეებიდან. აუცილებლად უნდა ვთქვათ ისიც, რომ ლურჯი ფარის საქართველოს ეროვნული კომიტეტის ძალისხმევით ითარგმნა და ხელმისაწვდომი გახდა სწორედ ჰააგის კონვენცია, რომელიც მანამდე ეს ხელმისაწვდომი ქართულად არ იყო. და დღესაც შეგიძლიათ ჩვენს ლურჯი ფარის ვებგვერდზე ქართული ტექსტი ნახოთ და წაიკითხოთ და გამოვეცით კიდევაც. რამაც რა თქმა უნდა ეს მნიშვნელოვანი ნაბიჯია მის განხორციელებაში, რა თქმა უნდა. პროექტებს გარეთ საქმიანობა, რა თქმა უნდა, ყოველთვის არის და ყოველთვის ვცდილობთ, მაგრამ ასევე მნიშვნელოვანია პროექტების ფარგლებში ჩატარებული საქმიანობა და როდესაც ამაზე ვსაუბრობთ, გვერდს ვერ აუვლით პროექტს, რომელიც გოლში განხორციელდა და ტრენინგზე მეც იყო მოკლედ მიმოვიხილე და დღეს უკვე კონკრეტულად ვიტყვით, რა გაკეთდა ამ მიმართულებით ამ პროექტის ფარგლებში. ეს იყო ორწლიანი პროექტი გორის ისტორიულ-ეთნოგრაფიულ მუზეუმში და მისი ერთ-ერთი მიზანი იყო სწორედ სამოქალაქო სამხედრო თანამშრომლობის გაღრმავება, რომელიც ბოლო პუნქტად არის ამ პროექტის მიზნებში ჩამოთვლილი, რაც გულისხმობდა იმას, რომ პროექტის ფარგლებში ესე დაგეგმილად და სწორად მიგვეწოდება ყველა იმ ორგანოსთვის, რომელიც ამ პროცესში არის ჩართული და რაღაც მოქმედებათა ჯაჭვი გაგვერკვია, ჩამოგვეყალიბებინა და რაღაც ნაბიჯები გადაგვედგა ამის განხორციელებისადმი, იმიტომ რომ რეალურად ეს ჯაჭვი ესეთი მოქმედი არ არსებობს. ეს არის ჩამონათვალი იმ პარტნიორების, რომელიც პროექტს ყავდა და რეალურად ეს სამუშაო პროექტის დაწყებამდე დაიწყო, რადგან ვიპოვეთ ყველა ეს უწყება, რომელიც იყო ჩართული, ძირითადად ინგლისურენოვანისთვის ვიტყვი, რომ არის სახელმწიფო უწყებები აქ ჩამოთვლილი, როგორც ადგილობრივი, ისე ცენტრალური ხელისუფლების და დავიკონტაქტეთ მათ და მათი პარტნიორობით დავიწყეთ მოკლედ ამ პროექტის განხორციელება. და რა თქმა უნდა, კანონიც და მისი განხორციელებაც მნიშვნელოვანია, მაგრამ ამ ყველაფრის გავლა, სწავლება ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, როგორც ყველა მიცით, რომ ეს პრაქტიკაში ვნახოთ, რამდენად მუშაობს, არის თუ არა რეალური ამ ყველაფრის განხორციელება და შესაბამისად ყველა ამ უწყებასთან ერთად პროექტის დაწყებიდანვე დავიწყეთ იმაზე შრომა, რომ ეს სწავლება მომხდარიყო. ანუ სწავლება იმის, რომ გავიაროთ კრიზისის დროს, თქვათ მოხდა რამე კრიზისი, როგორ უკლავდება ამას ერთი ჩვეულებრივი ქართული მუზეუმი. რა უნდა ვქნათ, ვის უნდა დავუკავშირდეთ, ვინ იცავს ამ ადამიანებს, თუ ამ მემკვიდრეობას, როგორ ვიცავთ და ასე შემდეგ. ამაში არის ძალიან ბევრი უწყება ჩართული, რა თქმა უნდა, რასაც ფოტოზე ხედავთ, რომ ბევრი მცდელობის შემდეგ მაქსიმალურად ვეცადეთ, რომ ყველას დავკავშირებოდეთ, ეს არის კულტურის სამინისტრო, რა თქმა უნდა, თავდაცვის სამინისტრო, დაცვის პოლიცია, შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტრო, ადგილობრივი ხელისუფლება და ასე შემდეგ. რაც არც ისე მარტივია, იმიტომ რომ ყველა ადამიანის ერთად შეკრება და მე ის რომ თქვათ ეთარზე ვიყოთ და რაღაცაზე შევთანხმდეთ, არც ისე მარტივია. თუმცა, ცადეთ და გამოგვივიდა, შეგვიძლია თქვათ, და 2022 წელს დაგეგმვის შემდეგ განხორციელდა ეს სწავლება გორის ისტორიულ-ეთნოგრაფიულ მუზეუმში, რომლებშიც ჩართული იყო ძალიან ბევრი უწყება და გავიარეთ სწორედ ეს კრიზისის სიმულაციას თავიდან ბოლომდე. ეს იყო წინასაომარი სიტუაციის სიმულაცია, სადაც მუზეუმის თანამშრომლებთან ერთად, ყველა უწყებასთან ერთად გავიარეთ თუ როგორ მოხდებოდა ეს ყველაფერი კრიზისის დაწყებიდან, ინფორმაციის გავრცელებამდე, შემდგომ ექსპონატების ევაკუაციით, დროებით სასაფში გადატანით და ასე შემდეგ. ეს ყველაფერი, რა თქმა უნდა, შეგვიძლია წარმატებულად ჩავთვალოთ, იმიტომ რომ ასეთი ტიპის ტრენინგი და სწავლება ქართულ მუზეუმში პრეცედენტი იყო. თუმცა, რა თქმა უნდა, არის გამოწვევები, რაც ქართული რეალობა განსაზღვრავს, ასე ვთქვათ. მაგალითად, რაც არ შეიძლება თუ არ ვახსენოთ, მაგალითად პარტნიორთა ჩამონათვალში იყო განათლების და კულტურის სამინისტრო, რომელიც იყო ჩვენი პარტნიორი სანამ ეს პროექტი დაიწყებოდა და იცით, რომ საქართველოში ხშირად იცვლება შიდა პოლიტიკა სამინისტროებში, ხშირად იცვლება პოლიტიკა ზოგადად და პროექტი რომ დაიწყო, სამინისტრო დაიშალა და რეალურად მერე კულტურის სამინისტრო ამ პროექტში არ იყო, გამოეყო. და რეალურად ქართული კანონმდებლობის თანახმად კულტურის სამინისტრო არის ის ორგანო, რომელიც კურირებს ამ პროცესებს. და ნუ ჩვენ რა თქმა უნდა, ფარხმალი არ დავყარეთ და მაინც ვიმუშავეთ ამ ყველაფერზე, რომ ეს პრეცედენტი არსებულიყო, რომ ამის შესაძლებლობა არის და ქართულ მუზეუმს შეუძლია. მაგრამ ეს ორგანო არ იყო აქ ჩართული. მაგრამ სამაგიეროდ უნდა ვახსენოთ ის, რომ ამ ყველაფრისთან ერთად ვიპოვეთ ისეთი პარტნიორი, რომელიც არის საქართველოს ეროვნული გვარდია და ამის შემდეგ წლები გავიდა და მათ წარმოადგენლები დღესაც აქ არიან და ძალიან გვახარებს ეს, რომ ანუ ეს პროცესი არ შემწყდარა და ესეც რაღაც დადებითი არის, რომ ჩვენ მცდელობას ყველაფერი იდეალურად არ გამოგვივიდა, მაგრამ ვისაც ხმა მივაწვდით და მათგანაც წამოვიდა ინტერესი, ვხედავთ, რომ ეს მუშაობს და რაღაც პროგრესის მიღწევა შეგვიძლია. ანუ მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ რთულია, მაინც რაღაც ნაბიჯები მაინც გადაიქმნება წინ. და მათთან ერთად ჩავერთეთ მათ მიერ ორგანიზებულ ტრენინგებში უკვე, სადაც შეტანილი იყო უკვე კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ელემენტი და ეს უკვე მუზეუმში კი არ ჩატარდა, ეს ჩატარდა უკვე დიდ რაღაც სიმულაციას, რომელიც შსს და ეროვნული გვარდია თავდაცვის ძალები ერთად ახორციელებენ, იქ დაემატა კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ელემენტი. და იქ მოვახდინეთ ეს სტაბილიზება და ასე შემდეგ. და ეს მოხდა, ეს ორ ტრენინგში ვიყავით, იყო ჩართული ჩვენი ჯგუფი და რეზერვისტების დახმარებით მოვახერხეთ ამ ყველაფრის სიმულაციის გაკეთება. ეს იყო ერთი დიდი პროექტი გორის, რასაც ვისაუბრებ, თუმცა ყველა პატარა პროექტის ფარგლებში, რომელსაც ვახორციელებთ, მაქსიმალურად ვცდილობთ, რომ ჩვენი ხმა მივაწვდოთ თქვათ ადგილობრივ ხელისუფლებას, ცენტრალურ ხელისუფლებას ამასთან დაკავშირებით, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენ რასაც ვაკეთებთ რეალურად იმისთვის არის, რომ ქვეყანა და მის მემკვიდრეობა უკეთ იყოს მომზადებული კრიზისული სიტუაციებისათვის. რაც ასევე ადგება, რა თქმა უნდა, ადგილობრივ მთავრობას, თუ ცენტრალურ მთავრობას და მათაც შეუძლიათ გამოიყენონ ეს დაგროვებული ცოდნა თავის სასარგებლოდ. და ეს არის მაგალითი ასეთი პატარა პროექტისა, რომელიც გორის პროექტის მერე განხორციელდა კასპის მუნიციპალიტეტში, რომელიც ასევე დროებით ოკუპაციის ხაზს ესაზღვრება და ასევე გაიარა ომის დროს დაბომბვა და ასე შემდეგ. და ეს შედარებით მცირე პროექტი იყო, მაგრამ ამ პროექტის ფარგლებშიც ვიმუშავებთ ადგილობრივ მთავრობასთან და ასე თუ ისე და იმას მივახციეთ, რომ ერთ-ერთი მუზეუმის რეაბილიტაციის დროს გაითვალისწინეს ჩვენი რჩევები და ჩვენი ექსპერტის რჩევით, იმიტომ რომ მათ უნდათ მარტო საექსპოზიციო სივრცის რესტავრაცია, იმიტომ რომ რო შედიხარ პირდაპირ იმას ხედავთ და ჩვენი რჩევით ვუთხარით, რომ საცავი ბევრად უფრო მნიშვნელოვანია მუზეუმში, რაც ყველა მიცით, ვინც მუზეუმში მუშაობთ. და საცავის სივრცესაც მიაქცეს ყურადღება, რაც ჩვენთვის ძალიან სასიხარულოა. და ასევე არის ყველა სხვა პროექტის ფარგლებში, რომლებიც საქართველოს რეგიონში ვახორციელებთ ბევრ მათგანს, ვცდილობთ, რომ ეს ხმა მივაწვდინოთ იმ უწყებებს, რომლებიც ჩართული არიან ამ პროცესებში. ჩემი პრეზენტაციის ბოლოს დაგეგმილი მქონდა, რომ მეთქვა, რომ ლოგიკურია, რომ ვისაუბროთ თქვათ მომავალ გეგმებზე, რა აკეთდება ამ მიმართულებით, იმიტომ რომ ეს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი საქმე გაკეთებულია და მოითხოვს იმას, რომ წინ წავიდეთ, რაღაც ახალი დავამატოთ, ვისწავლოთ, ერთმანეთს გავუზიაროთ ეს ცოდნა, თქვათ სახელმწიფო უწყებას რაც აქვს და რა თქმა უნდა აქვს ძალიან დიდი რესურსი ცოდნა, გაგვიზიარონ ჩვენ და ასე შემდეგ და ერთად შევძლოთ ის, რომ ქართული კულტურული მემკვიდრეობა უკეთ იყოს დაცული. და მინდოდა იმის თქმა, რომ რეალურად ამ მომენტისთვის 2024 წლის დეკემბერს არასამთავრობო ორგანიზაციებს როგორც კულტურის სფეროში, ისე სხვა სფეროში რეალურად ხელები გვაქვს შეკრული და ეს შორკი არა ახლო მომავალზეც ვერ ვსაუბრობთ და ვერაფერს ვერ ვგეგმავთ. რაც ნამდვილად გულდასაწყვეტია, მაგრამ დღეს მე მგონი ამის თქმაც ცოტა უადგილო არის, იმიტომ რომ ხედავთ ორგანიზაციებს კი არა ჩვეულებრივ ადამიანებს აღარ გვაქვს უკვე რაღაც იმის შეგრძნება, რომ შეგვიძლია თავისუფლად ვისაუბროთ. და ხო, დასასრულს უბრალოდ, რადგან მაქვს საშუალება მიკროფონთან ვისაუბრო, მინდა რომ ქართველებს მივმართო, რომ ყველამ ვიცით, რომ ევროპელები ვართ, გრძნობთ ამას, ვიცით და საქართველო ვართ ჩვენ, ასე რომ არ დანებოთ.
Thank you so much, Tamari. We see what's going on here, like the demonstrations every evening. Just yesterday again, so many people turned to the street very peacefully and really speak their mind and speak their favoring path toward the European Union and the European community as a whole. So I really hope you're successful in that. But the role of Blue Shield is really one of the key communicators in times of crisis between the cultural sphere, the museums, the heritage institutions, and the armed forces. So this role is key because we don't always speak the same language. It's not so easy because those are two very different spheres. And I'm really glad that you have such a great cooperation with the Georgian National Guard of the Georgian Defense Forces and Nino Rusace. She's the head of the division of the Emergency Response Department and gives us her presentation about the efforts you're realizing together.
So, Saidan. შეიძლება ხო? კარგით. მოგესალმებით ქალბატონებო და ბატონებო. მე წარმოვადგენ ეროვნულ გვარდიას. სანამ პრეზენტაციაზე გადავიდოდე, პირველ რიგში მინდა მადლობა გადაუხადო ორგანიზატორებს, ასევე ლურჯი ფარის ორგანიზაციას, ასევე მუზეუმების გაერთიანებას ეროვნული გვარდის ამ უაღრესად მნიშვნელოვან კონფერენციაში თუ ტრენინგში, ტრენინგის პროცესში ჩართვაში. ეხლა რაც შეეხება პრეზენტაციას, შინაარსზე არ შევაჩერებ თქვენს ყურადღებას, მოდი ვისაუბროთ დღევანდელი ჩემი პრეზენტაციის მიზანზე. დღევანდელი მიზანია დაგანახოთ ეროვნული გვარდიის ადგილი და როლი, თუ სათხედავ ჩვენს ადგილს და როლს კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების დაცვაში, შეიარაღებული კონფლიქტების დროს და ასევე გაჩვენოთ მეტი წარმოდგენა, შევქმნათ მეტი წარმოდგენა გვარდიის იმ შესაძლებლობაზე, რაც დღეს ჩვენ გაგვაჩნია. რატომ გვარდია? პირველ რიგში, რა თქმა უნდა, დამითანხმებით, თუ არსებობს საერთაშორისო პრაქტიკა, როდესაც კრიზისის დროს თავდაცვის ძალების თუ ნებისმიერი ქვეყნის თავდაცვის ძალებიდან გამოიყოფა ეროვნული გვარდია და არა მოიერიში ან სხვა ქვედანაყოფები. ამის საერთაშორისო დიდი პრაქტიკა არსებობს. მეორე, ჩვენ გვყავს ტერიტორიული თავდაცვის რაზმები, რომელზეც მოგვიანებით შემდეგ სლაიდში გეტყვით, თუ როგორ არის განლაგებული, ეს არის ძალიან დიდი პირადი შემადგენლობა, ასე ვთქვათ, რომელიც მზად არის ჩაერთოს კრიზისის რეაგირების პროცესში. ასევე ეს პირადი შემადგენლობა, რომელიც მე ახლა დავასახელი, არის მომზადებული და აღჭურვილი, რაც მთავარია. და ეს მომზადების პროცესი არის უწყვეტი ციკლია მომზადების. არ ჩერდება რეზერვისტი მოდის, ვამზადებთ, წავა, ისე ვიძახებთ, მოდის, ვამზადებთ. ანუ პროცესი არის უწყვეტი. და ყველაზე მთავარი, ეროვნულ გვარდიას გააჩნია კრიზისებში ჩართვის სამოქმედო გეგმა. როგორ უნდა ჩავერთოთ და რას ვაკეთებთ, ყველაზე მთავარი, რომელსაც ქვია სისტემა პეგასი. ტერიტორიული რაზმები, ეხლა თქვენთვის ეს რა თქმა უნდა უბრალოდ გეომეტრიული ფიგურებია, მაგრამ რა გიხსნით? დასავლეთსა და აღმოსავლეთში ეს მართკუთხედები ნიშნავს ბრიგადებს და ბატალიონებს. დასავლეთში ყავს ერთი ბრიგადა, აღმოსავლეთში ყავს ერთი ბრიგადა, თითოეულ ბრიგადაში არის 5 ბატალიონი და თუ ხედავთ რუკაზე როგორ არის გაშლილი, ანუ ბატალიონები რეგიონის მიხედვით რამდენიმე ადგილას არის ასე ვთქვათ თავს იყრის რამდენიმე ადგილას. ეს არ არის დაუშვათ ბატალიონი დგას მარტო ქუთაისში. პირიქით რეგიონში არის ტერიტორიული პრინციპი. რატო ტერიტორიული პრინციპი? ეს რეზერვისტები ცხოვრობენ იმ ადგილას, სადაც არის ეს ბატალიონის, ან ახლოს იმ ადგილას, სადაც არის ბატალიონის დისლოკაციის ადგილი, რაც იმას ნიშნავს, რომ კრიზისის დროს მათი გამოძახება და სწრაფი ჩართვა, აღჭურვა და კრიზისის რეაგირების პროცესში სწრაფი ჩართვა ძალიან მინიმალურ დროში ხდება, რაც უკვე ჩვენ ასე ვთქვათ რეალურ ცხოვრებაში გავტესტეთ, ეს იყო ბორჯომის ხანძარი, ძალიან სწრაფად მოხდა მათი მობილიზება და ჩართვა, როგორც კი განკარგულება გაიცა, ყვარელის ხანძარი, ასევე შოვის ტრაგედია, ძალიან სწრაფად მოხდა რეზერვისტების მობილიზება და ადგილზე გამოცხადება, როგორც კი მივიღეთ ბრძანება. შემდეგი სლაიდი. როგორ ხდება ჩვენი ჩართვა? აქ არის ერთი საკანონმდებლო, ასე ვთქვათ, მთავარი წესი. ფორმიანი კრიზისის რეაგირებაში ვერ ჩაერთვება თუ არ არის პრემიერის განკარგულება. შესაბამისად, როდესაც არის ეროვნული დონის კრიზისი, უწყებათა შორისი ოპერატიული ცენტრი იკრიბება, თუ თავისი ძალებით ეს იქნება საგანგებო სიტუაცია, თუ უпростоრად საგანგებო სიტუაციებს მართ სამსახური, თუ ხედავს, რომ ვერ ართმევს თავს და საჭიროა თავდაცვის ძალების ეროვნული გვარდიის ჩართულობა, ის მიმართავს რეკომენდაციით უსაფრთხოების საბჭოს, სადაც ზის მინისტრი და ზის პრემიერი. პრემიერს მიმართავენ ეს ოპერატიული ცენტრის წარმომადგენელი რეკომენდაციით, რომ ჩვენ გვჭირდება თავდაცვის ჩართულობა, თავდაცვა პრემიერი გასცემს განკარგულებას, ეს განკარგულება მოდის თავდაცვის მინისტრამდე, მინისტრი უკვე თავდაცვის ძალების მეთაურს და თავდაცვის ძალების მეთაური უკვე ეროვნულ გვარდიას და აი აქ ვიწყებთ უკვე ჩართვას და სისტემა პეგასის ამუშავებას. ანუ როგორც ხედავთ, ეს ჯაჭვი ცოტა ხანგრძლივია. ჩვენ პრემიერის განკარგულების გარეშე ჩართვის უფლება არ აქვს. ჩვენ ვართ მხარდაჭერი ძალა. მოთხოვნას აყენებს საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართლმსახური. აი ეს არის ზუსტად ის შესაძლებლობები. ხა ცისფრად არის სტრატეგიული დონე პრემიერულ საფრთხეების საბჭო, ოქროსფერ კუბიკებში არის უკვე თავდაცვის ჩვენი ზემდგომი უჯრედები, ამ ნაწილს არ შევეხები, უბრალოდ გეტყვით, როდესაც კრიზისი იდგება და გვარდია ერთვება და ამოქმედება სისტემა პეგასი, აი მწვანე უჯრედებს ხედავთ, გვარდიაში იქმნება კრიზისებზე რეაგირების მხარდამჭერი ცენტრი. ამ ცენტრში შედის რამდენიმე უჯრედი, ეს არის პირადი შემადგენლობა, HR-ი, ჩვენს სამოქალაქო ენაზე, ლოჯისტიკური უზრუნველყოფის ჯგუფი, კავშირგაბმულობის ჯგუფი, ადმინისტრაციის ჯგუფი, ინფორმაციის მართვის, ანუ მთელი ერთი დიდი, ასე ვთქვათ, ცენტრი ოთახში ვიკრიბებით ეს კრიტიკულად მნიშვნელოვანი რგოლები, რომელიც ახორციელებენ პროცესის მართვისა და კონტროლის მხარდაჭერას. ამ პროცესებს მართავს, რა თქმა უნდა, ეროვნული გვარდიის უფროსი ან მისი მოადგილე. ეს ჯგუფები, ასევე სამოქალაქო უსაფრთხოების უჯრედიც არის. ანუ იმის თქმა მინდა, რომ ყველა ზის ერთ ოთახში და აქვთ განსაზღვრული თავიანთი მიმართულება, ლოჯისტიკა, HR, კავშირგაბმულობა და ასე შემდეგ. ეს არის პეგასის მთავარი პლუსი, რაც აი ამ სწრაფად შევიკრიბეთ და მოხდა ჯარების ჩართულობა, მობილიზება. როგორც ხედავთ, ეს არის უკვე ჩვენი რეაგირება, შევკრიბეთ ეს ჩვენი რეზერვისტები, კრიზისია შევკრიბეთ რეზერვისტები და უკვე გავედით კრიზისის რაიონში. იქ გვარდია ხსნის თავის შტაბს, რომ ადგილზე ვემართოს. გვარდიას ყავს წარმომადგენელი უწყებათა შორის შტაბში, საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართვის შტაბში, რაც იმას ნიშნავს, რომ სწრაფად მივიღოთ დავალება და გადმოეცეს ჩვენ ადგილობრივ შტაბს, რომ მოხდეს კონკრეტული კრიზისის რაიონში უკვე რეზერვისტების ქვედანაყოფის გაშვება, ანუ იმის თქმა მინდა, რომ ჩვენ თვითონ ვერ მოქმედებთ კრიზისის დროს, მშვიდობიანობის პერიოდში მაქვს საუბარი, ჩვენ უნდა გვითხრან, სად წავიდეთ, როგორ წავიდეთ. თუმცა ჩვენი ადგილობრივი შტაბი არის იქ, სადაც მართავთ. პლუს საგანგებო სიტუაციებთან მართვის სამსახურთან თანამშრომლობის ფარგლებში იმისათვის, რომ კარგად შესრულდეს სამოქალაქო უსაფრთხოების ეროვნული გეგმა პრემიერის დადგენილება 508, ჩვენ გაგვესაზღვრა ძირითადი ამოცანები, რაშიც გაგვესაზღვრა პრიორიტეტი მიენიჭა აიგერა ჩამონათვალი იმ ამოცანებს, რაშიც უფრო ვჭირდებით საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართვის სამსახურს. ეს იქნება ხანძრის ქრობა, მათ შორის აი ამ ჩამონათვალში, არ ჩამოვთვლი ბოლომდე, ერთ-ერთი ნაწილი არის კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების ევაკუაციის პროცესში მხარდაჭერა. არსებული მდგომარეობა, სად ვართ დღეს? დღეს ვართ, ჩვენ გვაქვს ძალიან ესეთი ღრმა თანამშრომლობა შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროს კრიზისების მართვის, საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართვის სამსახურთან. რა თქმა უნდა, ლურჯი ფარის ორგანიზაციას აქედან დაიწყო ეროვნული გვარდიის ჩართულობა კულტურის კუთხით, კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების კუთხით, სწავლებებში თუ ასე ვთქვათ, ცოდნის გაღრმავებაში, ამისთვის მადლობა მათ. თანამშრომლობთ, მემორანდუმი გაფორმდა მუზეუმების გაერთიანებასთან, ამისთვის მადლობა ქალბატონ ნინას ადრაძეს. ამას გარდა თანამშრომლობთ გორის მუზეუმთან და რამდენიმე სხვა მუზეუმებთან. SNGP არის ნატო საქართველოს არსებითი პაკეტი, ერთ-ერთი ინიციატივა არის კრიზისების მართვა, რომლის ფარგლებში ჩვენი ეროვნული გვარდიის პირად შემოდგომობა მომზადდნენ ინსტრუქტორებად კრიზისების მართვის კუთხით. ჩვენ აი ამ ტრენინგების გავლის შემდეგ საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართვის სამსახურთან ერთად მნიშვნელოვანია ჩვენ ერთად გავიარეთ ეს ტრენინგი. აი ამ SNGP-ის ფარგლებში ჩვენ ვამზადებთ ჩვენ რეზერვისტებს, ჩვენ გვაქვს უკვე შესაბამისი ცოდნა ის ნაწილი, რაც ხანძრის ქრობას ეხება პირობითად. ამას გარდა გადმოგვეცა დანიის მხრიდან ზუსტად ისეთი აღჭურვილობა საგანგებო სიტუაციებზე რეაგირების, ეს სახანძრო სახელოები იქნება თუ პომპები, რომელიც თანხვედრაშია საგანგებო სიტუაციების მართვის სამსახურის აღჭურვილობასთან, რაც იმას ნიშნავს, რომ მე ჩემი აღჭურვილობით რომ მივალ ხანძრის ჩასაქრობად, ძალიან მარტივად შევძლებ დავაერთო პირობითად მათ სახანძრო სახელოებზე. ამაშიც კი პრობლემა რო არ გქონდეს. რა თქმა უნდა, სტარდება სწავლებები და ტრენინგები. გვაქვს მონაცემთა ბაზა, რაც იმას ნიშნავს, ჩვენ უწყებებიდან გამოვითხოვეთ, მრავალი უწყებიდან გამოვითხოვეთ მონაცემთა ბაზა, რომელიც ჩვენ გვჭირდება გის შესაძლებლობების განვითარებისთვის. ანუ ჩვენ ეს იქნება ხიდები, კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლები თუ სხვა, ეს ყველაფერი გვაქვს, შეგვიძლია ჩავტვირთოთ გისში ლეიერებად და გამოვიყენოთ კონკრეტული კრიზისის დროს გაჩნია და რა რეგიონში იქნება. თავშესაფრები, რა თქმა უნდა, ჩვენ გვაქვს ინფორმაცია თავშესაფრების შესახებ. სად არის, რა არის და როგორ არის. და თანამშრომლობა ჩვენს ხელმძღვანელობას ჰქონდა შეხვედრა კულტურის სამინისტროში გაცნო ჩვენი ასე ვთქვათ შეთავაზებები და ეხლა ველოდებით პასუხს, იმიტომ რომ მინისტრთან უნდა ყოფილიყო საუბარი და პროცესები ესეთი რომ ჯერ გაჩერებულია და თანამშრომლობთ მუზეუმებთან. გამოცდილება, ჩემო წინა გამომსვლელმა უკვე ახსენა ჩვენი გამოცდილება ლუჩპართან ერთად ჩატარებული რაღაც სწავლებები ჩამონათვალს არ გავყვები, სწრაფად მინდა მოვყვე. აქ ერთ სწავლებას გამოვყოფ, ეს არის საგანგებოს მიერ ორგანიზებული Ph.D. ევროგაეროს ეგიდით ჩატარებული სწავლება, რომელსაც ქართული მხრიდან საგანგებო სიტუაციას სამსახური მხარს უჭერდა და მათი ინიციატივით მოხდა ჩვენი ჩართულობა და იქაც გავათამაშეთ კულტურული ძეგლების ევაკუაციის პროცესი. ასევე იყო სწავლება, სადაც ევაკუაცია ისევ საგანგებოს გვარდიის მიერ ორგანიზებული სწავლება, სადაც კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების ევაკუაცია მოხდა ძალიან ისეთ კრიზისულ სიტუაციაში, თოქზე ჩამოკიდეს ეს ყუთები და წყალზე გადატანა. ეს უკვე საგანგებოს ინიციატივა იყო, რომ ესეთი სახით და არა მარტო დაუშვათ შენობიდან გამოტანა. ყველანაირი სიტუაცია შევქმნით. საბრძოლო მოქმედებები. ამ სლაიდზე მინდა კარგად დაგანახოთ, რა უპირატესობა აქვს ომიანობის დროს თავდაცვის უწყებას. პირველ რიგში ესე ვთქვათ, იმისათვის რომ მოხდეს რაიმეს პრევენცია, მნიშვნელოვანია რისკების შეფასება. რისკების შეფასებისთვის კიდე საჭიროა კარგად ფლობდეს სურათს. რა ხდება? აქედან გამომდინარე, საბრძოლო თავდაცვის ძალების ეროვნული გვარდია საბრძოლო თეატრის საბრძოლო მოქმედებების თეატრის სულ სურათს ფლობს. ანუ იცის სად რა ხდება, იცის სად შეიძლება იყოს მოწინააღმდეგე, იცის მათი მოქმედების სავარაუდო გეგმა. გააჩნია საშუალებები, რითაც ფლობს ინფორმაციას დანაღმულ ველზე და ასე შემდეგ. და რაც მთავარია, არაპირდაპირი ცეცხლი გულისხმება საარტილერიო და საავიაციო თავდასხმა. ომიანობის დროს თავდაცვის უწყების ეროვნულ გვარდიას შეუძლია განსაზღვროს და იცის წინასწარ. შეიძლება იცოდეს ანალიტიკური მსჯელობის და მონაცემებზე დაყრდნობით, შეიძლება განსაზღვროს საარტილერიო თავდასხმა, სავარაუდოდ რა ადგილიდან წამოვიდეს და რომელი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლი აღმოჩნდეს რისკის ქვეშ, რაც არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი. შესაბამისად, მასვე შეუძლია გააკეთოს, გასცეს თქვას, რომ აქედან გაიტანეთ დროულად კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლები თუ არტეფაქტები. ანუ მთავარია ის ფლობს სიღრმისეულ ინფორმაციას და შეუძლია განსაზღვროს მოწინააღმდეგის სავარაუდო სამოქმედო გეგმა. და რაც მთავარია, გამოჩნდა გადაადგილების მარშრუტები. მოგეხსენებათ, შეიარაღებული კონფლიქტების დროს ომის დინამიკა არის ძალიან ცვალებადი. პირობითად, დღეს თუ 12 საათზე თუ ქუთაისია უსაფრთხო მარშრუტი, პირველ საათზე შეიძლება აღარ იყოს უსაფრთხო მარშრუტი, იმიტომ რომ იმ მომენტში იყოს მოწინააღმდეგის მხრიდან რაღაცა ნიშანი, რომ ავიაცია თავდასხმა არის და ასე შემდეგ. ამიტომ რომელი მარშრუტი, როდის არის უსაფრთხო, იცის თავდაცვის უწყების ეროვნულმა გვარდიამ. რას გთავაზობთ? ევაკუაციის გეგმების დამუშავებას, მხარდაჭერას უსაფრთხოების გეგმების შემუშავებაში, უწყებათა შორის გაძლიერებას, იქნება ეს სტიქიური უსაფრთხოების გაძლიერებას, იქნება ეს სტიქიური უბედურებების დროს თუ ასე შემდეგ, ტრენინგები ჩავატაროთ, მხარდაჭერა ევაკუაციის პროცესში, იმიტომ რომ ევაკუაციის პროცესი ბევრ რამეს მოიცავს, ეხლა უბრალოდ დრო არ მაქვს რომ ვისაუბრო. ერთობლივი სწავლებები და აქ შეკითხვა ერთად თუ ცალკე, რა თქმა უნდა, ჯობია ერთად ვიმუშაოთ. სასურველი საბოლოო შედეგი საქართველოს გააჩნია ქმედითი კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვის და თავდაცვის გეგმა. ამისათვის მნიშვნელოვანი ფაქტორები არის, რომ არსებობდეს უსაფრთხოების გეგმები და გვყავდეს მომზადებული პირადი შემადგენლობა და მიღწევის გზები არის, რა თქმა უნდა, მემორანდუმი, სამუშაო ჯგუფების შექმნა და სწავლებების და ტრენინგების ჩატარება. მადლობთ ყურადღებისთვის.
Thank you so much. Yes, yes. It's wonderful to see because the Georgian Armed Forces really implement, please sit down, the intention of the Hague Convention, because an important part of the Hague Convention, of course, is the training and preparation in peacetime for the armed forces to save the heritage and cooperate with heritage institutions. And it's an amazing work they can input, because they are the pros in dealing with crisis. So this is an enormous advantage. I think the next speaker is Dr. De Bono. I think he's online, is that correct? Yes. Dr. Sandro De Bono, he's a NEMO board member. He is an academic and a consultant working in the Department of Arts, Open Communities and Adult Education at the University of Malta. And he has about 25 years of experience in working with museums, curating, and project management in different sectors. And he will talk about a path for a future safeguarding cultural heritage in conflict. So we're extensively exploring that topic today, focusing on the principles of the Hague Conventions and those initiatives we all just mentioned during peacetime and their importance. So Dr. De Bono, if you can hear us, please start the lecture.
Am I online? Just give me a sign whether you can hear me or not, and whether you can see me.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you from Budapest in Hungary. I'm here for another conference, so unfortunately I couldn't be with you, but thanks to technology, we can do such things. I wouldn't call them miracles, but close to. As you rightly said, my brief contribution to this conference, I did manage to hear a few things said also by the other eminent people who are participating in this conference, will be more of a reflection. It will be informed by my knowledge of the sector, but also trying to understand how we can move forward. And in fact, my title is A Past for a Future. It's not a mistake. I will explain, hopefully by the end of my presentation, what I really mean by this choice of title. But without further ado, I would like to start. And when I was preparing for this conference, I could not help to think of the Monuments Men. No? The Monuments Men immortalized in the 2014 film directed by George Clooney. The film, as you all know, is based on the 2007 fiction book, The Monuments Men, Allied Heroes, Nazi Thieves, and the Greatest Treasure Hunts in History. And Follow is inspired by a true story, which is informed by the Allied group from the Monuments, Fine Arts, and Archives program, that is given the task of finding and saving pieces of art and other culturally important items before the Nazi destroy or steal them during World War II. Indeed, I mean, it is a true story, and we only got to know about these stories because the Smithsonian Archives of American Art holds the personal papers and oral history interviews of a number of these Monuments Men, as well as photographs and manuscripts from their time in Europe. Fast forward to 10 years after the end of World War II, and we can register the very first post-war attempt at regulating the protection of cultural heritage in the case of armed conflict. We all know we've been referring to it. You have been referring to it. The Hague Convention of 1954, I think, can be rightly acknowledged as a first attempt at introducing a measure of protection to cultural heritage in conflict zones. And the convention does introduce a number of principles, such as the universal value of heritage going beyond nationality and ownership, the adaptation of preventive measures such as inventories. I want to highlight inventories because I will get back to that later on in my presentation. The planning of emergency measures to protect property of cultural heritage significance. Someone mentioned the blue badge. That is the case in point. And the removal of cultural heritage property to places of safety. All these enshrined in a convention that seeks to prevent or at least limit the loss of cultural heritage in times of war. The convention, as we all know, would also bind signatories to refraining from using such property in any manner that might expose it to destruction, and also by refraining from all acts of hostility directed against it. It would also encourage marking certain buildings, which is obviously a reference to the blue badge that I have mentioned. That was 70 years ago. But curiously enough, the convention, in a way, seeks to echo the efforts of the Monuments Men and their commitment to safeguard cultural heritage during World War II. And again, by highlighting the need to establish units within military forces responsible for the protection of cultural heritage property. So there is some connection there and the process of continuation. But when we delve deeper into the 1954 Hague Convention and its subsequent addendas and developments, we cannot help thinking that the core of it is essentially reactive. Indeed, the convention, perhaps informed by the World War II experience, well, not perhaps, but probably that is the case. It is a sequel to what humanity experienced during the Second World conflict. Goes on to build on this reactive approach. And that is where my first questions come up. Has this given us the desired results? Are we in a better position protecting cultural heritage than before? We all know what happened in Iraq in 2003. I chose this photo of the Iraqi National Museum Deputy Director, Mushin Hassan, amid the ruins of the museum following looting in April 2003. And I quote, "Gangs of several dozen came," I'm quoting one senior guard, "some had guns," he states, "they threatened to kill us, and if we did not open up, the looting would go on for days." In this particular case, the Hague Convention mattered very little and could not guarantee any measure of protection simply because circumstances did not concern armed conflict between two nations, possibly also signatories, because in order for the Hague Convention to come into force, it has to be endorsed by both parties. This was an invasion, and in any case, the United States would become a signatory later in 2009. Did we forget what happened in Syria a decade later? Have we perhaps forgotten the story of the Syrian archaeologist and head of antiquities in the ancient city of Palmyra, another monuments man, Khaled Mohammad al-Assad, publicly beheaded by the Islamic State for refusing to cooperate with them? And by consequence, obviously, if he did so, he would have supported looting and the removal of cultural heritage that he had dedicated his entire life to protect. Once again, the Hague Convention mattered very little. I would add nothing at all. None of the parties was a signatory, and in this case, the Islamic State was not even recognized as a party in a conflict, but just a terrorist institution. Fast forward to Ukraine, and we are now considering a case of an invasion and armed conflict that has tested us to the limit. Cultural heritage was removed to safety whenever possible. We heard quite a number of exceptional case studies, even this morning. And the regional approach, informed by the shifting and movement of works of art outside national territory, would guarantee a measure of protection that would otherwise be difficult to implement. We might not know the full scale of this recovery and protection efforts as yet. Those might be stories to tell, and future scholars to study in the not too distant future. But once again, I ask, are there guarantees that cultural heritage is indeed being adequately protected in spite of all the efforts, the humongous efforts that have gone into this particular case? Is the 1954 Hague Convention proving to be enough and guaranteeing the right measure of protection? I would like to quote what the Minister of Culture and Strategic Communications of Ukraine has communicated to the press a few weeks ago, when he listed 1,200 sites that have been destroyed, including 117 of national importance, 117, as well as over 2,000 cultural institutions damaged, of which 368 have been totally destroyed. The Russian Federation is a signatory to the 1954 Hague Convention, and it became a signatory 3 years later, in 1957. But we might need to see the dust settle on this conflict to understand the extent of these statements. So what can be done if conventions are not useful, or perhaps not as useful or as impactful as we would like them to be? And what purpose can they address? And I think there is this shift in thinking, in our thinking as monuments men, as heritage professionals, from giving a future to our past, to working on our past to guarantee its full accessibility and enjoyment by future generations, to instead giving a past to our future. It's a different shift. It's a different perspective, which will position our thinking in the future, trying to harness the future and the potential that it provides us with, to understand where we stand in the present and what can be done, where we stand in the present and what can be done in order to address these challenges. So then it is a question of our understanding of the future and how we harness the future to address the challenges of the present. I'd like to share this tool amongst many other tools. This is the Futures Cone. It is a conceptual tool used in future studies to visualize and analyze a range of potential futures that can emerge from the present moment. It represents the idea that the future is not linear, but consists of multiple possible scenarios. We can talk of probable futures, which refer to the most likely outcomes based on our current trends and data. We can talk of plausible futures that are less likely, but still credible scenarios that could happen. We can talk of preferable futures that represent the preferred choice of desired and expected scenarios. But we can also talk of preposterous futures, which would refer to scenarios that seem implausible but can provoke thought about what would need to change for them to occur. So by visualizing potential futures, we can think strategically when we talk of risk assessment and innovate by promoting discussions about what might happen and how to prepare for it, which is the case in point as to what we are discussing this morning. This would encourage more informed decision making, also more flexibility in thinking about the future and the possibilities, the preferred, the probable, and so on and so forth. And when used by collaborative teams, such as museum teams, management teams working on such challenges, it can help identify emerging opportunities and threats, as well as priorities in terms of critical futures based on likelihood and impact. So how can the Futures Cone help as one particular instrument that I've chosen to share with you this morning? How can it help us to understand the protection of cultural heritage in times of conflict? And I'd like to take the case of inventory, which is something that the Hague Convention mentions and which is crucial, more often than not, I would say fundamental in times of conflict and in times when cultural heritage is displaced and there are efforts to get it back. I specifically choose to focus on inventory because the convention insists on documenting on documentation, including inventories and specifically the registration of cultural property of very high importance. Inventory is an essential requirement of cultural heritage management, but then again, the point of departure would generally focus on thorough documentation. We have standards that guide these processes. And obviously, photographic documentation is and remains a fundamental element. I would like to share this exhibition, visual of this exhibition that was organized, curated by the Bode Museum in 2015 on the 70th anniversary of the Second World War. You can see black and white photos there hung along the walls, and those photos would refer to what was lost, the paintings, and what survived. They are not visible here. The frames, there is another section which shows the frames that actually survived. So we have an arts collection whereby the paintings were lost, but the frames survived simply because in the final years of the war, the paintings were removed to safety, inverted commas, and they were taken to the Friedrichshain Flak Tower, where they were stored for safekeeping. The storage facility was destroyed, whilst the frames that were left behind in the museum survived simply because they were considered to be of lesser importance. This too suggests that sometimes, and more often than not, what we might think that is precious and we might put in all our efforts to protect would end up in greater risk than what we decide to leave out of our plans. And again, photographic documentation, even if we're talking of we're referring to a case study that dates to 85 years ago, where photography was not as evolved as it is today. Nonetheless, photographic documentation proved very important. But there is also conservation thinking and best practices, whereby interventions carried out on a work of art or any material culture for that matter is meticulously documented so as to ensure that restorers and conservators who will intervene on the state of conservation of the object, of that particular object, would be better informed, not only as far as the state of conservation of the object is concerned, but also the success or otherwise of the interventions carried out way back. In this respect, we might consider the practice of conservation as a step forward, in this case, documentation for the purpose of future conservation requirements as informed by a futures-oriented thinking approach. When conservators document their work in order to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the state of conservation, they are equipping the future restorers to intervene within a well-informed framework. But this, again, concerns the state of conservation of the object or artwork. Its materiality, more than anything else, informed by the need to give a future to our past. The thinking behind the Svalbard Global Seed Vault would be perhaps the framework that we should be considering in order for us to position the need to provide a past to our future. The Seed Vault provides long-term storage for duplicates of seeds from around the world, conserved in gene banks. This provides security of the world's food supply against the loss of seeds in gene banks due to mismanagement, accident, equipment, failures, funding cuts, war, so on and so forth. By positioning ourselves in the future, thanks to the Futures Cone as one particular instrument, one possible tool, we can understand where the challenges of the present are, and much like the thinking behind this Svalbard Global Seed Vault, understand much better what needs to be protected now and how, the need for extensive documentation in case of loss, and the understanding of material culture as container of relationships going beyond materiality. So the question to ask would be, what if? What and how would our future societies engage with cultural heritage? Can we ensure, can we guarantee that they do? And if we find ourselves in situations of loss, Can the object be recreated? Do we have enough information to do that? Not only in its material form, but also as far as its relevance and significance to humanity. What can we do in the case of a likely future, a probable or a possible future? What if the object is looted or lost? What type of documentation is needed to retrieve it, or at least keep the memory of it alive? What if it gets destroyed? What do we need to recreate? As cultural heritage is increasingly under pressure in conflict zones, could it be that we need new instruments, new thinking, be they policies or new approaches, possibly also including legal ones, to protect it? The answer to these questions would undoubtedly contribute to giving a path to our future. We are all monuments men, striving to protect our heritage in one way or another in such dire circumstances. We might need to think differently about how to do it. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. De Bono, about your thoughts about how the heritage, how our past impacts our future, and how important the role of museums is for society to define that future in a hopefully positive way. Also, the thoughts about if the Hague Convention needs to be revisited, if it's still enough for the changing objectives in current wars. And so we continue this discussion for sure. As we're pretty short in time, I want to pass on the word to my dear colleagues, ICOM colleagues from ICOM SSE, Alenka Czernelic and Ushka Purg, for ICOM SSE Southeastern Europe Chair, and Ushka is the Secretary and Treasurer. Alenka is also the director of the Bosavsche Museum in Brežice, and Ushka is museum advisor in the Bankarium, the Slovenian Banking Museum, and they will present to you the ICOM Solidarity Project, Effective Museum Leadership in Mitigating Crisis in Conflict and Crisis.
Thank you, hello. Thank you to Lana and all the organizing team in Georgia. We are really honored to be here. Thank you also ICOM Europe and all the organizers that we can present the project that we are doing, and also, of course, to spend time with you. I think this is the most important now when we talk about footprint, handprint. I think the hard print is also very important, and this is one of the nicest ways. Okay, so I'm coming from this museum. This is regional museum on the border between Slovenia and Croatia. And as any museum, we have our statements. Our is connected with what we can learn from the past. It's how to be brave and more skillful for the future. And this is, of course, one of the greatest Knights halls, fully painted in Baroque time, in Slovenia and much wider. Okay, we'll try to combine, yeah.
Hi, also from my side. I come from a private museum, and I do have to tell you that we just changed our name because we're adding a gallery to our banking museum, but I am on the department of a banking museum, so what we try to do is actually we try to persuade our visitors that banking tradition, banking history 5,000 years ago, still today, and money development and everything is actually very, very much concerning everyone. And what our mission statement is actually that we try to convince people to, when they leave our museum, to be aware of the fact that yes, of course, money rules the world. Of course, we all know and are aware of this statement, but it is more important than that it rules the world, is how we know how to deal with it and how we tackle with it. And that's where our power lays. Okay, and now we'll put our ICOM hats on and we'll continue with our project.
Okay, thank you. So in ICOM we have national committees, international committees, and regional alliance. And one of regional alliance from 2005 is actually for Southeast Europe. You know that we are coming from very contested history in this part of the Europe, and in 2005 there was a lot of echo about the last decade of the 20th century. You know, the split of for Yugoslavia, you know about the conflicts. Now we maybe even don't remember that, but in our part of Europe it is still very alive, and I think that one of the ideas of this regional alliance is how to connect countries, how to connect professionals, how to reshape this, you know, very nationalist storytelling about the history in our region. So we are always kind of a region of different challenges. I am not saying that other regions doesn't have challenges, but you know, kind of our region can discuss, should discuss, and do and really discuss some things in this environment, that we know each other, that we can discuss openly, and of course some topics that are maybe more connected to what we need, and it's good to have it. So we have 11 countries: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Romania, Serbia and Slovenia, and we are trying to have a conference every year. So this is a photo from our conference this year in Kikinda. As all of regional alliances and international and national committees, we are trying to be involved in ICOM network, as it was emphasized for several times. We are active in Code of Ethics. Juliette really emphasized that, and we agree. We need to be active in this, as we were active in how to remodel the museum definition. Now we are all trying actually how to install it again in our national legislations. Most of the countries in our region had the former definition actually involved in some parts really in legislation. So now we are reshaping that, but that's okay. And thank you to Sophie and the ICOM Secretariat. One of the red lists, this was in 2021 and presented in Prague 2022, was also from our region. So we try also to report what we are doing through ICOM newsletters. We still printed. I didn't bring it any here, but if you want it, you just can show me and tell me, and I can send you. But everything is of course online, and this is a good opportunity to share what we are doing, and that actually it stays also for a longer time, like documentation that is said. Okay, now we go to the project that we want to present to you, and I'm giving the word to Urška. He actually did the most of the job, so I think it's good that she is now here presenting it. Thank you.
Yeah, effective museum leadership in mitigating risks and conflicts in crisis. Well, we've heard a lot about how to deal and tackle with crisis here in yesterday and today, and we mostly were listening to about how to protect our heritage. But if we boil everything down and come to the fil rouge of everything, we are always discussing about people, so the human resources within the museums. And this is what we try to address with this project that was going on from 2023 to this year. It concluded. And we tried to, together with our partners, which were really nicely selected from quite variety of the world. So besides ICOM-C, we had Intercom, and then we had ICOM Arab, we had ICOM Zambia, ICOM Tanzania, and Fundación Taipa, to manage to get together people with variety of experiences. And we've heard so many examples of how we can tackle and how we can save our heritage today and yesterday here. Imagine if we hear it from the entire ICOM network, and this is what this guidelines, templates, and technical manual can assure you. So what we tried to do was, we tried to make a step-by-step tool that will lead you throughout the preparation of the online or in-person director forums to share the experiences within the ICOM network. And we tried to follow the strategic plan, and we tried to enhance the knowledge that we already have to prepare the protection pre-hand and after-hand. So after the crisis already appeared, or the any kind of events that caused the well, the crisis. We firstly gathered in Morocco, where we tried to do a kind of a base directors forum to indicate how the toolkit is supposed to look like. And we've met with all the partners to discuss the most important topics. But you know what is the nicest part of this project? It always listens to its participants pre-hand, because you ask them pre-hand, what are the topics that you should address? And it kind of takes the form of, and I will show you now how it worked when we made like a training, or not a training, but we tried to see how it works. We tested our tools on ourselves, and we had an online directors forum this May, and this is how it works. So pre-hand, you will invite people, and you will invite and select a keynote speaker, and you try to always find someone who is relevant for the participants that will be attending the directors forum. And then you ask the participants pre-hand which are the topics that you're supposed to cover, and then you have a keynote speaker. And here we invited a Slovene director who recently suffered and had to tackle with the flooding of quite important national heritage in Slovenia. And then we discussed in separate split groups about different topics, and the ones that bubbled up were empowering staff. So this is always something, and yes, this is the directors forum, but it's not only directed at directors and museum leaders and management, but also the head of curatorship, head of restorers and conservators, head of technicians, and they all could be included in these forums. So empowering staff. There's so many topics that people have to mitigate while having a crisis, that staff is one very strong one. And as it was pointed out yesterday, sometimes we cannot predict how people will react when we do have crisis, because it is possible we have never been in a situation like this. So sometimes you have to actually be able to snap people out of it and just react on the spot. And that was the first group that was discussing this. Then we had ensure public support for the renovation. So we do not only talk about human resources within our institutions, but broader, local institutions, local communities, local people that help and are already friends of our museums and galleries. But even broader, we need to address also the stakeholders and management and our initiators, our governments and so on. So we really need to have a very broad aspect of how to mitigate risks when they appear. So I try to go really briefly through this, but this is how it looks like. It's an online tool that everyone can use, and you're very much invited to please use it. It's in 3 languages, English, French, and Arabic. It will guide you step by step. You can relate to it, and we would be most happy if you use it to give us a feedback. And we will try to kind of tailor-made it also through your feedback to be useful in the future as well, because as you've noticed, well, the crises they're not dormant. They are always here, and we can all be faced with it. And it's better to be prepared than to kind of mitigate the risks once they appear. So I will return now the word to Alenka.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now I will just show one example from a museum that I work in, and actually it connects to countries, because on the border between Slovenia and Croatia, maybe you remember these big 2 earthquakes that actually happened in March 2020 in Zagreb, actually in the capital of Croatia, and then on December, this day at noon. In another town, and a lot of heritage in Zagreb was ruined. One of the museums of art and design was really damaged. a lot of because of the bad maintenance that we heard about yesterday, and all the time we talk about that. But as we are near, we had a lot of damage also in our country. As we were not in the center, this is just the influence. So at one point, there was no damage in humans and so on. We talk about some damage in the castle and some damage with objects, not so much, because we were prepared. We are prepared for the earthquake with very simple, in the depots, with very simple protective, shelves that were protected, very simple way, not that objects do not fall and so on. So some things can be very, very how do you say, very easy and very simple, but a lot of things can be very complicated. So we actually, we just finished the restoration of 4 rooms because we had problems with leadership at governments one way. Our conservation department could not decide what to do. So this was a huge, for me as a leader, a huge project just to restore 3 rooms. And then, with the conservation department coming, our conservation institute coming after every step actually was a huge challenge because they are changed their mind, not mindset, but several times they changed their mind. So the cost just increased and increased. So, but there was no income for us. And as we were not so injured, we could not actually do something like give us money, we need money from EU or from the government, so we had to do it by ourselves. But it's okay. And what we do a lot, and I think you talked about that, how to also involve, very important, not just National Guard, also firemen, fire brigades that can help in many risks, many disasters. So we had a drill this year, and of course we discovered so many problems because we have castle, it's not fully renovated. We have many problems, but okay, now we will start. I hope that we will start to do the plan that is concrete. We have plans, we evacuate every year, we have drills, but I think that in all we have to improve. So we have just 1 minute. Urshka, yes, we have 1 slide more. Yeah, thank you very much. You're always welcome. And if you try the tool, please send us feedback. It would be excellent, and invite us if it's possible to participate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Urshka and Alenka. So we have some time to talk a little bit about those topics. In the audience, please think about questions you might have. We'll start with a panelist round and then go to questions in the audience. So back to the Directors Forum. Did you have the feeling when you were developing it that the basics are still missing in many ICOM national committees? It's like to prepare for crisis. It's not a favorite topic in the committees sometimes. And did you feel that the Directors Forum is a real emergency tool, or is it rather a tool to like stay in touch and exchange, especially if there's a longer ongoing crisis, to like exchange best practice models?
Thank you. Yeah, from previous projects that were mostly led by Intercom, of course, International Committee for Museum Management, it was shown that this need for concrete connection, not just, to meet and discuss, was very huge all over the world. And of course, this tool that was developed through pandemic so much gave us opportunity to do more, and that we can also focus on these topics in projects. So what actually was also for us, do we need it? Is this the really right way? Well, we did our best. Maybe the best answer. As we are connected very different parts of the world, but on one hand, we all deal a lot with good leadership, with how to be good in governments also, and how to also address these topics from this point of view. It's not so hands-on, but it's also very important. And if you have good leaders, you know, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely, like I would summarize maybe that contact, communication, and cooperation is for us really key in emergency situations. And this is well known in blue light organizations, well known in the armed forces, but in the cultural field we sometimes have to structure that. And I would just want to come back to Julia, to your experiences. At the start of the war of Russia against Ukraine, what was your experience, how the committees were organizing, getting together, finding out what the needs were?
Thank you, Elke. What I tried to tell you what happened in the first few days of the war. At this time, we thought immediately that there was a possibility to museums to communicate together from France and other national and international committee also were involved, but it was very quick, and I tried to explain how the rapidity of the experience, and it seems to me interesting to remind how it was possible, because we found in Ukraine some colleagues organized, well organized in ICOM Ukraine, with some people, some women who were who kept available to answer to the help we wish to bring. And on the other side, in France and with some other colleagues, when we invite people on a webline meeting, conference, it was not sure that it would be possible to hold it, of course, because we did not know if we will have any communication. We were ourselves surprised of the number of answers, how many people were online. I say 40 museums in France. They immediately answered to the call from our colleagues. And that is something I think important to say, that we are really a network. It's not a word, it's something true. And we are a network environed with some other organization, institution, and private collaboration, and we can involve them very quickly. And that was, I think, an interesting experience.
Yeah, I completely agree. From our experiences, Austria worked a lot together with Germany and Switzerland, and we also a little later, but we also connected to France to like coordinate our measures. Who is taking care of kind of what area? What are the different needs? So really to be in contact, to get the contact information of the people responsible. This is really key. And this was amazing to work together with ICOM Ukraine, and really key for all the urgent operations, because without contact you can't work, and this is why also it's so important to keep the contact information on the website, on the databases, direct dialogue. And then after the first shock, we were all kind of able to get organized and to get structures and get really the lists of what the different museums need, and then the help transports were able to start. So this is key. There was a question from the audience, please.
მოგესალმებით, შეკითხვა მექნება სლოვენი. შეკითხვა მექნება სლოვენიის წარმომადგენლებთან. თქვენ ახსენეთ ევაკუაციის გეგმები და ეროვნული გვარდია ასევე და მაინტერესებს ეროვნული გვარდიის ფუნქცია-მოვალეობები ამ ევაკუაციის გეგმებში წინასწარ გაქვთ გაწერილი, თუ უშუალოდ რამე კრიზისის პერიოდში განსაზღვრავთ მათ მოვალეობებს?
Yeah, actually, I emphasized firefighters. We really had in Slovenia a huge flood last year also. And with this hospital, it was partisan hospital. This is kind of national disaster. This is for Slovenia like Notre Dame in Paris. So this is huge also regarding European heritage because it's one of the most known and actually kept partisan hospital. So I think when this happens, at first you have support of everyone. It's just then the after. I think that we all talk about it. Also now I think it's in Ukraine the same. We helped with convoys, everyone first now. So we have army forces, they help always, it's not a problem, like it was explained yesterday in Germany. But in one way, also firefighters are very important, I think, in all the countries. Yeah, we don't have so strong blue shield. We are just talking about what is going on in our country. We will just ask as soon as we come home. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the perfect move over to the armed forces and blue light organizations, because sorry. Yes, but I'm just going. I will. Thank you. The blue light organizations, because they are our professional partners in emergency management. As museums are not really, it's not our favorite topic to discuss the crisis management and the emergency plans. Many museum people would say, let's make an exhibition, let's do something nice. But we really have to focus on those problems. And the key competence of the armed forces, the firefighters, the blue light organizations, is really focusing on crisis, on practicing the worst case. And the important part is here also communication, because the language is not always the same. We had just a course with the Austrian armed forces where you had civil people from the NGO field working together with officers of the armed forces in a course about cultural property protection. We have a special kind of officer training in CPP for officers to really give their commanders in cases of crisis the advice how to protect the heritage. So I would wanted to ask, do you have the same structure with the National Guard? And what would be like the most important thing you would want from museums?
ქართულად გიპასუხებთ. არა მარტო ეროვნულ გვარდიაში, თავდაცვის ძალების ქვედანაყოფებში არსებობს ესეთი მეკავშირე ოფიცერი, რომლის პასუხისმგებლობა არის სამხედრო სამოქალაქო თანამშრომლობის საკითხების მოგვარება ომიანობის დროს. ერთ-ერთი მიმართულებაც არის კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების დაცვას. რაც შეეხება მუზეუმებისგან თქვენ აღნიშნეთ, რომ გეგმების წერა ცოტა არ ინტერესებს, უფრო გამოფენაზე ხართ ორიენტირებული, მაგრამ როდესაც კრიზისი დგება, მნიშვნელოვანია იყო მზად. იმისთვის თუ როგორ გაიტანო, როგორ უზრუნველყო უსაფრთხოება. შესაბამისად, ლურჯი ფარი იქნება თუ ეროვნული გვარდია, ამ მიმართულებით ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია გაღონდეს თანამშრომლობა, იქნება ეს მუზეუმებთან თუ სხვა კულტურის სფეროს სხვა წარმომადგენლებთან, კულტურის სამინისტრო და სხვა უწყებებთან. კრიზისს მოაქვს ძალიან ცუდი შედეგები. ეს არის აქ მთავარი. და თავდაცვის ძალები სხვანაირად ვერ ჩაერთვება, თუ არ იქნება კრიზისი უშუალო დახმარების პროცესში, მაგრამ ჩვენ შეგვიძლია ჩავერთოთ პრევენციის, ანუ მომემზადოთ კრიზისისთვის, ესე შეგვიძლია ჩავერთოთ. I think I answered your question.
Yes. So you got to know your partners, you got to have a plan how to react, and this is most important, because then in some situation the armed forces can support the museums, can support the cultural. You showed the cases, so that there's some more you can see after our discussion. But also just one more question, because warfare has changed. So PSYOPs is a much bigger issue now. We have kind of a war against identity, a war against history of a people, which applies here, and how you think the armed forces prepare against confrontation of that kind.
ეს არის შეკითხვა, რომელიც არ არის ჩემი მიმართულებით, ჩემი სპეციფიკიდან გამომდინარე, მე უბრალოდ კრიზისზე რეაგირების კუთხით ვარ, რაც შეეხება ფსიქოლოგიურ ოპერაციებს, ამას სხვა დეპარტამენტი ამ საკითხზე სხვა დეპარტამენტი ზრუნავს, აქედან გამომდინარე, მე არ ვარ კომპეტენტური პასუხი გაგცეთ.
So Dr. de Bonis mentioned the importance of keeping inventories for museums to preserve our heritage in the changed environment of cyber warfare, of how to keep digital data safe. What would be your immediate recommendations or experiences in online clouds or such thing to really keep the inventory safe in a crisis scenario?
In this case, technology can be very helpful and very useful in the sense that we can consider virtual space as a second and third space that is not immune to war, because in this day and age, we're talking of cyber wars, we're talking of technology that is being used increasingly as a weapon in such circumstances. So considering the multiplicity of spaces, not having one resource in one place, especially when things can be transferred into an intangible form that is an inventory, that is data or data sets. So having more than one place as a storage option would certainly go a long way in addressing its preservation and safety. But at the end of the day, it's the relevance of that data. Because more often than not, museums, and that's the bulk of museums, because when we talk of museums, we have to keep in mind that even within the European ecosystem, I would like to focus there. A big percentage of those museums are small to medium sized, and some of those struggle even with managing or maintaining inventories. So we have to understand that there is a way how to do inventory that is not just about classification or cataloging the old way, but cataloging and collecting data around that object in a preemptive way, looking at how this can be transferred. I didn't mention this, but there is such a thing as 7 generations thinking, where whatever decisions you take today should be taken, should be informed by what 7 generations from now will need or you would like to pass on. So this long-term thinking, this long-termism, will certainly go a long way in addressing how an inventory is compiled, what can be done, even in such circumstances as small museums, small to medium-sized museums that struggle. This is a case that I'm aware also happened with some museums in Ukraine as well. So I think there are some lessons to be learned there as how we can move forward.
Thank you so much. A question from the audience, Dr. Meriwether, I think?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can unpack it, but it's for Sandro. You said we cannot predict the future, but we can map the future. Which reminds me of current interstellar exploration, in which it's not only the issue of mapping, for example, the discovery of Mars. It's not only the issue of mapping the existence of Mars, but identifying specific sites on Mars, the existence of water, etc. That's to say that in the English language, there's a tense called the future perfect. And the future perfect tense means that we think the past through the future. We don't determine the future by the past, but the future determines the way in which we look at the past. So this seems to me to be very important in terms of issues of how to move forward in terms of cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your philosophical input, but I think it touches the key of what we as a museum professionals are doing. This is why it's important that we preserve the heritage, that we preserve the actual objects, not just the digital documentaries of them, but we need the factual, we need to able to have this aura of the object that tells us the history, and that's why we're conserving objects in our museums and collections, and that is why it's so important.
If I can add something, yes, I perfectly. I'm in line with what the gentleman has mentioned. And when we applied that thinking, that approach, and what I've tried to share this morning amongst us as museum professionals. I'm an ex-museum director myself, so I've been trained to think about how to give a future to our past. So that is how we think, because we deal with the past more often than not. We deal with material culture. So this shift can really make us think more in terms of risk management, more in terms of where we want to be as a sector, and over the long term, the conflicts, as I try to explain also. I mean, it's not about being reactive to conflicts, because there is a pattern. I mean, the case studies that I've shared, going from Iraq to Syria, there were more or less problems, challenges, which the convention could not address, simply because these are new ways of risk management. This is a new type of approach in terms of putting our heritage, under pressure, in risk. So perhaps that is why I said we need to think differently. And if I can close my short comment, I also think in terms of futures, plural, not in terms of the future, because there isn't one possible future, but there are, a multiplicity of possibilities, and it's good that we think ahead.
Thank you so much. And just for one final question for Blue Shield, in accordance to that, because of course we can't predict the future, we can just prepare for options, for different possibilities, and two things. What would be, if you could choose one measure, what would you like museums and heritage institutions to do with priority? It's very hard, but and on the other side, also in contact with the armed forces, to point out that protection of heritage is also protection of your own soldiers, because you talked about the communities, how important that heritage is for communities. So you can also tell to the armed forces that if they respect the heritage, if they respect the community, it provides more safety also for the soldiers, and that might be an incentive for the military to say, this is important, security for our soldiers is important, so let's protect.
I'll speak in Georgian, so I'll give you some time. ანუ იდეალურ სამყაროში რას ვისურვებდით, რომ იყოს თქვათ, რადგან დღევანდელი ჩემი მოხსენების თემა იყო კომუნიკაცია, ალბათ ეს ერთ-ერთი მთავარია, წყობრი კომუნიკაცია სხვადასხვა ორგანოებს შორის, იმიტომ რომ მარტო ერთი კრიზისის დროს ვერაფერს ვერ გახდება, რამდენადაც თვითონ მზად არ უნდა იყოს. კრიზისი არის სწორედ ეს, თუ რამდენად წყობრად უპასუხობთ ყველანი ერთად და ალბათ ეგ არის, რომ რაც ყველაზე რთულია, რომ ერთმანეთთან გქონდეს კავშირი, ვიცოდეთ ერთმანეთს რა ჭირდება და ერთიან პროცესს და ზოგადად წარმატებულ კრიზისზე რეაგირებას რა ჭირდება. და ეს რაღაც თითქოს ერთი რაღაც არის, მაგრამ ბევრ ეტაპს შეიცავს. და მეორე, რა თქმა უნდა, უფრო ისეთი არის ოფითი მუზეუმებთან თანამშრომლობის პროცესში, რა თქმა უნდა, ვისურვებდი, რომ მეტი რესურსი ქონდეთ თვითონ მუზეუმებს, განსაკუთრებით საქართველოში, განსაკუთრებით რეგიონალურ მუზეუმებს, რომ ქონდეთ ვთქვათ, სურვილით სამის, იმიტომ რომ ხანდახან არის შემთხვევა, რომ რესურსების ნაკლებობის გამო ენთუზიაზმი შეიძლება არ გქონდეთ იმის, რომ იფიქრონ მომავალზე, იმიტომ რომ აწყოში უწევთ ძალიან დიდი პრობლემების გადაჭრა და ალბათ ეგ იქნებოდა მნიშვნელოვანი, რომ მომავლის ხედვა გქონდეთ უფრო და შესაბამისად მომზადების სურვილი და რაღაც მე ვსაუბრობთ პოტენციურად მომავალში რა შეიძლება მოხდეს, მაგრამ ზოგადად რომ იმის ფუფუნება გაქვს, რომ მომავალისთვის დაგეგმო, ეგეც მნიშვნელოვანი არის რეალურ სიტუაციაში. და რა თქმა უნდა, ბოლოს რაც თქვით, რომ მემკვიდრეობა არის ის, რაც გვაძლიერებს ყველას, რა თქმა უნდა, ჯარისკაცი იქნება თუ საჯარო მოხელე, თუ ჩვეულებრივი ადამიანი, თუ მუზეუმის თანამშრომელი, ყველასთვის ამიტომ ვიცავთ, რომ გვაძლიერებს ყველას, ქვეყანასაც და მე სამყაროსაც ასე გამოდის საბოლოო ჯამში. და რა თქმა უნდა, ეს ყველამ უნდა ვიცოდეთ, მათ შორის რა თქმა უნდა, უნიფორმიანმა ადამიანებას და ჩვენც და ჩვენ ძალიან ვცდილობთ ამას, რომ ყველას ეს საერთო ენა რო გვექნება, რომ ვიცოდეთ ყველამ, რომ მემკვიდრეობა არის ჩვენი რაღაც ცხოვრების ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ნაწილი. მე ალბათ უფრო მარტივდება ეს კომუნიკაციაც და ყველა სხვა პროცესიც. მადლობა.
კომენტარს დავამატებ ჩვენს დოქტრინებში თუ წესებსა და რეგულაციებში კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის ძეგლების პატივისცემა თუ ასე შემდეგ ჩადებულია და უდევთ იმ სამხედრო მოსამსახურეებს და გარდა ამისა ყავს სამხედრო თანამშრომლობის ოფიცერი, ანუ ომიანობის პერიოდში ეს კონვენცია მეტნაკლებად მაქსიმალურად დაცული იყო. მადლობა.
Thank you so much. I think that was the perfect end statement for our discussion. I think we have a short break now, and I don't know how long. Till 2. All right. So we have the lunch break. Thank you.
to you, who you already know this lady, Mariam Chhaidze, ICOM Georgia board member. She will moderate this session, and I leave the floor for her. Thank you.
მოგესალმებით. ქართულად ვისაუბრებ. I will speak in Georgian. ძალიან საინტერესო სესია გველის წინ. ძალიან საინტერესო. Yes. Whoever doesn't understand Georgian, please use your headphones. ძალიან საინტერესო სესია გველის წინ, როგორც ლანამ აღნიშნა, ვისაუბრებთ კომუნიკაციის როლზე კრიზისის მენეჯმენტის დროს. ბევრ დროს არ წავიღებ, გაგაცნობთ ჩვენს პირველ მომხსენებელს, ულა ნეიტოლას, რომელიც არის ICOM ფინეთის თავმჯდომარე. ეს არის ოულუს უნივერსიტეტის კურსდამთავრებული, ისტორიკოსი და კომუნიკაციის სპეციალისტი, რომელიც მუშაობს მუზეუმების, კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის და მომავალზე ორიენტირებული სტრატეგიების საკითხებზე. მას აქვს დიდი გამოცდილება მეცნიერების კომუნიკაციასა და კვლევაში. იგი კონსულტაციას უწევს ორგანიზაციებს მომავლის გამოწვევებისთვის აქტიური ნაბიჯების დაგეგმვის პროცესში. ულა 2024 წელს აირჩა ICOM ფინეთის ვიცე-თავმჯდომარედ. ცნობილია მისი ინოვაციური მართვის მიდგომები ფინეთის კულტურისა და აკადემიური ინსტიტუტის ქსელში. კულტურული ინსტიტუციების გამოწვევების ანალიზისა და კვლევის პროცესში იგი იყენებს სკანდინავიურ პერსპექტივებს და დღეს იგი ისაუბრებს სწორედ ამ მიმართულებით. ულა, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I am he, not she. But my name is Ulla. Very nice to be here today. And thank you for inviting me. And next, I will briefly present you some thoughts and ideas that came along from my article considering about Finland's intention to include cultural heritage to its security strategies and highlight somehow how the mental resilience is reflected in the society through this kind of model. There is simply no way we could talk about Finland's security without thinking of our big neighbor. A rethinking of Finland's post-Cold War relationship with Russia has grown in the past 2 years, much as happened after the collapse of Soviet Union some 3 decades earlier. Previously, the end of Cold War was considered the end of Finlandization and Moscow trying to limit Finland's sovereignty. In international politics, Finlandization is considered a foreign policy strategy whereby a smaller state adapts certain domestic and foreign policies to the interest of a larger, often neighboring country. In Finland, the term has emotional resonance and has influenced the debate on the country's political culture. In this way, Finlandization became a keystone for debating the morality of Finland's preparedness and has led to something that we call nowadays the comprehensive security. The comprehensive or overall security is a multi-staged and multidisciplinary process in which state authorities, international cooperation, the private sector or citizens work together and promote and safeguard the well-being and security of society. The functioning and stability of society are the key elements of comprehensive security. This means, for example, maintaining economic stability, social integrity, political stability, and safeguarding basic services such as health, education, and infrastructure. The paradox of multidisciplinary popularity is that resilience has become one kind of minefield of meanings. Without shared understanding of resilience, it's difficult to have a meaningful discussion, especially between different disciplines, as the applications of the concept differ significantly. On the other hand, the situation offers opportunities for interdisciplinary learning and probably also new innovations. The main divide in resilience research seems to be between two different paradigms. In some subject areas, resilience refers to the recovery to the pre-crisis period after a performance deficit caused by an external shock. In other domains, it is more about adapting and adjusting to external changes and shocks while still maintaining the basic characteristics of the system. This is most often seen as a hallmark of socio-ecological system resilience. A closer look reveals that in some or even most of subject areas, those two dimensions can be combined quite well. This is even reflected in the United Nations Office for Risk Management basic definition for resilience. In the Finnish context, which strategy or combination of strategies is appropriate at any given time will of course depend on the nature and the context of the threat. There is no doubt that climate change must be both resisted and adapted to, without going back to the ways things were. A return back to normal, in quote, society after terrorist attack or single power cut is again quite possible. Cultural heritage is therefore not only an important part of society's history and identity, but also a valuable resource in the face of crisis and change. With methodological developments, there is considerable empirical research to be found in current resilience research in various thematic areas. Here, just an example. This is Turku Castle after the bombarding of in the Second World War. Probably the most toughest battle this far this castle has faced. So, how is the comprehensive security seen in society? In Euro-Atlantic countries, cultural heritage is not seen as active and dynamic ideological tool, part of national security and politics as it in Russia, for example. This was stated by Fredrik Rosén, director of the Nordic Center for Research and Cultural Heritage and Armed Conflict in Stockholm in June 2024. Despite the fact that NATO military alliance recognizes the protection of cultural heritage as an essential element both in the military environment and for community security, cohesion and identity. The importance of cultural heritage is part of comprehensive security has not been sufficiently recognized in Finland either. The ongoing work on updating the society's security strategy is intended to take into account the lessons learned from the Russian war of aggression. The role of culture and cultural heritage should be strengthened in the light of this objective. Here are the strategies explored in my article to find the idea the mental resilience and especially cultural heritage is seen in the strategies and focus on security. And vice versa, how the security is reflected in those made in the cultural heritage or culture sector. I don't review them now since we have limited amount of time, but in the security strategy, the protection of cultural property and cultural services are part of mental resilience, but the field of actors is only partially identified. In addition to the high-level entries, there is need to put into practice the security of cultural services and the protection of cultural heritage in the times of crisis. In May 2024, the Nordic and Baltic Ministers of Culture jointly highlighted the urgent need to step up preparedness and planning to protect cultural heritage and maintain cultural activities in times of heightened preparedness of war. At the same time, they underline the central role of culture in democratic and crisis-resilient societies. The Baltic countries have taken concrete steps to protect their cultural heritage. In Estonia, for example, the rescue authorities and the defense sector have regular joint exercises and training of the protection of cultural property in crisis situations. Finland's approach to comprehensive security is a good starting point, and we are involved in joint discussions in neighboring regions. But the impression is that culture is not taken as seriously as part of security measures in Finland. In terms of concrete preparedness measures, we are in danger of falling behind of our neighbors. To avoid only talking about this issue in a theoretical and strategical level, I take next two examples how the security thinking is monitored in the cultural heritage field in Finland. The first one is sort of conclusion of preparedness in the field of crisis, and the second shows how museums are willing to take actively part of comprehensive security. The first example is 3D modeling of UNESCO World Heritage Site, Petäjävesi Church. The situation in Ukraine has reinforced the understanding of importance of safeguarding digital cultural heritage and cultural heritage information. Digitalization can help to ensure the key information and cultural heritage is preserved even in the conflict situations. For example, documentation, data quality and long-term preservation of museum collections or cultural heritage sites are the key issues. The Finnish Heritage Agency chose Petäjävesi Church as a modeling target, as it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, particularly important and representative building also in European context. The 3D modeling of an old church of Petäjävesi is Finland's contribution to European Commission's Twin Int project, in which European countries present significant and high-quality 3D models of their chosen cultural heritage. Accurate modeling can be used in normal circumstances to support restoration work. It also ensures that heritage information is preserved even in the worst case scenarios, even when sites are destroyed as a result of crisis. The use of modern documentation tools must be continued, and the Heritage Agency is actually actively seeking funding and partners in this field. This also included a video, but let's see, probably it won't. Yeah, so let's skip it at this point. The next example is an evaluation model for museums. This model was developed in cooperation between the Finnish Heritage Agency and museums and published already in 2016. The museum evaluation model helps museums to identify their strengths and areas for improvement and encourages into discussion and choice. The model emphasizes profiling museums through their strengths. The evaluation model was utilized, developed and further disseminated in the MOI Museums of Impact EU project, which ended in 2022. The aim was to scale up the evaluation framework to different museums in European cooperation. The MOI project helps museums to develop their capacity to respond to challenges of a changing, more diverse, digital and aging society. The evaluation model developed by the project will support museums in evaluating their own work and targeting their work strategically and building on their strengths. It provides a concrete tool for dialogue, reflection and self-evaluation within the organization through different evaluation areas and evaluation questions. 11 organizations are participating in the development of European evaluation model for museums, and I keep it as an example of a strategic mean of museums to promote their significance to society. If you are interested, you can find this model and more information from the NIMO website. So, what are the critical tasks for society in cultural heritage work? According to the strategies I explored, the society has identified 7 functions that are essential for the functioning of society and that can be maintained in all situations. One of these is mental resilience. According to the Security Strategy for Society, the Ministry of Education and Culture is responsible for the area of mental resilience under the heading Maintenance of Cultural Services and Protection of Cultural Property. This defines the critical functions of cultural sector. 3 themes can be identified: protection of cultural property, public authority tasks, and maintenance of cultural services. Well, protection of cultural heritage is very easy to interpret. Nothing should happen to national cultural heritage in times of crisis that has not already been foreseen under normal circumstances. Collections and important objects must be preserved, and the conditions of preservation must remain unchanged. Information of cultural heritage should be preserved, including digital form. Safeguarding cultural heritage is also supported by international conventions adopted by Finland, such as Hague Convention. There is also a clear set of official tasks relating to cultural heritage. They involve the exercise of public authority, taking decisions, issuing opinions, and maintaining processes for the protection of cultural heritage. Such tasks are performed by the state and municipal authorities, and increasingly also by the museum sector, with the new system of regional responsibility of museums and the Museum Act of Finland. According to the security strategy, quote, culture is a key factor in shaping human identity and sense of self-worth. A strong identity fosters a sense of community and the ability to commit to common goals, the end of quote. Maintaining cultural services is therefore critical to the mental resilience of society during crisis. A key objective is to ensure cultural inclusion and participation, as well as access to the cultural practices and experiences, interaction between cultural groups. And in the end, how and with the support of which tasks can we ensure access to cultural heritage for public when usual methods are not available? After a crisis, it's time to recover. Here again, the security strategy places cultural services at the heart of response. In order to ensure the best possible recovery from the state of emergency, cultural services need to ensure their own capacity to operate, to maintain, manage, and sustain themselves. Museums play a very important role in Finnish society. They educate people, give content to their leisure time, bring vitality to local communities, and act as drivers of cultural tourism. Museums also play a key role in security of supply, building identity and building mental resilience. By drawing on the past and addressing current issues, museums help people to look to the future and support to the formation of human world view and sustainable solutions to the critical issues of our time. Thank you for your attention.
დიდი მადლობა. საინტერესო იყო თქვენი გამოცდილების ნახვა, გაზიარება. ჩვენი შემდეგი მომხსენებელი არის ჟოლტ სარი, უნგრეთის ღია ცისქვეშ მუზეუმების გენერალური დირექტორის მოადგილე. იგი ასევე არის ICOM უნგრეთის თავმჯდომარე და ევროპის ღია ცისქვეშ მუზეუმების ასოციაციის პრეზიდენტი. ჟოლტ სარი ამ სფეროში მუშაობს 2001 წლიდან, კონკრეტულად უნგრეთში, რუმინეთში, არგენტინასა და ისრაელში ეთნოგრაფიული კვლევების ჩატარებასა და განვითარებაზე. იგი მის საქმიანობით ძირითადად იყენებს მუზეუმებს როგორც ხმას, რომელიც საუბრობს სოციალურ უთანასწორობაზე, უმცირესობის წარმოჩენაზე და ისტორიულ ტრავმებზე. იგი ICOM უნგრეთის თავმჯდომარეა 2021 წლიდან. გასულ წელს ასევე შეუერთდა ICOM-ის ეთიკის კომიტეტს და არის ევროპის ღია ცისქვეშ მუზეუმების ასოციაციის არჩეული პრეზიდენტი. იგი დღეს ისაუბრებს უკრაინელი ლტოლვილების არამატერიალური კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვაზე უნგრეთში და მათ გამოცდილებაზე.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this great opportunity to stay here and present our project about the safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage of Ukrainian refugees in Hungary, inclusive community practices. The project is not just in Hungary because there is a 5 countries project supported by the UNESCO. But before the project, I would like to say some words about who we are, because now I'm not just as a chair of ICOM Hungary here, but the Deputy Director General of the Hungarian Open Air Museum, which is the main open air museum in Hungary, what is established in 1967. So we have 75 hectares, so it's a huge museum, over 400 buildings, around 250 objects, and many other parts of the collection, like archive and photos as well. But we are more as an open air museum because we have 3 different national tasks. The first is the Directorate of the Country House Museums in Hungary. So we are the scientific background of all local small village museums in Hungary. We have another department, which is the Directorate for the Intangible Cultural Heritage in Hungary. So our museum is responsible for the intangible cultural heritage under the law of UNESCO. And we have a museum education and methodology center, which is the main center for the museological studies. We have a collaboration with the University of Debrecen, and we established the first museum study department in a Hungarian university. Background or project. In war conflicts, heritage elements are often endangered, be it natural, built, material, or even intangible heritage. The ICOM's new museum definition also emphasizes the role of intangible heritage in museums. The consequences of the war in Ukraine affect not only Ukrainian museums, but all of us. As a bordering country, Hungarian museums have an obligation to participate in the migration of damage. We created a project to support the intangible cultural heritage of the Ukrainian citizens who found refuge in Hungary. In this project, which started just a few months later of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, and the UNESCO asked 5 countries, neighborhood countries, like Hungary, Moldova, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, build a program about the intangible cultural heritage in the Ukrainian refugees in the 5 countries. The needs of assessment of living heritage, safeguarding among the displaced communities from Ukraine in these 5 countries addressed the immediate safeguarding needs of displaced Ukrainian communities and highlighted drawing upon their intangible cultural heritage to mitigate and immediate effects of the emergency and support their safeguarding efforts. On the basis of the empirical research in 5 neighborhood countries, the report presents the actual needs for living heritage 3 months or 4 months after the displacement in the 5 countries. The report shows that the displaced communities not only live with intangible cultural heritage, lives directly transmitting it in considers it being an inseparable component for their life and life of their children, but also the living heritage needs to be protected and safeguarded due to the armed conflict. The report shows that the Ukrainian in displacement reflect the importance of living heritage and their everyday practices. Presence of the Ukrainian refugees in the different countries fostered grassroots actions and the increasing number of activities carried out by a diversity of organizations, institutions, and civil society in order to help Ukrainian refugees and being Ukrainian culture closer to the receiving society. The main research methods were semi-structured interviews and focus groups that were based upon the semi-structured questionnaires complemented in some countries with a questionnaire online survey, mainly utilized for gaining included questions related to their basic needs, identification as they are, experienced reflection on the intangible living heritage in life of the interview partners, the practicing of the living heritage under the conditions of the receiving country, reflection of the exciting support to the living heritage as well, the demand for the new, actually hardly accessible services and or needs. In the research, we have some ethical considerations because the situation of the people fleeing the war and their vulnerability in the receiving societies was critically assessed so that their involvement in the research interview would be beneficial for them as much as possible in the terms engaged. Anthropology, the interview process as a base for exchange of information and an integration activity, as well as assuring interview partners that a research interview has an ambition to improve their situation. At the time of the research, sustainable share of the interview partners remained in liminal phase, being displaced from Ukraine without clear lines of the even near future. Many of them were able to describe needs in the future only hardly, as they oscillated between whether to return, when, where, or if any. The key common dimensions in the displaced Ukrainian communities were some similarity in the countries. For example, from Ukraine is highly generated as mainly women with children. The ages the active ages, I mean from 18 till 60 years old. So most of the people find a new place in the huge cities or neighborhoods because the possibility of the cities like in a society, work, or for example the school for the children was much more easier in this area. About the cultural sector also played an important role after the outbreak of the military conflict. Support to save Ukraine's culture can take a variety of forms. Important point is to create a free environment for manifestation of cultural identity and values of people fleeing from Ukraine, living heritage included, in different conditions of each hosting country. It is closely connected with other mentioned above areas of everyday life with financial assistance, material aid, expert and technical support, programs addressed to artists, barriers, practitioners, as well as to the whole public. This picture is just after 2 or 3 months when started the Russian invasion, as other many ICOM committee, ICOM Hungary as well, organized the aid shipment to Ukraine, to Kiev. Most of the Hungarian museums are free till now for the Ukrainians in Hungary. Many museums organized a special educational program for the Ukrainian kids, and not just the kids, because it was very important. After the statement of ICOM Hungary, we asked museums to organize a transgeneration program, because these kids are not alone mostly in the country. Many times with the mothers, or there's also very common with the grandparents as well. So it was very important to collaborate with the museums, each other, and selected the program as a transgeneration program. The identification of the cultural needs and instruments for the protection of Ukraine's living heritage was part of the first part of this program. The research identified several needs for safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage. The Ukrainian language plays the key role in reflecting the needs of communities in protection of the intangible cultural heritage in all 5 countries. Language is an important factor in a national development and the career of the intangible heritage of each nation because it reflects ethnocultural, theological, and mythological ideas and experiences. The research confirmed that Ukrainian language becomes a strong manifestation of the identity, patriotism, and act of resistance towards oppressions. It is generally important to ensure a safe environment for displaced communities and individuals where adults and children could communicate in the Ukrainian language, where they could learn and share stories, legends, and their native language. The research also shows interest in traditions and living heritage, knowledge, practices, costumes among the displaced Ukrainian communities under the armed conflicts graduates because feeling of belonging to a nation or community to experience and expression of self-identity are being manifested through. There are more examples from interviews where people emphasized that war brought people closer to traditions, even the ones who didn't pay much attention to them before. Numerous reactions in all countries pointed out that cultural patterns are activated in times of crisis and became a reservoir of resilience strategies. Based on a research made both with Ukrainians and other relevant stakeholders in all hosting countries, there were following crucial needs connected with the living heritage identified. The accessibility support, provision of necessary language and translation services, organizational support, provision of meeting places for Ukrainians around various elements of ICH, allowing for cultivation of ICH elements, space for organization of exhibition, workshops, lessons, performances, popularization, transmission of ICH, and community buildings. And many museums was perfect places for this action. Possibility to attend religious services in Ukrainian language, material support, for example, for musical instruments, tools, and materials, participation in existing cultural events, festivals, and fairs, organization of joint initiatives with the local community, support in promotion, information activities, cultural option for Ukrainians, support the professional artists in finding employment opportunities, ensuring volunteering opportunities in the local environment, and inventorying and gathering for existing knowledge. The research highlighted, besides the important role that living heritage plays for displaced Ukrainian communities, also the necessity of the better mutual knowledge between the living heritage of Ukrainian communities and receiving societies. The presence of the Ukrainian refugees in different countries fostered grassroots actions of exchanging information on collective memory and will certainly encourage that carrying out many other social and educational events to bring Ukrainian culture closer to the hosting audience. In all neighboring countries, they have assessed the increasing number of activities carried out by a diversity of organizations, institutions, and civil society in order to help Ukrainian refugees and especially support the well-being of their children and overcome trauma. Typologically, opportunities and activities in terms of involvement of the Ukrainian communities and their themes of living heritage represent 3 basic groups, although in practice may be interconnected and overlap. The activities carried out within the affected communities. Activities provided by entities from the host country with the active participation of displaced communities related to their living heritage, presentations, workshops, creative workshops related to Ukrainian culture and heritage. Activities provided by entities from the host country for displaced communities with the living heritage of the host country. The last year, as I mentioned, many museums opened their gates offering free exhibition visits for Ukrainian displaced persons as they realized it is the time to offer more complex services based on the museum values. In Hungary, the institution could not really reach the displaced person target groups for communicational reasons and language difficulties, among others. Since the humanitarian motivation is deeply rooted in Hungarian museum professionals, according to the former helping activities and charity initiatives mentioned above, some institutions would be open to cooperate with the Ukrainian displaced person and support them in preserving their cultural heritage based on inclusive community practices. Many museums have an educational basis that can offer various experience for the displaced person groups and can help them to safeguard their intangible cultural heritage based on the artifacts and collections of the museums. Okay, and it was not easy because after the first part, the UNESCO continued this program after a year, so it was a year break, and in this year we started three new part of the project. There is the three main modalities of the project are the preparatory and an evaluation workshop in intercultural, psychological, and methodological lectures to train the Ukrainian displaced persons communities in cooperation with the Hungarian museum professionals, developing and implementing 5 pilot projects in different Hungarian museums linked to the Ukrainian intangible cultural heritage, and the third is the dissemination of the project results through 5 short movies and freelingual online publication and an international conference in the next future. Thank you so much for your attention.
დიდი მადლობა. კითხვებზე პანელის ბოლოში გვექნება კითხვა-პასუხი. ახლა მსურს წარმოგიდგინოთ ჩვენი შემდეგი მომხსენებელი, დებორა ზისკა, რომელიც არის ვაშინგტონში ხელოვნების ეროვნული გალერეის ყოფილი ხელმძღვანელი. იგი კურირებდა თანამშრომლობისა და საჯარო ინფორმაციის საკითხებს 20 წლის მანძილზე. დებორა არის ICOM-ის მარკეტინგისა და PR-ის კომიტეტის თავმჯდომარე და ამერიკის ხელოვნების მუზეუმების მრჩეველი. იგი არის არაერთი ჯილდოს მქონე კომუნიკაციის ექსპერტი, რომელიც მსოფლიოს მასშტაბით ატარებს ვორქშოპებს, აზიარებს გამოცდილებას სხვადასხვა თემებთან და ასევე აქვეყნებს სტატიებს რეგულარულად. იგი ისაუბრებს კომუნიკაციაზე, კავშირზე, ჩართულობასა და გაძლიერებაზე კრიზისის ზონებში.
Dare to dream. So, you're probably familiar with this image. You've seen this, right? This is one of the most striking images to come from the conflict in Ukraine is that of this ceramic rooster. A photographer noticed a bombed-out building in Borodyanka, Ukraine, and she was going, and people were saying, what is that on top of that cabinet? It looked like a rooster. And it turned out to be a Ukrainian-produced pottery factory that's quite popular, and it was the rooster atop a ceramic cabinet. The building had been split in half, but this ceramic rooster survived, and now it's become a popular symbol, so much so that they've reproduced it, and they're giving it out to VIPs like Boris Johnson and other VIPs that come to Ukraine. So it's become a symbol of resistance against the Russian bombing in Ukraine. So symbols are extremely important in times of conflict, and especially when they come from our own culture. And which one do I press? This one? Okay. All right. So communication, connection, engagement, empowerment, that's what we're talking about. And all of my slideshow today is inspired by the Ukrainians about reimagination and inspiration in conflict zones. So this symbol right here, this is the logo of the Maidan Museum. So I want somebody to think about this. This is a Q&A thing here. What do you see in this logo? Anybody? What do you see when you look at this logo of the Maidan Museum? And knowing that, if you know what the Maidan Museum is, it was created out of the resistance in 2013 actually, and the museum was created in 2014. Manana, you have any idea? What do you see in the logo? When you look at it, what do you see? You see a fortress. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's interesting. That's actually a very interesting idea. Anything else? Do you see anything else in the logo? I'm sorry, what'd you say? A house? Oh, from above, from above. Ah, okay, very good, very good, okay. These are good, good interpretation. The logo is working. What? The light. Ah, like light going out at the end of the tunnel. Oh, that's very good. I'm going to pass that along to my to the director of the museum. That's a very good interpretation. Well, if you go to the Maidan Museum's website, they explain that the sharp angles, you see the sharp angles in the middle? From sharp angles to mutual understanding, from sharp angles to soft angles. A symbol of political, social, and mental transformation and improvement. It also, focal point, that's the focus. Focal point, museum and memorial of the Revolution of Dignity will appear at the very heart of historical events. The Maidan has been a central point of society and of their country's renewal many times. Now here's an interesting one. Target. It looks like a target, right? A target that you shoot arrows at. It reminds us about the threats to democracy, about the victims who were defenseless in front of the firearms, about the conscious sacrifice for the sake of freedom. Here's another one that was interesting, a drop in the ocean. If you drop a pebble in the water, it ripples outward, right? So an image that became popular during the Revolution of Dignity, it compares people with the ocean. Every community consists of separate human beings, just like the ocean consists of drops of water. Also, if you've been to Kyiv, Maidan is also it used to be called the Independence Square. So if you look at Independence Square from a drone, from above, from a bird's eye view, it's the symbolic monument in the center of the capital that looks like a square pedestal surrounded by a circle of steps. So anyways, it's a logo. I think it's working with your interpretations, and I like the light at the end of the tunnel one especially. That was very good. So here I am in 2008, and has anybody been to Kyiv, Ukraine? Anybody in the room? If you've been to Kyiv, you would notice the landmark behind us is the Kyiv Peshirsk Lavra, also known as the Caves Monastery. And it's a UNESCO, in 1990, Lavra was designated as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. So it's very important. It's Greek Orthodox. It was Russian. It's Greek now. Ukrainian Orthodox, sorry, Ukrainian Orthodox. So, so it's a very important symbol, and it's near the museum where I was doing a workshop on exhibitions and communications, and that's Ihor Poshivelo in between us. And so we were taking, and it's right down the street from the Ivan Honchar Museum of Folkloric Art. So that was a meaningful time for me. So I had a couple of weeks in Kyiv to learn about the culture and to stay, and of course, when you meet Ihor, you're friends forever. So there's my email address. I also have a card, so please stay in touch with me after this conference. And here we are at the end of our workshop. It was a week-long workshop with 30 museum directors from all over Ukraine. And imagine 2008, and at one point, so I'm talking about museum communications, and at one point I asked the room, I said, so how many of you have a computer in your museum? One director raised their hand. Only one director had a computer. And so the next day I went on YouTube and social media that night to see if I could find any evidence of any of their museums on the web. I found nothing, except one YouTube video, and it was the Outdoor Architectural Museum. And, and what I found was there was a party, a family having a wedding celebration, dancing, getting a little drunk maybe, but they were having a good time. And they put it on YouTube. So I played that the next day at the workshop, and this woman in the audience started crying. And I didn't even know that museum was in the room. And she started crying, and then she explained, she said, "How dare you show my museum in such a negative light? How dare you play that?" And so I'm going, ooh, in my head, like, what had I just done? But then I said, "I'm so sorry, I did not intend to do that, but what you need to realize is that it's time for all museums. This is how you're being represented. So it's not disinformation, but if you need to get on the web, you need to get a computer, your museum needs to get on the web you need to get on YouTube, you need to make your own videos. So if you want people to know about your museum, you need to make videos. You can't control what other people put on social media." So it turned out to be a good lesson. So fast track to 2024. So there we are celebrating the end of our workshop in 2008 in Kyiv. And here is Ihor, who spoke at our workshop this week. So as you know, in November 2013, there was a wave of large-scale protests known as Euromaidan that began in response to President Yanukovych's decision not to sign a political association and free trade agreement with the European Union. I guess it sounds a little familiar. Can I get some water? Thank you. And a year later after these protests, the Maidan Museum is launched. Fast track to 2022, and Russia invades the peaceful, sovereign nation of Ukraine. In shock and horror, the Ukrainians and all of us watched. But we also rallied, as you've been hearing. Excuse me. Vasyl Rashko, who you also met in our workshop earlier this week from the Heritage Emergency Monitoring Organization, wrote an article, and I'm going to give Lana a list of resources that she can pass on to all of you, and I'll pass this article on to you. But Vasyl wrote this: "The year 2022 passed for me and for Ihor and for the NGO Tustan under the sign of HERI, the Heritage Emergency Rescue Initiative. On the evening of March 3rd, at the beginning of a full-scale war, Ihor Poshivelo came to Lviv with the mission of the Maidan Museum. We met in the evening at a gas station for coffee. And within an hour, we were on our way to Tustan's office to launch the Heritage Emergency Rescue Initiative. The next morning, there was a meeting with the old museum security team from the ministry. And well, that's how we started. What, in fact, can we do to save heritage? What is really useful and within our limits? What is our resource? Who can work day and night? Will Kyiv be encircled? Will we be able to negotiate? Will partners abroad support us? Won't it be too late tomorrow?" So he said, "The world is in full swing. For me, this year consists of a lot of stories that we won't tell the kids, but maybe the followers. HERI expeditions to document the losses began with a call from Maria, he goes on to talk about how he went on about the rooster story and how that inspired them, but how important it is to start documenting their cultural heritage. But I think it reflects the moment, the way they reacted. They were reacting how they reacted in real time. And of course, you all know how we were responding after that. So this is the annual report of the Heritage Emergency Response Initiative, the organization that Ihor and Vasyl co-organized in the immediate aftermath of the invasion. And on the side, they also have this wonderful display at the Maidan Museum of some of the notes they got from some of you, perhaps, from France, from the US, from Canada, from all over Europe, and the packages that they received that were coming off the lorries. So that's all, they proudly display that in their museum. So let's talk about communication. The Ukrainians, going from having one museum with one computer out of 30 museums in that meeting in 2008, they are masters of communication. They have much to teach us. Vasyl's organization, the Heritage Emergency Monitoring Organization, in this first one, on the left here. His organization is doing cutting-edge work in terms of photographing and digitizing collections, storing the metadata, and trying to stay a step ahead of the bombings. What he's trying to do is he has kits that he sends out to museums with trainers and training staff how to photograph their buildings, how to photograph all of their assets, their archives, their blueprints, their collections, and before they go into storage. And as we know, this is critical. We can't emphasize this work enough. You need to do it now if you haven't already done it. In the middle, of course, you all are more aware than some of us have been aware of the Russian disinformation campaigns. This is a recent one here that's been happening in Georgia. Fighting disinformation, it's spread like a virus through social media, podcasts, websites, chat rooms. And even in the United States, there are Russian media disguised as mainstream media. People don't even know what they're responding to. And sometimes they do, like Elon Musk's X, formerly Twitter. He's spouting Russian propaganda, even fully supported by the United States. Go figure. And all of that is exacerbated by artificial intelligence. Museums need to get into the artificial intelligence game because we are the repositories of authentic objects, authentic research, and the world needs that now more than ever. There are major museums like the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the National Gallery of Art. I'm sure there's some other museums in Europe, probably the Louvre, who are working on this right now. Because museums are sitting on tons and tons of images and data that's not even yet on the internet. And so how do we, if you, just very quickly, if you know about artificial intelligence, very simply put, artificial intelligence does not evaluate information. It simply gathers it up and summarizes it and gives it to you. It doesn't evaluate whether it's good or bad or negative or whatever. So what can museums bring to that equation, to this tool that we're all using already, and much that we do? So to fight disinformation, we need to get on board about artificial intelligence, and museums need to win the hearts and minds of people so that they're not vulnerable to propaganda. So we need to fight this on both sides, on the technical side, but also we need to get in the game and so that people are not, they need to think, people need to think critically, but then we need to present the information in a way on social media so that they're winning the hearts and minds, much like propaganda tries to do. Some of the quick takeaways that we had in our workshop last week were, and I thought these were very good takeaways that you had. So in-person meetings, as much as we talk about social media and digital media, in-person meetings, which I've seen examples of already, are critical. There are differences between how different generations receive their news. Video is extremely important. Get somebody to produce video, get on TikTok now, quickly, to win hearts and minds, right? Accuracy is critical at all times, transparency, photograph and digitize everything, and get in touch with your civil-military cooperation partnership is critical, and we had that wonderful presentation from your National Guard, which I thought was very, very appropriate this morning. So once you communicate, you connect. On the left, like we're connecting now. We're connecting in our workshop. We're connecting in conferences. ICOM is stepping up to the plate. 1 minute? I'll go very quick. Okay. In the middle, there's a resolution that Ukraine had made about, they're trying to share all of their expertise with you, to put it shortly. They have been on the cutting edge, not only on communications, but what to do in the field, how to protect cultural heritage. And I think there are your brothers and sisters in this effort. Another critical part of this is engagement. I would encourage ICOM Georgia to join the Black Sea Regional Hub. It was founded by the Cultural Emergency Response, and it's going to focus on the protection of cultural heritage that is damaged or threatened in Ukraine, and eventually in the region of the Black Sea. So the co-founding organizations will combine their capacities to provide information resources, training, and assistance in responding to emergencies, and exchange experience with countries in the Black Sea region, Europe, and the world. So ICOM France might want to get in touch with them about Ihor and Basile are involved in this. So this is their latest effort, and I think it's a very good idea. So meanwhile, while they are doing that, Russia, if you go on the web, St. Petersburg International United Cultures Forum. So we're also ICOM is also fighting this. This information happens in different ways. It's disappointing, but some of our fellow national committees and international committees have been working with the St. Petersburg International United Cultures Forum. It's an effort by Russia to say there are no borders to culture, you know, that we're all one culture kind of thing. If you read between the lines, the messages are clear. They don't respect sovereign territory, don't respect sovereign cultures. So this is something that I plan to bring up with, at the highest levels of ICOM going into Dubai this year. And I think we all need to be aware of that and talk to our colleagues about it in ICOM. From engagement, we go to empowerment. At first, the Heritage Emergency Rescue Initiative was doing everything. It was mapping losses, building a response network, providing materials from donors for museums. But Vasil Rashko felt that more was needed, so he created the Heritage Emergency Monitoring Organization. That's what happens, you know, and they are doing the cutting-edge work. If you need, they've been to over 1,000 sites now, inspected objects. You can see them on the ground doing the photography. They are in touch. They partner with the military so that the military will clear it for them to come right in after a bombing and assess the damage. And hopefully they already have the records. They work with satellite operations in the United States to get satellite mapping so we can tell from the air the before and after so that we are documenting the damage, which they hope will eventually go to The Hague and will be criminally prosecuted. So they are planning for that to happen. That's empowerment, right? And the very last image on the far left there is on the right. Does anybody know, have you seen that image? Do you know what that might be? The new museum, right? So believe it or not, in the middle of a war, the Maidan Museum says, we're going to build a new museum of the revolution of dignity, you know, for the future, a museum for the future. And so they had an international competition. So go on their website, learn more about it, but basically it's a building on top of a hill symbolizing the turning point in the storming of this territory in 2014. But it'll become a memorial, it'll become a place where people can meet and travel and reflect on everything, basically. And they started construction on this. I think a German architecture firm won the award. And it's a new type of museum. They have they're thinking forward. And that's basically what I wanted to do for you today, is I just wanted to let you know that your Ukrainian colleagues are there for you. I think they're there for all of us. And all of you are in our hearts today. Thank you.
დიდი მადლობა. ჩვენი შემდეგი მომხსენებლები ორნი ჩაგვერთვებიან ციფრულად. წარმოგიდგენთ მათ. იარა საიფი არის არქიტექტორი და ასოცირებული პროფესორი, ასევე ალ-ქუდსის უნივერსიტეტის ინჟინერიის ფაკულტეტის დეკანი და ამავე უნივერსიტეტის არქიტექტურის კათედრის თანადამფუძნებელი. იგი ძირითადად მუშაობს თანამედროვე არქიტექტურის პოლიტიკისა და კულტურის მემკვიდრეობის პოლიტიკებზე რეგიონებში, სადაც პოლიტიკური კონფლიქტი მიმდინარეობს. იარა საიფი მუშაობს კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის კონსერვაციასა და რეაბილიტაციაზე და ამ პროცესში ინტეგრირებული აქვს კულტურული იდენტობისა და სოციალური ჩართულობის საკითხები. მას გამოქვეყნებული აქვს ნაშრომები კულტურული მემკვიდრეობის მენეჯმენტზე და ასევე 2018 წელს იყო რიბას კონკურსის, ეს არის ბრიტანული არქიტექტურის სამეფო ინსტიტუტის კონკურსის ჟიურის წევრი იყო. მასთან ერთად მოხსენებას წაიკითხავს რაფაელა დე მარკო იტალიიდან. იგი არის პავიას უნივერსიტეტის MSCA-ის საგრანტო პროგრამის მონაწილე და მკვლევარი. იგი მუშაობს კულტურის და გადაშენების საფრთხეს პირას მყოფი მემკვიდრეობის 3D ციფრულ დოკუმენტაციასა და მენეჯმენტზე. მის საქმიანობა მოიცავს კონსერვაციის, ვალორიზაციისა და მენეჯმენტისათვის მოდელებისა და მონაცემთა ბაზების შემუშავებას, რომლებიც ფოკუსირებულია იუნესკოს ძეგლებზე. რაფაელა 2022 წლიდან ხელმძღვანელობს პროექტ მოეფიოს და ასევე არის ევროპა ნოსტრასა და ევროპიანას ქსელის ასოციაციის წევრი. ჩვენი მომხსენებლები ისაუბრებენ არქიტექტურული მემკვიდრეობის დაცვაზე, ფიზიკური და ციფრული მემკვიდრეობისა და კულტურული ნარატივების საშუალებით. მე დროს აღარ წავართმევ მათ და იმედია ჩვენი ესმით და ჩაგვერთვებიან.
We can start. All right. Do you hear us? Yeah. Okay. So thank you for this opportunity. I'll be starting on behalf of Raffaella and I, and then I'll move it to Raffaella. I am based in Jerusalem. Raffaella is based in Italy. Thank you for this opportunity. We'll be talking about preserving architectural heritage here in areas of conflict where I live, and Raffaella also is involved in her postdoctorate program. Raffaella and I will be talking about a course, actually, or a series of courses at Al-Quds University that we have been holding together for now 2 years. So it's a continuation of work. And it will address how we communicate, or the role to communicate heritage preservation in conflict zones, especially in Palestine. Now, yes, Raffaella, please. Given the prolonged conflict, between Palestinians and Israelis for over than 76 years now, there have been an absence on the Palestinian side of writing a Palestinian architectural history in a scientific way. And the reasons are several. Actually, I will not go into the details of that, but I can say simply it is from several interpolated perspectives. The first one is the power of silencing, which is the power imposed by the occupation, the limits of access to Palestinian to their history, and to their land, and of course the unavailability of many of the documents which had been lost between diaspora, and some are lost forever, with many of the refugees scattered all around the world. And of course the last one is the receptory between the activism and the writing of history, which is many Palestinian scholars, not until the 90s, when the Palestinian Authority have been established, some scholars and some professional architects, Palestinian architects, who had the chance to come back to Palestine, only, we were talking about 30 years, they were able to come and establish non-governmental organization and start working in the safeguarding of their cultural heritage in the different villages, the Palestinian Arabic villages in the West Bank. Of course, there is no access, and most of the Palestinian villages in historic Palestine does not really exist, and some of them are almost erased. So those people have been very busy building new methods and means to safeguard physically those buildings. However, of course, only what is accessible and what could be saved from looting and from confiscation. Now, the Silence Palestinian Architectural History is a process that, according to Michael Rolf Trulwa, it enters the process of historical production in 4 crucial moments of transferring facts into knowledge. So the making of the sources, their assembly into archives, their retrieval into a narrative, and of course their making of history in its final instance is what Palestinians had really suffered lately. So in other words, or in simple words, I would say that for most of our heritage, let's say the built heritage, and I'm talking about the architectural heritage here, have not been fully archived. There is not enough access to it. And if any scholarly or scientific approach is needed, those information is really missing and lost. So that problem actually is what we have really been addressing, Rafaela and I, in the courses that we teach to students. And our idea was how we can establish, or at least in a way or another, try to archive whatever we can do with the work of the student on the accumulation, through the accumulation of time, in order to have it, to have all this information set in one place. So what you see here is an image of a Palestinian or an Arab village that had been much encountered during the establishment of Israel with the Zionist approach to erase the Arabic culture as vernacular architecture and of course its culture. And so we're talking about historical periods dating back from the late Ottoman period. I'm talking about 100, 150 years ago. And then we have, and these are the examples and how they really, they actually represent the natural phenomena or the natural extension of the place. And also, when we started working on Palestinian modernism, or trying to unfold the Palestinian modernism, we discovered that that the modernist period was not only brought to Palestine during the establishment of Israel, or has nothing to do with any of its signs, but it is the idea and the knowledge that had circulated in the Middle East had independently have arrived into Palestine and into many of the working architects at the time, trained in Arabic countries, and were responsible of a great impact on the local architecture during the English mandatory period. So what we have agreed on is to employ the student work during the course to go and get as much as possible information, whatever we can find related to our architecture, and try to archive it in one place that could be accessible to all and could be open to the public. So we have tried and used different means. Some of them are really very simple means, and some of them are, they depend on the technologies, the simple technologies that we could really use and we could really make use of. So you will see that the students have been producing many 360 photos of these buildings, many aerial videos and photos to places that they really cannot access and they cannot reach. Many of the students cannot reach Jerusalem or historical Palestine. And yeah, Rafaela, please, the next slide. So you'll see many of these, and our approach here is to have as much as possible, through time, to collect as much as possible that of what we could collect as data from different people, and in time we'll be able to achieve what every nation has the right to, which is a national archive of our own. So the different physical means and the different technical means that we have employed and used during these courses with the students, I'll leave it to Rafaela to explain about it further. So please, Rafaela.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes, I think it is obvious now the double challenge that this documentation offered us. On one side, the accessibility to the site as well, and on the other side, the production of data. So trying to apply strategies for digital documentation, we try to rely on easy, fast survey instruments like 360 cameras or light drones that through photo or video shooting enable us to collect data. And as you see, this data were able to be processed with easy instruments and methods also by students in 3D data sets that develop reliable data to be analyzed for the architectural analysis. So it was another step, very important step. Of course, it was not only regarding the collection of data about the physical heritage, but there was the starting of an action of interview and the collection of community-based memories, stories, and records to understand real the values, the legacy that is behind the single buildings, the single sites, sometimes behind the single stones. And to be able to express this data in an architectural way, we also ask people to try to design, to draw their memories and their histories about the sites in sketches, and sometimes symbolic sketches or more linked to personal perceptions of the sites. And a very important action was the one made by our students. They really accept the challenge to go and to document and collect data in first person about the sites, despite the different difficulties related to the accessibility. And within the last 2 years, yes, we were very able to collect great results of both documentation and analysis from our students. And I want also to underline that the last year they worked completely online because it was exactly during the starting of the war. So it was a second challenge to push them to work and process the data, even in the critical social situation that they were living. So talking about the results, first of all, well, I can say that the first and main important result is the building of a repository of virtual heritage that we have started since the beginning of the courses, and that it's an ongoing action. So it's not stopped. We see just the first data sets that were recorded in the first year, but it really means a lot to try to bring these sites that, of course, are not movable because of their architectural nature in a digital way where they can be shared and developed in different tools, accessible tools, not only for the local audience, but also in an international way. All these data sets are georeferenced, so they are also a future action of monitoring and controlling the conservation status and the development of the buildings. And they really enable to access to morphological features of the architectural systems that can be very useful both for the analysis, but also thinking about future processes of conservation. But the real innovation that we try to apply is to bring these data sets to be to create a system from the data to the knowledge and the communication of this kind of heritage. And this was the step of the integration with interviews and information from the communities. So the students locally, they were divided in groups for every city, and they were able to interview people, to record stories that mainly regard the transformation of heritage in the last years. And in this way, they really were able to integrate informations in the models and to start this form of storytelling. And this storytelling developed in different tools. We are happy to see that they tried really to experiment different ways. Sometimes we had virtual tours with the information were not only provided in a normal presentation, but they were also transformed in quiz, questionnaires, multimedia videos, something to engage more the possible users with the multimedia and interactive informations. And as well, there was the production, the integration, let's say, of this information and multimedia with possible tangible supports and gadgets to render this communication system more tangible and easier. And from, let's say, the printing of cards integrated with small printed 3D models, for example, about key buildings in Jerusalem that are linked to the story of artists or writers from the Palestinian tradition, till to gadgets that were tested also for specific users and audience like children, to really enable a communication that was dedicated to different classes and ages of users, and especially with children or old people, you know, as much we can be tangible and physical with the communication, as much they can also record in their mind and understand the multimedia and the more digital aspect. So the production was very huge. We have multimedia gadgets, books. They also the students also tested some AI application for voice recording, generation of images, and they tried really to bring the nature and the value of Palestinian architectural heritage in a more tangible way to be disseminated, and to not only be like a one channel information, but to engage the users in understanding and memorize more and bring with them this value of the architectural features. And the horizon that we are looking for and that we are starting to working on is to really find an application of this repository of digital heritage that is increasing and growing in the years, to try to understand how we can use these movable data sets in the application of a virtual museum. And I can say that in this way, the new technologies about metaverse can really show a direction for this application, because they introduce especially the idea of interaction between remote users that was not present in the previous results, and they can really bring the dialogue and the debate on this kind of heritage and on the connection that it has internationally, especially in the Mediterranean, in a broader way. So these are some experiments that we made together with other universities in Erasmus Action in 2023. And we really look forward in continuing to expanding our documentation, action documentation archive, and to try new sources, new ways of application that can expand the accessibility and the communication of this heritage. I hope it was interesting, and if you if you wish to follow the news and updates of what we are doing, you can also follow the Moebius project, that is the action founded by the European Union that is sustaining us in these years working on this topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will speak in English, so you don't have this exercise switching with your headphones. I think we have witnessed very interesting presentations, and I have a question to all of you. When the crisis is happening, the first response, natural response, is a shock, from the lower level or the higher level. So how can communication strategies be optimized to address the psychological and emotional needs of communities affected by the crisis, beyond the practical dissemination of information. Maybe you start, Deborah?
I think the first thing, it's important to let your audiences know, your communities know that you understand how they feel. Here's what's happening. People want to be informed. So that's the first and foremost thing. People need to know that you care about them, you understand what they're feeling, and here's what's happening. Here's what we know right now. And here's what we're going to do. Here's the first steps. And here's what we're planning. Let people know what you're planning. Give them something to hang on to in that moment of shock. We understand you. Here's the information. Here's the information we have about the situation. Here's what you should be doing. And here's what we're going to do. That's the very first thing you need to do as a responsible organization.
Yeah, I think that I may add that, of course, you need accountability is a very important part. You need to know who are you actually talking to, who is your target audience. I mean, that's one of the essential things. And you need to be equal as well, and taking care that all the, for example, the languages are used in the situation that's needed. That kind of equality.
For us, it was really important the transparency in the communication as well. And it was different. Many of my colleagues, just before our project or during the project, so we were immediately at the beginning in the railway stations on the border as well. And some of my colleagues who speak Ukrainian, that was the most important because it was much more sensitive when the refugees met first time in a native language in this very sad situation, and after it was also very important to we speak in a truth. So that was the other things. And later, when we realized the social media communication, how many Russian propaganda were, especially in Hungary. So we have to take care of and find a balance. There is something, and how can we? Because sometimes the official communication was very close to a propaganda, and how can we find the difference between the political communication, the political levels, and the direct communication with the communities, with the refugees in Hungary. So that was, and there is the sensitivity that was really important.
I'm going to pick up on that for a second. That's a very good point, because what let's call them the opposition, I guess, for now. What the opposition is trying to do is they're trying to play on people's fears. And that's what they do first and foremost, and they do it very well. And they want to sow chaos. They want to sow more fear. So what you're doing is you're working with that. But we also need to understand people's fears, but we communicate in a different way. We want to understand their fears so we understand and we can respond to their needs, like they need to hear Ukrainian, for instance.
And it's part of the communication to organize or do like a safe place. So to feel I am in safe, there is like at home. So it's not, but the environment could be much more closer to this feeling.
Exactly, and I think that we are actually facing some kind of real problem with that, because there are intentions to, to have false information because somebody is, having a benefit or advantage on that. And that's why I think what Deborah said in your presentation, that you need to divide, you need to separate that what are actually the false news, what are those kind of sources that I can actually trust, And I'm not even quite sure where we need to start. Do we need to start like, it's like the educational stage at somehow, for, young people to understand that there are many kind of sources actually to find your information.
Right, exactly. And we need to know where those sources are. And we need to create new sources because obviously our standard sources are not working. So we need to create, TikTok is just the start of that. Where else are they communicating? And they need people, their own peers, to communicate with. So we're, quite frankly, in the United States and in the museum community too, we're behind the curve. We have to catch up. We have to catch up in this sphere. It's a hybrid war. There's a military war, but there's also the information war, and we're all in the information war together. So we need to catch up and do it quick.
Thank you. Maybe our online speakers have some thoughts about it too.
Yes, I can add. I can add to that. It's actually what we have been doing is working with the youth at a time where the war had been starting here, and it was quite shocking for them. But we need to make sure that that our heritage and our architecture here is a national position actually, and should be narrated by its own rightful people. So yes, addressing the youth is very important and making them believe that this is part of who you are and what you should be doing on ground on the national level.
And internationally, I think my NPR just did a series of webinars on disinformation and museum communications, and that's up on YouTube now. But next year, I want to do, maybe more regionally, I want to do regional webinars and have it run by each region. And I want to talk about disinformation and propaganda and what are the new things that we need to do. So I will be appealing to a lot of you on topics for this, but I think this is one of the most critical things that we have to do right now, and one thing that my committee can offer through ICOM. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Some questions from the
given we have Ukraine and Hungary next to one another, I had a question about the Turul bird, which was removed in 2008, I think, and in Mukachevo, no? And then it was replaced by a Ukrainian coat of arms. And I just wondered, I just wondered what your opinion might be about that.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really good but hard question. In the western part of Ukraine live Hungarian minorities, and like Munkachevo and some other towns and villages, a very important part of the history of Hungary, especially for the kingdom of Hungary. And there is some monument which links to the Hungarians and especially the Hungarian kingdom. And that was, I think, one of the background of the Hungarian government communication and link to Ukraine. How is the everyday life of the Hungarian minorities in western part of Ukraine? And this situation was, I think that was 2 or 3 times every year. Somebody destroyed this monument after rebuild, and again and again. So like I hate this word, but like a game. So, but it's a very very hard game, because after that it make a gap, not just between the 2 countries, but it made a gap between the Hungarian as a minorities in this territory and the Ukrainian society as well. So I think we need more care of the symbols and the heritage, especially the multicultural region as well, not just in Ukraine, but everywhere.
Any other questions from the floor?
I can add something to that. I think if you go online and you look at the Maidan Museum's programs that they're doing, they would be glad to discuss this, I think, because they are doing they do all kinds of children's programs, basic programs about memorializing the soldiers. But they also they have some very sophisticated intellectual discussions going on. And I think IHOR would be glad to entertain a discussion about that, actually.
Oh, there's a question.
Yes, this is a question for a Palestinian colleague. I went very quickly browsing through the website you indicated, and I saw a lot of galleries of architectural 3D models you can flip and roll and so on. But do you intend at some point to transform all these galleries, all these elements into a narrative, in the sense that creating some sort of a dematerialized historic museum of Palestine at the West Bank? Because for the moment, there are just separate items, but hardly any link between the items. So that's my question.
Thank you. I can briefly answer. Well, first of all, thank you for going to see the contents. Yes, this was an experimentation by students in this summer school that were mixed between Palestinian, Portuguese, Italian, and German students. So what we asked them was to to build new narratives that brought together some links and connections that they were looking for between their own heritage. So what you see there about specifically the Palestinian heritage is a part of a more international narrative. And they had just 3 days to work on it, so the result was already very, very huge. But we hope with this, because as much as we are continuing this action of collecting physical data, transforming digital and oral stories, memories, in the same way translated in digital contents, yes, we are increasing the materials that we have available, and this can really support us in building a complete narrative. So we really hope to continue in this direction, and as much as we can reach a good availability of materials, we can really go towards these new narratives. Not new, but let's say untold narratives sometimes that are related to buildings, that also for the students, sometimes for the local people, they go in front of them every day, but they don't know nothing about their architectural values. So it will be very important internationally and locally.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from the floor? Okay, then I have some. I have some for you, Ola. Maybe there is not a gap, but still, if there is, what role does communication play in bridging the gap between policymakers and the cultural sector to ensure mutual understanding and collaboration?
I think, as we have repeated many times during already this conference, that communication is always the key. Is it so? Yeah. Oh. That communication absolutely is the key. And one important branch of communications that I have sensed that it has some very important role after all is the science communications. Because I think that it was emergency or not, we are talking about many times results, many kind of like many effects and these kind of systems that are very hard for normal people to understand, basically. And science communication is made to be between, to build the bridges, as you mentioned, and create this kind of space in which the politicians and scientists or museum professionals could talk in a safe space and get the mutual understanding on that how. But I think that knowledge brokering is a term that I have been heard lately, which is some sort of like building bridges, and it tends to explain this information or valuable results of research for politicians, so that actually the research information would, somehow develop in the political decisions. And that at least it's used in Finland at least a couple of last years, and well, we're still probably in the stage that we don't know how is the impact, because those sort of meters are not actually made to that how we can follow the information or the results to come up as a political decisions. But we're improving little by little.
Do you have something to add, Deborah?
Well, no, part of communications is one of our stakeholders is policymakers, right, and politicians. So that's a special audience. And as a matter of fact, there is a group of committees, including mine, that are lobbying ICOM to bring this up in Dubai. But on the idea that a lot of museums, there's been research done by Intercom and some other committees, that many museums are getting less and less public funding. And so we want to present something in Dubai, that some tools and about what museums need to do, what they can do to do better lobbying, basically, better lobbying with their politicians, with their leaders. So communications is a key aspect of that. And that's basically what I can say. Again, you need to know your audience, you need to develop the relationships, and they need to know that you are serving the public in a way that they see as a value added. That's valuable to the politicians. So everybody needs to be in agreement somehow on that.
And maybe you use the correct words for the audience. Yeah.
Some years ago, that was, I think, in the European Union survey, but we made in Hungary as well, about which institutions are the most authentic in the communication as well. So the society trust in the different levels of institutions, and the top was the museums in Hungary. So that is an absolutely huge challenge for us, because the people absolutely see the communication of the museums, because they trust the museum. So that was our possibility during the last few years. How is our communication? And sometimes we were the bridge between the social media and the political level. So the people, and many times when we speak about it, how is the communication in the museums, and what is the most important part of our task, and how can we do it, I never forget a very important sentence which is in the Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. Elie Wiesel sentence: "This museum is not an answer, this museum is a question, many, many questions." So I think that is the most important, what is our questions during this crisis, because sometimes the questions are most important as the answers.
If I may add still, I think one of the resources that we actually haven't spoken very much of during this conference is the human resources. We need also the trained professionals to do the actual communications. And that is the thing that actually I account on you people. Hire the communication officers. You won't regret it.
Include the wise older people, but you have to include the young people, because they know the technology, they know social media. They're so much more facile than the rest of us are at it, and they're critical thinkers too, and they can detect a bot or whatever faster than the rest of us can. So it's not just in the information you put on the social media, it's the conversations also that are being had in social media. So that's where we also have to learn to play the game.
Thank you. I wanted to reflect about the things Schultz said, that museum is for the questions. The museum is, this museum is not for the answers. And about how the museums are perceived in Hungary, that they are most trustworthy. And this controversial thing, maybe the people are waiting, seeing the museums as a place for answers and not questions. Yes, it is hard to think, but I think that museums are actually balancing between two of these.
Yeah. I think the most important, the museum give not one answer. So there is when I started my career in the museums, at the beginning I didn't like and didn't want to work in a museum, because that time over 20 years ago, that was just it was just one narrative in the museum. That was the official curatorial narrative, without any societies, any part of the society voices missing from the museum. So the last 2 decades, that is the most important changes. So the museum is a platform for a discussion, and you find more and more answer. But the most important, it's based on the collections, based on the research in the museum, and I believe there is based on the truth, which came from all research. So the most important, the museum based on the collections research, and we give the answers from that way.
I think playing on what you just said, I think authenticity is the answer. We have authentic objects, right? We try to have the best research, but then we also need authentic voices. And those authentic voices are not always the curatorial voices. They come from other places.
When you cannot trust all the media, so you can trust always the museums.
I think that's a good place to end, actually. Yeah. I like that.
Okay. I think all of us was very impressed. We know about the Hungarian museums, which did this huge work with Ukrainian refugees. And we are around the communication theme. So what role has communication played in ensuring that intangible cultural heritage is not just preserved, Ukrainian heritage, but also celebrating within the communities?
Yeah, that was the really important. Many museums give places for these groups, for this Ukrainian refugees group, because they need a safe place where they can celebrate when just speak together, be together. And it was really important from the museums to search in the collection the related to the Ukrainian heritage, because the museum can help to build identity, and it was really important during the last 3 years to give possibilities for the refugees group, the people who live in Hungary as a Ukrainian refugees, to make a community again, because these people arrived at different places from Ukraine, so they are not a real community. The background is we are refugees from Ukraine, and what is common? Or heritage concerning the Christmas, Easter, the music, the songs, maybe the dances. So we have a possibility to give the place for these activities. So I think that was one of the most important, and there is again the answer. The museum is agora. There is a place where meet each other, reflect the cultural heritage, reflect the everyday life, and the ICH is a real part of the everyday life. And as I told in the lecture, so many Ukrainian people realized as refugees, we have a very huge, very colorful cultural identity and cultural background, which was maybe not so important in the everyday life 5 years ago, 10 years ago. But in this crisis situation, it could be help for us to overlap.
I think just to add to that, if you have a gallery of paintings, the paintings reflect, you see music, you see food, you see all aspects of intangible heritage in the paintings, right? So why wouldn't you want context for those paintings? Paintings don't stand alone. You can't just, a painting on a wall only reflects one aspect of culture. But it reflects culture, so you need to bring that culture into the galleries. So intangible heritage is an extension of the art that's on the walls. And it's important to bring that into context and bring that into the museum. The museum is a place to celebrate all aspects of culture.
And I have another question too. During this project, when all the focus was on Ukrainian culture, how was it perceived by Hungarian public? How has museum balanced this?
I think there was a two parts. One is just to give a place and possibility for Ukrainians. The other, how can we share to the Hungarian public? And the first, some of the museums organized a cultural program during the museum education or during the other museum programs include the Ukrainians. And sometimes that was a direct communication. And many times realized not the differences, but the common things. And that was also very important. Yes, they are Ukrainians, but we have many similar cultural aspects in our heritage. So I think that was a really good possibility to share in the main society more information about the Ukrainians.
There is a question. Okay.
Sorry. It's really a little comment really about the previous point that you were talking about, bringing social media and internet and museums as organizations together. When the war started in 2022, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where I'm lucky to work in, had come so quick together to organize evenings with like Ukrainian poetry evening or singing or dancing. There was also discussions of restitution of Ukrainian art. This was all live as well. So I think that was a very, very good example of how social media and organization as big as the Met had come together. And this helped only not the refugees, I think, that shed light on Ukrainian culture. And if people still had questions what it was, there was such a good answer to it. And it really helped people who live in New York who are Ukrainian to come and find solace, really. So I think, yeah, if people get together, use all the tools as social media that we're lucky to have, it really does help. So yeah, quite important to go to it. So just wanted to touch base, like how you can get it together and make everything better, really, with it.
Yeah, I can comment on that, Christmas is coming once again. All over Europe, we will see Ukrainian public Christmas celebrations. Let's go and see how they are, and yeah, let's make some couple of social media posts.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a Ukrainian restaurant in Washington, D.C., and so we're all planning to go to the Ukrainian restaurant and celebrate. Also the Ukraine House, which is the embassy's place. And there's one fellow who's been projecting images on the Russian embassy practically every night. And I'm planning to make an extra effort to go and support him when I get back to Washington, D.C. We all need to make more of an effort. I think our Ukrainian friends have felt we were all there for them at the beginning of the war, and we need to sustain that now. We need to sustain that support and that interest, because it's not just for the Ukrainians. We're doing it for ourselves. We're doing it for our communities. We're doing it for our world. So I think it's important for us to show that support wherever we live, and to keep it sustainable, to sustain it right now. It's very important.
You mentioned that we are at war, and yes, lately it has been more, it is a physical war, but it's an informational war. So, as we are lucky to have a communication expert here, I have this question that during the crisis, it happens frequently that some organizations are responding rapidly, and but it is very important to be careful with the words we spread, especially in times of crisis. And how can museum balance the need for immediate action with the careful consideration required for long-term community trust?
Well, it's called crisis communications,
yes.
basically.
Yes, but
and you're constantly, you have, one thing I emphasized in the workshop, I tried to emphasize, was that communications person anywhere, you're constantly of how to respond, but say the director tells you one thing or a curator tells you one thing, check it with 2 other sources. No matter how credible that source is, check it. And so always have people around you, like if it's a Ukrainian topic, have somebody who knows Ukrainian culture or Ukrainian, or maybe I have to call the embassy to check on something, is this correct, or a Ukrainian organization or a spokesperson from the community. Have relationships with those people, because if this is a sustained crisis might not be overnight. A sustained crisis can go on for years. So develop those relationships, have those reliable sources of information that people you can call to check the information, because you do need to rapidly respond. So you do need to have people on call, on WhatsApp, that, can you just check this out for me? I had this statement, can you read this and let me know what you think? And so that's what you need to do in a crisis situation, on a sustained crisis, basically.
There's just a small things, but as the chair of ICOM Hungary, in our national committee, from the beginning of the war, we invite many museum programs, conference, workshops, Ukrainian colleagues to speak, and there is also the level of the authenticity. They speak about what happened there, so I was so happy, and it was a great honor, because in the annual conference of the Association of European Opera Museum, the thematic was how is the museum reflection about the different social and historical traumas, and our keynote speaker was Anastasia, the chair of ICOM Ukraine, and she was coming to Hungary, and it was not just one lecture, it was many small talk, many workshops, and there was an authentic sharing about what happened with the museums, with the monuments, with the identity, because there is the identity. So this hybrid war destroyed the identity as well. That's the main goal, I think, destroy this identity, this very strong, very powerful Ukrainian identity. So
not just to destroy it, but to replace it with a new identity. So that's what we're fighting.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I have one for Yara and Rafaela. What lessons from your project can be applied to other regions where community narratives are at risk due to conflict or displacement?
Do you want me to answer? Okay. Well, this could be applied everywhere. Actually, it doesn't have also to be only applied in areas of conflicts. For certain reasons, now the technology and all these new means can bring people who are not able to travel, to visit those places in person, could also be applicable there. So, of course, there are crises everywhere in the world. There are many places now that are suffering, and conflicts, unfortunately, are not stopping. Wars are not stopping. Many communities now around the world are suffering. Even during the pandemic, when people were locked down in their houses, such technologies or such means could be a chance for those people, to interact with their heritage through the different, mediums and the different ways that it is possible. Also, it could be used in places where documentation is really scarce now. We know in Gaza, we do not know much of what's been really destroyed and what's really standing and what's intact. And through such mediums, we are able to communicate scarcely with those people in order to know and to report about all these damages. So I think it's applicable everywhere. It can start, well, when we focus on conflicts, but again, the whole idea of it is that it could be applicable everywhere, where you could involve the youth, university students in the production of their own heritage and their own history and their own narrative. I think this is my opinion. But maybe Rafaela would add also.
Rafaela, do you want to?
Yes, I can add something very small, more that before we were talking also, we were mentioning about yeah, can you hear me? I say that before we were mentioning about the policy making process, and this involves a big debate about policy and political aspect of all these contexts that are under crisis. And my point of view from the research field, let's say from the university, I can say that we cannot wait politics, because in the last years especially, we see that politics move too slow, and sometimes they are not really able to reach the points. So we can't, as researchers, as conservators, as people that dialogue on heritage, that is always the background of all these conflicts, we cannot wait. And we really need to try to find some affordable methods to involve researcher, people, professionals, but to try to do something during waiting that the politics can move and find other solution. But as people managing heritage, we cannot wait politics.
There's a saying, culture cannot wait, right?
Thinking
Culture
the same.
cannot wait.
If there is no other remarks or questions from the floor, I think we are out of time now, but I want to thank to our speakers here and online for sharing your experience and answering all the questions and giving us something to reflect on.
Okay. Now it's my pleasure to present, just a moment, I am totally paperless today and yesterday, but I have a pleasure to invite as a closing keynote Sophie Delapierre. Sophie is the head of Heritage Protection Department at the International Council of Museums, ICOM, which she joined in 2017. In this position, she leads operational programs, seminars, and awareness-raising activities related to the protection of the cultural heritage, museum's perspective. She regularly represents ICOM at international conferences on the strategies to fight the illicit trafficking of cultural property. Previously at ICOM, she was the legal advisor and institutional affairs coordinator. Sophie will be closing our conference with the keynote, the role of ICOM in the protection of cultural heritage in crisis, how to address the challenges. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Hello to everybody. Well, I would say hello to the survivor, because after so many days and so many presentations, very, very interesting. I took many notes, I have to tell you. So it's my turn. I was very honored, I have to say, to have been proposed to do this final keynote. And so I will begin with the usual thanks, and I think it's really normal. So thank you to ICOM Europe. Thank you, Juliana. Thank you to all the board for giving me this occasion, for this slot, this opportunity. I have to say it's not often the Secretariat is invited, and so I feel very and sincerely deeply honored for having this opportunity. My second thanks will be, of course, to ICOM Georgia and to you, especially Lana, and all your teams, your colleagues that are very nice and efficient and professional. So thank you for that. Thank you for this great hosting too. I think it was a wonderful opportunity for me, and I have also to say that, of course, given the thematic chosen by ICOM Europe, and choose by the group to do this exercise today, I think it was also very symbolic to have it here in Georgia for the moment. And lastly, I would like to thank the Tbilisi Museum Union, of course, as well as the Georgian Museum of Far Night for having us. So voila for the thanks. So I will try first to keep the time, and second, to give, let's say, because I adapt a lot my presentation yesterday and today, to also answer to some questions that have been raised, of points that have been taken. So this kind of keynote will be divided in 5 points. First, emergency response. Second, emergency preparedness. 3 will be communication, 4 will be tools, and 5 will be, because we just spoke a few minutes ago, advocating. So, speaking about 1, emergency response, and why response? Because of some vulnerabilities. Again, today is not the purpose to do a training, so I will be extremely quick on some points. Of course, I stay available if you want to discuss some of those points. But also I wanted to be the most exhaustive possible, because, I mean, the ICOM answer in general is very broad. So the vulnerabilities we can have, and all of them are the particularities. First is theft, in any case of theft. Recently in France, by the way, we had 2 violent thefts, no later than 1 week ago. So another very old one, but that have been also extremely in the press at the time.
But it's not only about France. France is here for me to find the information, but it's far from the only country. I mean, that's a vulnerability that you have everywhere in the world, and you keep only a few minutes to find many, unfortunately, examples on internet. Internal and an external theft, I have also to say. So second, and I know Alenka discussed a little bit during a presentation, is the earthquake vulnerabilities. And here are some pictures we received from ICOM Croatia, for example. Another type of risk, there are floods. Those are pictures from Belgium. At the time, they had some floods in Europe 2 or 3 years ago. I have to say that I could already update my PowerPoint because for the moment we are very working with ICOM Spain, for example, for the moment. Another one type of vulnerability, fires. You may recognize the fire at the National Museum in Brazil. And we spoke a little bit also about that yesterday, activism in museum, another type of risk in terms of security. I have no time to go further on the question of ethics, etc. It's just in the frame of risk. It's one of them. It's the damage that could be caused by such action. So another type, of course, and it's something that has been deeply discussed here, so I don't want to be too long. It's, of course, the risk during armed conflict or war. And on that, of course, I cannot go without speaking a little bit about the war in Ukraine and the support, the incredible support, plus I'm here for ICOM Europe, so it's only normal that I spoke about the incredible solidarity. Juliette, you spoke about it, and Elke, you spoke about it too. I mean, you were among the two of the main countries that made incredible efforts to bring, among other things, material. And I think this solidarity at a regional level, personally, I use it now as the best practices, because when there is an emergency in a country, generally the committee that can help easier are the neighboring country. So this solidarity that have been taken place during at the beginning of the war, it's something that, unfortunately, or let's say fortunately, for the good side of it, this solidarity should be considered as an exemplary. You spoke about material. Of course, it was very broader. It was material, but also a support to colleagues, Ukrainian colleagues that were trying to find jobs, for example, outside the country. And of course, because ICOM, it's also its role as the voice of the international museum community, give visibility to this situation of the museum within Ukraine and also of the solidarity outside Ukraine. So some images, but you will see it's a kind of redundant of what you said earlier, so I not will be too long on that. Some are the pictures graciously given by ICOM France and ICOM Austria, just to help us at Secretariat, because it's also our role to show internationally what you do. So another point also is that, of course, there is the job the great job done by the network. There is also the job that we do with partners. I mean, I will speak in a minute about partners, UNESCO, Interpol, UNIDROIT, EU. So that's only one example. I like it because we can see, in fact, our colleague, and you will recognize them, of course, Natalia, you can see Ihor, sorry. So it's the chair of ICOM Ukraine. Those all are those persons. Anastasia, voilà, was not coming back to her name. So Anastasia, Natalia, and Ihor among the Ukrainian experts that we are working with. Those are the ones who made the red list, by the way, not us. They made this list about objects that are vulnerable in the country because of the situation. So they very work hard to do this list very quickly and very efficiently, I have to say. So, in case of emergency that we saw coming from the vulnerabilities, and we spoke a lot today and yesterday, and I was not there for the training, but I guess it was the same. And because also it's the 75th anniversary of the 54 Convention, we spoke deeply and lengthily about this convention and the two protocols. Yes, and there are criticisms about the implementation. Yes, all of that is very true. But for me, or for ICOM in general, we should not, because we go to the statutory meeting of 54, the statutory meeting of 1970 Convention on Illicit Traffic, etc., etc. We should see those conventions as a frame, as a global frame. Alone, they are not super efficient. Together, it's something else. Of course, the implementation can be a problem, but it's a problem coming from the states. Sorry to be so straightforward, but it's coming from the states. It's not always because the convention is weak. So for me, I'm working a few years on the 1970 Convention myself. I have to say that I was a little bit surprised. Not surprised because I understand the political game, but it's sometimes a little bit easy to say the convention is weak or not sufficiently implemented, or we should think about another one, which, by the way, would not be better, for sure, before trying to implement those conventions until the very end of it. First, we implement all the articles of the convention. Where are the special units requesting by 54 and 70 convention? Where are the register inventories asking by these two conventions too? So before going to another convention that, by the way, will take years, if you go back to the preparatory works of this convention, it takes 10 years before the convention. And then what will be the job of UNESCO to work decades to make them ratified again. So our call in ICOM is much more like, yes, implement, and yet states it's your responsibility. And then when we will be at the end of the implementation, then we will maybe think to another convention to fill the gap, if any. Well, there are. But we can move forward with the implementation first. Those are not the only convention, those are not the only text. Another one that is really important for us, even it's a recommendation, it's the 2015 recommendation that also is, if you read it very carefully, the articles, you will find many ways to move forward with this text too. There are the Nicosia Convention, but it was not the goal today to do a list, but you understand that legally speaking, the frame is quite strong. But now we are at the level of the political will, and that is another job to do. We just spoke a few minutes ago. It's lobby, it's advocating. And you and me and us, it's our job also to convince our national authority, international authority to take this step. I was a little bit long on this one, but I wanted to make a point, as you can understand. So here, especially on the illicit traffic, so on heritage protection in general, not particularly on the emergencies action, it's our main cooperation is there. UNESCO, UNIDROIT, Interpol, World Customs Organization. Of course, it's far from the only one, but it's mainly there. Another one, and because Blue Shield was quite present with the presentation of Peter, also with the presence of the chair of Blue Shield Georgia and the previous chair too. So I wanted also to stress, because it was not said in the historical presentation yesterday, is that the Blue Shield has been funded by these 4 international organizations, namely, because I think it's worth to say them, International Council of Archives, International Council of Museums, yes, International Council of Monuments and Sites, and International Federation of Library Association and Institutions. Why, if it's not clear, is that is that at the, Peter recalls, of course, the origin from UNESCO, but at one moment, these four organizations also saw that nothing was quite happening, and we were really in need of these special organizations coming from us and going exactly where we were not going, namely military training, military aspects of this convention, and all the aspects that are not covered by us, generally speaking. I never worked with NATO, for example, because that is more for Blue Shield sites. So it's only with this good articulation from both sides, from the Founding Four and Blue Shield, that we will cover the aspects that need to be covered. I really I make a play, to make sure that it's very understood that there is the job that have to be done by ICOM National Committee, job done by Blue Shield National Committee, and committee of the other organization. Because if we overlap or duplicate, it creates interference that after can prejudice to the protection of goods. So we want a perfect articulation. I have to say that we are particularly careful to it because ICOM is member of the Blue Shield International Board, and also ICOM is chairing the accreditation committee, meaning that all the Blue Shield committees that have been that are new or have been reaccredited the last 5 years has also been done through the participation of ICOM. So we just want to continue to do projects together to make sure, as I said, that all aspects of the heritage protection are covered by one of us. So, second point, after those vulnerabilities, is this first response that we can give in case of an emergency. And as for traffic of goods, ICOM is clearly positioning on prevention. We do when there is a crisis. We do what we can. And there are many different circumstances. Juliette, you recall that when there is a national committee, it's much more easier. When we know each other, you pick the phone and you try to ask what happened and how can we help. When you don't have, it's much more complicated. And there are current situations in the world when the Secretariat try to do what it can because there is no national committee. So I can assure you that it's much more complicated. So when something happens, we work, of course, we don't sleep. But that's not where we are the best, to my opinion. And I think it's normal. Where we are the best is in the prevention, is in the preparedness, because there we can do a scientific job, by the way. So how can we work to be better on prevention? To protect cultural heritage in museum, it's an addition of different things. And sometimes we discuss in the training we give, and I said to a staff museum and said, that's great what you do to protect heritage. And he said, Sophie, I'm not doing heritage protection, I'm documenting a museum. And I said, you are protecting heritage too, because that's one of the components of what we have to do. When you make an inventory, you fight the traffic. When you know what you have in your storage, you protect your heritage in case of crisis. So, securing your collection, we have a special committee called ICMS, specialized in that, and who can help in the network when it's necessary. If you develop, you have, by the way, but if you develop an emergency plan, you are protecting your heritage. If you document, and here I can only rely on the huge expertise of CDOC if you need help. When you addition all these actions, you are protecting your heritage, and then you are prepared, or better prepared, in case of crisis. An example of a project that we do, because I also like to recall that as a secretariat in Paris, We are not a lot, we are 30, and not a lot of us do on project. Never forget that we are at your service. Never it happened that there is a project that suddenly is dreaming by the Secretariat. It's never happened. Or we have tasks given by the ICOM board, or we are implementing a project asking by one of our committees, international, national, or regional alliance. We are always doing something for the network and with the network, never alone. So it's very important to say. But of course, I know better the projects who are involved, that's for sure. But so for example, we were requesting some time ago, and here it's also something that I wanted to say related to fundraising. We wanted to do, our committee in Burkina and Mali wanted to do a training plus having some material for 22 museums in both countries. So we developed a project, took some time, and we presented to ALIF. I'm sure you know this foundation. And we convinced ALIF that it was a sustainable, efficient, and needed project. So we received the grants, and it took us the possibility to do this training for the 22 museums involved. And what do we do? What do we do with this grant and implementation? So vast majority, by the way, of the funds were dealing by the National Committee. We follow it, but that they develop the content, and some of them, after need assessment, receive some material. Material, it can be anything. Sometimes it's CCTV, I know it's beautiful, camera, etc., but that's not the vast majority. Generally also, those are simple books to do inventory, to do cahier de mouvement, to do all the documentation that is necessary. And when you need a computer, you put a computer. But of course, you will not receive CCTV if you don't have a computer. And all of that we check. So depending on the states of the implementation of the security in a museum, we will go one phase up. But it will depend on which museum. Because something that I always try to say also is that we need in ICOMs to move together. I cannot let somebody along the road. We are fine to speak about digitization and EI. But majority of the museum we work with, they don't have a paper inventory. So where is the priority? Is there any priority? Or do we have to do both? So those are the questions that we are always in mind. And also, I saw that some presenters also spoke about firemen and protection civile. That's some example, because also when we spoke about security, we understood that many of them never manipulate, me neither, by the way, a fire extinguisher. So it was the opportunity to use them, because when, again, the fire happened, you just have to know how to use it. And not just say in a manual, you have to use fire extinguisher. So let's do this. So those are some pictures. You saw, for example, one of the trainer, because we worked in the storage. It was a project with many components. It was documentation, emergency planning, and storage management. And here I also like to show this one, because in ICOM we always try to not duplicate. If something have been done by another organization who made it superbly, and here naming the reorg method by ICOM, we really don't see the point to redo a methodology by ICOM. No, the ICOM one is fantastic, let's use it. So here it was a training given by, and I know a lot of you know him, Gaël de Guichin. But we wanted, and he wanted to anyway, to have hands-on training. So what we do is that we worked in the storage. And we also took one of the storage and we reorganized it. not with all the person, but with the person of the museum responsibility of the storage. One evening, we took 3 hours and we organized following the methodology. Like that, the day after, we were able to show the results. So words are okay, methodology are okay, but we act on them. Even if it's on a little micro project, but at least visually, you spoke about communication and showing the things, so dear chair of NPR, it's not TikTok, but next time I will think about it, I promise. But we show with picture, with video, that it's really not, because we are always this question, but Sophie, we don't have the resources, so we would like to do it. So we don't say, of course, you don't need resources. Of course, you need a little bit of resources. But, you know, doing an inventory when you speak about financial resources to do one, it's not so expensive. But generally, just the person are lost in front of this mountain. And we just say them, it's like we always said that in the secretary, is that how do you eat an elephant? Bite after bite. But at the end, it is eaten. But you have to dare this first move. And that's what we do. So in the emergency plan that we developed, that is super simple. I spoke yesterday about it to Claire Léger from the Blue Shield France, because I know that they have the PSBC. Us, it's really the basic of the basic. But we need to start somewhere. We try to arrive with a 200 already prepared manual. It doesn't work. So we prefer to begin with the first steps about 2 parts. The first, both have to be prepared, but one of them may be not implemented. The first one is prevention and preparedness that have to be prepared and implemented. I will explain in a minute. And the other one is the action plan that have to be prepared, but that will be implemented only if the risk happen. And also, because some things that we see with our partner is that when it's done, it doesn't need to go in your office somewhere with the older books. It has to be very close because it moves all the time. We need to update an emergency plan all the time. So in the first part, and again, that's not the purpose to do a training today, so I will be extremely quick. But what we want, at least as the main part, is that the contact list and support network, that's why we have to you have to know who is the police, who is the fireman, who is the protection civile, who is the closest library, theater, whatever cultural institution, because you may need as a plan B if necessary. You need facilities and collection assessment. If you, I know you are you are professional, you know what to do, but believe me, we always have to remember the colleagues everywhere that they need to know their museum. It can sound strange, but generally it's very difficult to make sure that everybody, how many buildings do you have? How many meters square? How many exhibition room? How many storage room? And you can say, Sophie, how can you not know storage room? I tell you, it's not so obvious for everybody. So, because sometimes it's just a little débarras when we put things for the moment, yes, but if they are objects from your collection, that's part of your storage. As simple as that. So risk and vulnerability is a little bit what we saw earlier from our colleague in particular from Germany. For example, if you are close to a river, they might have a risk of flood. So, and not everywhere in the world you have earthquake, but some place in the world it's much more often. So you have to evaluate in a very basic way. And just you do in hierarchy in your risk, and you intervene on them. And then generally, but I heard also yesterday that we are not the only one, the fun part of identifying the priority objects, that's the moment of the longest discussion, but then we try to force it in a way, in a nice way, but we try to say, listen, if you don't prioritize your object, one day somebody who is not job will do it for you. and might take or save some objects that you don't really want it. Why? Because you had theoretical discussion, infinite. No, I understand the discussion, I understand the brainstorming, but at the end, on the criteria that you choose, but you choose your priority objects. It's complicated. You have your heart cut in two, I understand, but you have to do it. As simple as that. And then you have your initial response plan. Those are which way you will take. Do you need any key? Do you need a place to put the object? Is this place secured, etc., etc.? That's part of the training, as I said. And second, it's the action plan that you need to prepare, but you might, depending if there is a risk, maybe you will never implement it. But that is those are the most chapters we do. And when I say chapters, it's a few pages. Huh? And it's the reporting lines and team structure. Simple advice. We always, for example, that might be strange, but we always say that the chief of the implementation of the action plan should not be the director. Why? Because the director, he's busy, generally, with all the risk, calling the minister, dealing with things, so he cannot be at the same time the chief. So, certain are a little bit disturbed. Of course, we can discuss. If you say, Sophie, we are 3 in the museum, and the 2 others, no? So, yes, it's you. You see what I mean? But generally, we try to give some tips. It's tips. Then people do whatever they want. But again, we try to make sure that it's understood. Emergency storage. I'm sorry, I'm too long. I have to be too shorter than that. But emergency storage, your plan B, the place where you will put the pieces. Emergency resource kit, assessment and stabilization process, evacuation of people and evacuation of collection. That's not the order, but those are the chapters. So again, you need to have, if you have the resources, you have to have a person who will look for the people, and you have a person who will look for the collection. Little tips everywhere, but sometimes it's when you say it, people say, oh yeah, it's true. But we need to practice this before the emergency, because generally it's too late when it is. And I have to say that all the tips are coming from experience, for best practices, for people who had to live this moment difficult and would say after, oh, I should think about that. But now we know. One of the most points I have to say is the emergency plan B, because those space generally is complicated because they are not for keeping insecure collection, too much humidity or these kind of things. So in fact, what we do is, again, just a little tips. We really encourage to work with libraries close, with, as I said, theater, with monuments, heritage place, that we could be the plan B or the others, if possible, too. Because generally what we have, and that's really, again, cut the artist in two, is that fortunately you have an emergency plan. Fortunately it worked, but in fact we are not foreseeing the fact that the object would stay 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And at the end, when we evacuate the object from the storage, we see that there are a lot of damages. So that's one point that we really need to ameliorate, by the way. But that's not the point on doing that today, so I move to another project really quickly. But I like to show you, because later I will speak about the G20 and the advocacy, which is like, okay, very theoretical. I like also to show you that there are micro projects. Well, micro because it's just one museum, but it's a huge project. And we can see that ICOM also help National Committee for Rehabilitation of building, and that it's a museum in Côte d'Ivoire, that this one is the Bétier one, very far from the main town, and that was full of humidity, full of problems, doors broken, and there were, like you can see before, yeah, you can see a little bit the cracks in the wall because of humidity. So we were on the verge of losing it. So we made, let's say, the first help kit to make sure that at least the roof is waterproof, and the rest will come afterwards. But we had you see picture before and after, at least for the main building. And I didn't choose the color, but that's not me. But the point is that, for example, also the doors, the new doors that have been put, because we could enter this museum, well, no doors, so imagine. So another one in a neighboring town, it was the Zaranou that ICOM Côte d'Ivoire also identified as super urgent. Here again, problem in the museum, but another problem too, it's difficult to imagine, but that is the main museum. It's the museum, but completely packed, no place for reserve, and impossible to build because of the structure of the building. So we create a L storage, answering all the criteria for a reserve, for storage, and like that, at least this museum could breathe a little bit in terms of object and accumulation, and that's something that was really appreciated by the village, by the way. It was a very interesting mission, and we were received by the local community. It was very late because we were late in our program, but here I want just to explain also the importance for local communities. And so we arrived, like it was dark outside, and we had to absolutely going in the museum, but all the village was waiting because, in fact, the tradition is when a stranger arrived, there is this tradition of a storyteller. There is somebody who tells the story of the village from as far as they know it. So we were very lucky because we are all the village, and the storyteller, an old man who explained all the story of the village, and also during the story there is the arrival of the museum and how the museum is part of the village right now. And then after, when we visited, all the village also were there because they really wanted to show the evolvement of their building, and it was very interesting moment when you can see indeed that a local community consider the museum their place, which is totally normal. Three will not be super long because, well, we have MPR with us, so communication is your part, not mine. What I wanted to say is that, but I think it's worth to have 1 minute on it. As you can say, sometimes ICOM do a statement on a specific topic. Here it is, Afghanistan. Recently, and I just put always in yellow the mention of the 54 convention, because generally I have message saying we don't recall 54 convention. I will show you that we do. And then this one, so 24 of February 2022, so 2 days after the invasion, a long discussion. We just discussed the importance of the words. A long discussion in ICOM about do we use or not invasion, because I remember that at the moment we spoke about a special force, whatever. So, but from the dictionary, what we saw, it was an invasion, so we put invasion, and after other organizations followed. So, but on that, for example, we are particularly reactive. Why? Because we had ICOM Ukraine with us. As simple as that. We discussed these statements weeks before. So, and when it came, because we can feel it was going there, bam. So there we made a move on that. A statement condemning violence against people and their cultural heritage. That's the most recent one. It's about the situation in Palestine. And you can see again the mention of the 54. And here, the one that we made at the occasion of the anniversary that we were invited and we participate in The Hague. And I recall also the work done by Patrick Boilan, which is the former vice president of ICOM, and was one of the experts behind the second protocol. We forget it, but we should not, because he made an incredible job, and I encourage you to read his documentation. And so, just one point here. Here ICOM, I can tell you because we are between us. Here it's always a strange moment regarding the statement because people say it's not enough, what you say. The statement is weak. And some people said, you should do more. You do not need more statements. So it's a communication matter. I think we should work better with Wo and Pierre to have advice on this, I guess, is that, yes, and I was not a strong believer of statement before. I was this part of people saying, oh, we say that we are against and we denounce. But yes, it has its perks. Its position ICOM on the topic. And on majority of the cases, exactly what the network expects from his leadership at the board level. So yes, we will, but we are always careful in if we repeat a statement, if it's necessary to say what is new, denouncing to denouncing the second, with once yes, second. So there is all a mechanism behind the statement, but we are believers that it's what we should do. And the proof is that some national committee then take the statement with them and they put on their own website so we can see the continuation. 1 minute now. So just one mention of the object ID, because I know you know the red list, but the object ID, we don't speak it enough, and I'm always very surprised because I hear a lot of database, we don't know how to describe an object, we need methodology. We have one. We have one for 30 years. We have a standard to describe an object. Even if you are all professional, I put an object in the middle, I might have many, many different ways to describing it. But if we want tomorrow to have database, to have interoperability, we need to use standards. Object ID is a standard. You follow it. You have 9 categories to describe the measure, how do you measure, with the material, and you have advice at each step. It's free, it's translated in I don't know many languages. It's still used in the Interpol app. They ask us to use the object ID. So it's a proof that it's still worked with. If you do a database, if you have an inventory, fantastic. If you don't have an inventory, you don't know where to come from, take the object ID and follow. I don't have time, but I would have loved to speak about the pictures, how you take a picture, because there are many, many problems. So we give simple advice, the fact that you have to keep this data in 3 minimum copies, in 3 different spaces. Otherwise, if you lose the museum for a fire, be sure that your data is gone too. So all these little tips we share during trainings. The red list, super quick here, because I guess you know it. Those objects are not stolen. They are in museums, but they are categories of objects vulnerable, and we go from there. That's the red list that we have. It's not only about objects, it's also about main law framework. It's really important when you are from a country very, very far. When you are in Argentina and everybody say, ooh, careful to the Ukrainian cultural heritage, for a policeman in Argentina, if you don't have this type of tool, it's complicated. If you have this type of tool, you know where to begin. For the object, where to begin with the national legislation in Ukraine, if there is bilateral agreement, if they ratify the convention, and one of the most important information, contact information in the country. So it's not only a list, it's a real tool. You know how is a red list, so I will pass. Here is to show that there are different languages. For custom, we always speak about customs and police, but not only, for museums too. Everybody who acquire or participate in the circulation of objects should check. That is the database, so because sometimes you have an object, you have no clue about what it is. You click wood, you tick sculpture, and all the sculpture in wood from the red list will come, whatever the red list. So it can prefigure what can be in the future the red list 2.0. An example, but I will go quickly, it's between Iraq and the Netherlands, when they mention that they use the red list, and they show where. to show that at the highest level, there are mention of the use tool, for example, and Peter yesterday spoke about the resolution 2347. Well, we mentioned the red list in there. That's an example in a national level when the red list are mentioned of the German legislation about how to do due diligence. One of the criteria is to look in the red list. And here it's a mention that have been done at the EU level, also mentioning that for the import of cultural goods, red lists are a tool that have to be used. So to show you that at the law, at the political and legal level, this is also going in the text, let's say. An example of awareness raising, an exhibition in the Louvre, when they show objects that have been seized and should be returned soon in Libya, for example. And all around, even the color of the organization, they ask to use the ICOM red list color. And so that's why it's, you can see that it's very red. And it was a superb moment also to raise awareness in a museum about this problem. That is an example of Serbia, who used the red list also now for the academic police module course. So to show you that how people use the red list can be extremely diverse. And we continue to receive example. Also, that is, I will be very short, but on this, you see the launching of the red list in Brazil in 2023. But on the same slide, you see the Minister of Culture of Brazil speaking. And next, you see 2 persons from local communities who sing a song with instruments that are linked to the red list, to always show the wide range between the political use of it, but also the fact that in local communities are also represented through the red list. Code of ethics, I think we spoke enough. Well, it's never enough to speak about the code of ethics. We can do 2 hours on it because it's full of reference to the heritage protection. And just be aware that, but I know you are, it's under the revision, and I will ask you to be extremely attentive to this review. I stop observatory, and that's the observatory. It's another tool, but it's the second phase is under preparation. I hope to have the opportunity to speak about it next time. And last but not least, the advocating. I just wanted to tell you that since 2020 presidency, it was Italy at the presidency of G20, and for the first time, illicit trafficking was a thematic of culture, and ICOM was invited. And since then, we are invited. So what ICOM is doing to G20 with cultural minister? Well, we push museum priorities on every level. I will be a little bit egoistical now. I will speak about heritage protection, but that's not the only topic. And just to tell you that it's advocating, but imagine that the president of ICOM has 3 minutes in front of the G20 culture minister, who has also 3 minutes. So everything that have been said in front of 20 ministers of culture are said. And believe me, they are strongly said. And that's good, because it makes us heard. It makes every Minister of Culture will speak about their national committee. Do you know ICOM data? Yes, no, yeah, and we move it. And we are particularly proud this year because we succeed to put this paragraph, is the 30, is the first time we went so far, and we are named in several parts of the declaration, bit in here, and it will now do a link to something that you spoke about, the fundraising, the policy, etc. It's good, and ICOM do the job to help the museum to do this, to do that, but the financial resources stay a main problem in the implementation of everything that are requested to museums. So one of our points is to ask the states to give resources to museums. So in this, we succeed to put this paragraph, and I will just read in yellow that we value the important role of museums and recall the importance of further empowering these institutions with a view to ensure the active role in the protection of cultural heritage. In other words, states need to support that museum to fight the traffic and to help to protect heritage. The consequence of that, we will or will not see them, but a point have been taken, because it's always great to hear that culture is great for humanity. I agree, you agree, everybody agree. But something else is to say that the cultural institutions who are the guardian of those cultural heritage need to have the means to work and do their job. So that's one of the most ICOM advocacy points, and I wanted to finish on that, and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Sophie. It was really important, first of all, to listen to you and hear about ICOM's work in the protection of cultural heritage. I would like to ask you to stay for a minute, and I would like to ask the audience if you have any questions for Sophie. Alexandre.
Of course. No,
Always a pleasure.
I think you, at some point, I would like to know a little bit more about the relationship between ICOM and other organizations. You mentioned them very quickly, some of them like ALIF, ICROM, but I'm pretty sure there are other. I don't know if you work with the World Monument Fund, for instance, because they are all other organizations working in the same way or in the same direction as ICOM. So, but it's difficult to understand the relationship between all these organizations taking care of the heritage, specifically, for instance, in Ukraine, where there are a lot of different foundations and organisms and international, non-for-profit and so on. And at some point, it's, from outside, say, who's the referent? Is there anybody coordinating the whole system?
I hope to make a short answer, but practically speaking, for us, there are three main kind of partners. The intergovernmental one, I spoke about two, UNESCO, UNIDROIT, well, Interpol and YCO2, but I will put in ICROM too. ICROM is intergovernmental. So with those one, it will be more like partnership and at global level, but also on very, very practical level. A few weeks ago, I was in Skopje with our colleague from Macedonia, and we were in a UNESCO workshop working together on the fight against traffic. So it can be, or UNESCO, for example, for the coordination meeting for Sudan and for Gaza, ICOM will be invited. So there is like this coordination side, there is like a project side, but that is mainly with intergovernmental organization. Then you have all the world of the NGOs, our sister organization, who in a way works like us, but with a strong network. So they have the same strengths and weaknesses than us. And then you have the third sector that is a little bit more new, is the foundation, it's the organization who have money. In the world, ALIF, SER, and those are the ones that we are working more and more because, yes, we want to put the project from the network to them. And for example, just to give you an example, after Côte d'Ivoire, they work with us on, with ALIF, and now Côte d'Ivoire is presenting a project along with SER, with all that, because we help with the administrative things, etc. So for me, there are three main worlds, and we are taking with us everybody if they want to work. And I cannot compare these three worlds. We try, for example, I think it was 3 days ago or 4, we just signed the MOU with ICROM. Just the two presidents signed the agreement, finally. And this agreement will be on trainings, will be on the award sustainability question, because indeed, we have topics that we work. It's the same topic, but we see from absolutely, completely perspective different. But the topic is the same, so how to combine? Because again, the work that can be done is duplication and overlap. So we try to navigate in that. I don't know if it answers your question.
Some sort of, Another very quick question. You should mention also the on-working development of new tools. The new tools against to protect the heritage, whether it is illicit trade or etc., because that's an important step also for ICOM.
I didn't have time, but we
now.
have a current project called Anchise. It's a consortium project. And there, because we have always a request in ICOM of people who said, I have a great tool, museum community should have it. But then you understand that they just want the list of contacts of ICOM, and you know it's going nowhere. And also tools that are for the museum, but at no point you ask the advice of the museum. For me, it's a little bit strange. For once, we had people, let's say we call them the tech people, came to us with tools such as drone, such as app, such as database, such as they have like a tool with thermoluminescence to detect fake in papers, for example. Very high-tech things. And the idea was that in this AU project, you put together and the future users and the tech. And the whole job of these projects is to evaluate the existing tool, saying, yes, it's worth, no, it's not for us. Yes, I could use it, but it has to be modified. And that's all the point. But absolutely, we have a look also on digital, on future, on EI, because it might very much help the community. But there is one point that we underline a lot, because from our project, we also see the reality in every country in the world. And you are Europe. But in many parts of the world, even in Europe, there are things that are not done. And one of them is inventory. They are not done. So before to think about future with a long of data, etc., and we need to think about legal and sustainable. So there are many, many points, but we go there. But the point is that we don't want to move and let people on the road and take only a few and go. We need to embrace everybody. So, and for example, a lot of tech partners said, we have a superb tool, but we need all ICOM data. I said, yeah, ICOM data. All the inventories, but the majority of people of museums do not have inventories, and digitized inventories. That's very a few %. And they think that we have like, I don't know, a safe box of millions of images, and this is not the case for the majority of the museum in the world. I don't speak, of course, about countries that have the resources, and I agree there are tons of data that should be available, I agree, but the reality of especially local museums, and as I always say to them, I dream about a tool who helps the museum to do the inventory. Then you are the king. Change the reality. Don't ask me the data, help me to do the data. And we do a project with you. I hope one day one of them will say yes.
Thank you. Okay. One. No, but
it's very difficult.
Yes,
to realize it needs methods, means, people who are qualified. It's very difficult to do that.
I agree.
The word is easy to pronounce.
I agree and disagree, because Juliette, I can tell you that sometimes I really don't understand the points. I recently was really like keeping the table like that, because I was speaking with the director of a museum, and we discussed about the inventory. And well, I should have asked before, but finally I said, but how many objects are we speaking about? 300. I was like, what? 300? You have 300 objects. And you are director of your museum for 10 years, and you didn't make your inventories? So, you know, there are a lot of different situations.
So, my friend Vasil would love to talk to you, because what he gives advice on just this very topic. He says, write down what you know. They give you instructions on how to photograph the objects. In a small town in the middle of Ukraine, they will give you instructions, they'll give you the camera, they'll tell you what to do, and you only have one person to do it, 2 hours a day when they have electricity, and what he tells you is, here's how you measure, here's how you write, just write down whatever you know, just write it down. It might not be perfect, but you have to start somewhere and be satisfied with that. Just do what you can, and later on, more information will be added. And they will help you put it in a place where it can be safe in storage, and they have those places available for you, and then you can add to it. You can access that, and when you get someone with better knowledge, they can add the information to that. But just write something, say, it's a red coat belonging to a little girl, and it used to be worn, it was worn in, you know, the 1920s, or just whatever knowledge you have, start writing it down. That's all you have to do. Maybe you handwrite it. I don't know if you can type it into a computer.
It is possible. I always want also, you are professional, so when I speak for policemen or for non-professional people, I admit that I use object ID inventory a little bit look like. I know that it's not, because inventory is a scientific thing, and object ID is very, really literally, I can give an object and give it to my mom. My mom is a nurse, not a museum person. But I give to my cousin, who has another job. And if they follow object ID, I will have 2 similar fish. Because it's only what you see. It's how do you see? It's not even what type of wood. It's wood. It's metal. It's, voilà. Then the measurement. But how do you measure? Especially on 3D. It's telling you. It's, and something that is not in inventory, but super important in the object ID, is to say special feature. For example, in an inventory, in a statue with multiple arms, for example, I remember this one, in Hindu one, to put that there was one missing arm, you know, it's annoying. For the object ID, it's gold. We succeed to find years ago and to identify this type of a sculpture that could have been restituted to the country, because in the inventory they mentioned that this arm at this place was broken, and then through the traffic, blah, 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 they put back an arm, and then they say, look, it's not the same. Yes, but as we repatriate the crack, and we saw the crack, and they have to give it back. So inventory and object ID is not the same, and an object ID is very factual. So we can do it.
Sophie, thank you. Just short question and short answer, please, because we will have also, we finish just in a couple of minutes, and we will have the small reception again, and you can, of course, network with Sophie as much as you want. So please, we should close the conference. And Charles.
Yeah, if I may humbly ask.
I will announce.
Why did you not? I mean, this is a bit bold of me, because I mean, obviously it just took time to put together. But why is it not dialogues between and with local communities? Because many of the issues which may end up being resolved by museums, many of the issues initially are between communities.
Yes.
The problem of difference between those communities. So it's not just within one community. It's
yes.
Many times
I have to admit that English.
A minority.
Yeah, I understand your point. English is not my native. For me, when I see with, it's global with. It's also between. It's also yes, but I can add it. It's but I understand your point, and I will follow it.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Juliana, the last question.
Very quick. I'm very glad to Sophie, who posed this problem of inventories. But I would like to give a statement. The inventory is the basis of our profession. And it's very strange that we should speak about such a matter, because you can't work in a museum without knowing that one of the first things is to inventory your collection. I can't understand really, but if you know the recent draft of our new code of ethics, or what is wanted to be the new code of ethics, the inventory is not quoted at all, and that is not a good thing, and I think that we should work a lot about it.
Yes, please. There are two topics that are fundamental for the fight against illicit and heritage protection, and you can turn around and look with police, and you will always come that there is two topics that I don't understand why ICOM is not going further than that. It's inventories and storage. Storage, fortunately, there is no working group, and I think we are going there, but there are two topics that we feel like when we are in a training that people are, believe me, when I ask to see the storage when I am in a museum, it's complicated, huh? Because, I'm not sure, you are sure? Because, and we know that the majority of the objects are there. And we always, but I don't want to take too much time, but I said, okay, if we want to really fight the traffic, it's like the doctor. If you go to the doctor and you say to the doctor that you see once a year, everything is fine, okay, see you next year. But if you say to the doctor, my knee, then we can do something. If you don't, when we are here with you, there is no mic, no camera, it's you and me. And if you tell me that your storage are superb and everything is fine, because you are a little bit ashamed, then what can we do? Just say to us, and we will not judge. We are your colleagues. So let's say it, let's table it. Of course, you don't have resources. Let's fundraise together. Let's have a retro planning, and in X months, years, your storage can be, let's call it home, whatever. We will find a solution, but please say it. And same for inventory. Those two topics, I think, until the moment in ICOM or in the museum community we don't take those two topics seriously, we will never get it in terms of heritage protection. Not in the emergency plan, not in the security, not in the fight against trafficking.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sophie.
Welcome.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Juliana to the stage, and we should close the conference.
It's not easy to summarize such a dense conference. And for us who attended also the 3 previous days about the training course is much more difficult, but I'll try. I'll try with another thank to Sophie, because we began our training course and we finish our conference remembering the framework of our work, that are the rules and the codes. And so that's the basis of our work. But we should work to implement them, and so to ask our governments in each committee to implement all the instructions and all the statements of the rules and the recommendation. Well, what were the voices presented here in our conference? ICOM for the moment, Blue Shield, Europeana, NEMO, UNESCO, sometimes more in the training course, ICROM, and World Monument Fund. So a lot of voices were present here. We heard a lot of experiences coming from Georgia, Moldavia, Palestine, Ukraine, Slovenia, Germany. And we heard a lot of experiences of solidarity and help from France, from Italy, from Austria, from Hungary, from ICOM and Pierre, and a lot of experiences and methodologies of intervention put at disposal in the training course and here. Georgia, again, MPR, Ukraine, Italy, but also of new voices, ELIF and HEMO, private voices, but at disposal of our work. So, as I told at the beginning, the work was very long and based. We hope, and I think Lana, we hope to publish this conference because I think it's very important to leave the voices which came up from this seat. And from here, and that is it becoming a symbolic place near to Ukraine. So we'll publish and we'll prepare, if possible, a statement to all our government through our ICOM national committees in order to try to implement the recommendation and let that the plans of managing, the plan of prevention could be legal affirmation in the governments in order that all nation has a plan to be prepared to effort and to face crises which are always more than we face now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. I have also, well, yesterday, before the event came up to our reality, I prepared just kind of another summary, but now I had to change it, of course. And as we conclude this ICOM Euro 2024 conference, I'm really deeply grateful for these really insightful discussions and collaborative spirits that we have defined our time together over the past days. We have explored critical themes in heritage resilience, shared best practices, and strengthened our collective commitment to safeguarding cultural legacies in crisis zones. Our gathering, actually, our platform of discussion in Tbilisi really holds in Tbilisi particular significance, given the current really political climate, and I have to mention it, otherwise I cannot go through, and the recent really critical haltering of EU pass from our government has introduced a period of uncertainty and for our nations. This decision has sparked widespread protests yesterday. You may have heard and I've seen it on the TV, and raised concerns about Georgia's democratic trajectory and its alignment with European values. In this context, our conference theme resonates profoundly. The protection of cultural heritage is not only about preserving artifacts and monuments, but also about upholding the values and identities they represent. In times of political and social upheaval, our cultural institutions serves as beacons of resilience, fostering dialogue, understanding, and unity. And I may say that this conference has been a kind of testament to our shared commitment to safeguarding cultural heritage in times of crisis, from the keynote addresses to the thoughtful panel discussions. We have explored best practices and all many other things till today over the past 2 days, and we continue, of course, working in that direction, what we have discussed during these days. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our really distinguished speakers, moderators, and participants for their invaluable contributions. and we have seen great dedication and your expertise. This is really what really enriched our discussion. And of course, I extend my gratitude to all the partners, first of all to ICOM Europe, creating this initiative together, and of course to ICOM. And it is really important that Sophie is here, and I wanted to recall that beyond many things what Sophie listed about ICOM's activity, this is also one of the how to say, acknowledgement from ICOM that this project is funded by ICOM, and this is also the commitment that ICOM SAREC Solidarity Project Grant funded this really important project. First of all, I will speak for Georgia and for other countries, of course. And I don't want to exclude anyone, just not to forget, but I will just separately thank to all partners, international and national partners, and especially I would like to say my gratitude to the museums, ICOM institutional members, Tbilisi Museums Union and Georgian Museum of Fine Arts, who really supported with all their hearts, and they made really their best to make this project happen. And I would like to conclude with the words that together we are stronger, and together we can ensure that cultural heritage continues to be a source of resilience, identity, and hope for all. Thank you.